morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. And actually, where are my headphones? I don't know, but it looks like everything is good. Okay. So, how's everybody doing? Let me make a couple of adjustments here. There we go. And let me move the microphone so I don't sound too distant. And we have the telephone ready. So, anyway, it is the weekend. And, what did I just do? Okay. That's interesting. All right. Interesting. Okay. I guess you can't have Rick's live stream without having some kind of technical difficulty. I just bumped the keyboard and somehow I lost what I lost. What is this? Come on. This wacky thing. All right, maybe I have to start over. This is ridiculous. I got the camera. Where is my image? All right. Let's see. All right, let me see what happens. Well, there it is. How strange. Oh, anyway. Looks like somehow that scene got messed up. What else is new? So, let's see who we have here. And let's talk about what's going on now. As you probably know, as of yesterday, I am a year older, which means that my heart attack could happen at any time. I am 57. I have about 3 more years. And then if I make it to 60, well, I'm in really big danger because you know how heart attacks are. They can happen without warning, according to what people tell me. That's what my doctor told me back in 1996. Your cholesterol is so high that you're going to have heart disease by your 50s. So I figured by the age of 55, I would be in really bad shape. But instead, I'm out there riding a bike, laughing, quacking, whatever, which is fine. And what about the rest of us? What about the carnivore community? Some of them have gone back to eating carbohydrates. Yep, let me get rid of this before we have some interesting things going on here. Let me get the chat out here. All right. I'd like to know what happened to my other scene. That is really weird. Okay. So let me go back here to the beginning and let's see who our very first comment was. And this is United Carnivore, fellow Floridian. Greetings from Tampa Bay. And greetings from your friend Rick. Okay. And there's our Tard Nation. And we have Sandy Blythe. There we go. Hi, Rick and Milton. Milton is here, but he's not in the room. I always like to start the live stream without Milton, and then I open the door and I let him in. Milton is the cutest. I mean, this cat follows me everywhere. He loves to be, he grabs onto me. He's so cute. He's just such a nice little monster. I'm glad that he's here. I just popped in for Milton. I had blood work this morning, so may have to catch kitty cat later. Well, he's here. I could open the door. Maybe I could take a chance and hopefully he won't destroy the place. And there's Father of United Carnivore. And Kitchen Witch 1885. Rick binging out the quack on us all. There you go. Howdy, beautiful quackers. Well, howdy to you, Josephine C. And Brian, Fly Fisherman Dish. Good morning, sir, quack and all. And good morning. I'm glad you're here. I see my regulars, my elite quackers, are always here, which is good. Sandy Blythe. Rick is taking us back in time. Best times ever. Yeah, that's before I was born. But if I have my way, I'd like to see some of that come back. And, it is kind of interesting, as I have friends varying from teenage years all the way up into their 80s. And you'd be surprised at how many younger people, they want what the old people used to have. And they're not happy at what they're getting right now. The world that we're living in seems like a raw deal. There's a lot of nostalgia out there. And I think being one of the few people that's held on to it as long as I have, I might be the one that helps bring this back. There are several old products I'd like to see return. In fact, I even saw a very interesting video today about why they don't remake old cars. The problem, in my opinion, is not the technology. The problem is the corporate mindset. And that corporate mindset is enabled by the monetary system, the central bank debt-based model. That's the reason why our living standards are decreasing. And I think ultimately that's why most people's health is going down, because it's all short-term thinking. What can we do to make money for the next 3 months? That's all it is. Nobody ever thinks long-term. But, that's what we have. And there are ways of working around it. I see Bacon Baby. Hello, Rick. Hello, Quackers. Well, hello. Flashback Saturday, thanks to Rick. Well, there you go. I changed my intro. I still have no idea why my main camera disappeared. But what I'll probably do is just redo it. That's not that hard to do. Ha, and look. There goes the chat. Here comes the quack. Good morning, Quackers. We have 3 ducks, 3 ducklings, 2 ducklings in an eggshell, and 2 more ducklings from a side view. Put enough of those there, it would look like the intro to the Partridge Family. Da, 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 da. I don't think those were ducks, though. Yes, can hear you. Sound good. Well, thank you. Sound is good. Cool pics, Rick. Doing good. Have my son here tonight. Well, that's great, Josephine. I think the tech... yeah, right. Well, you know what? I'm not the only one that's been having with... Yeah, it's funny. Ryan says, looks like you're taking off old guy Carnivore Mitch with you disappearing act. I don't think it's... And it wasn't even intentional. I think what it is that old guy Carnivore is like an older version of Rick. It's like you took Rick, you went 20 or 30 years into the future. It's like, all right. The only difference is I don't think I'll be living in a trailer park because they would kick me out. So I'll be the crazy guy at the end of the dirt road, surrounded by cypress trees and alligators, and, it's spooky at night. You hear the strange noises, and you see this little box of a house that's surrounded by trees, and there's stuff all over the place. It's like one of those 1970s horror movies where you go down some creepy road and then you see a garage with chainsaws hanging everywhere. Well, that'll be my place. And then you see this crazy old man that's really tall, and people go running in different directions. And the good thing is, I think the people that'll run the fastest will be the code enforcement, because somebody calls, they'll be like, I ain't going down that road. The last code guy we send down there, we don't know what happened to him. All I know is that the last time we drove by, there were a lot of ducks that looked like they were very hungry, and I did see parts of the old code car scattered around, so I have a bad feeling as to what happened to him. But anyway, let's see. Hitch and Witch have to work a wedding today. Well, good. It's nice when people are getting married and not getting divorced. Of course, that usually comes later. And Aaron is here. Booby Goats. Morning, all. Good morning. We're glad that you're here. Yep, thought the same. Okay. Yes, hi. Morning, Brian. Yes. All right, let's see. Okay. Bacon Baby. Rick, now that you're 57, well on your way to that massive coronary because of all the meat edible fat that you eat. That is very true. And I might actually get a gray hair pretty soon. So the vegans are going to go, oh, look, he's got a gray hair. He's getting old. He's going to drop dead. Yes, I know I'm going to drop dead, people. That's the whole idea. None of us get out of this alive. So the secret is Enjoy the time that you have, because what happens after that is not up to you. It's up to physics, entropy, or God if you believe in God. I'm looking down at a ton of mirrors. Huh. Okay. Looks like your computer just keeps opening a new page. Yeah, that was because I had the screen capture on. I'm primitive when it comes to equipment. And I don't have fancy streaming services because, well, I have no money. In fact, this week, I made a total income of $0. The only job that I did, the guy hasn't paid me yet. So, you know how that is. All right, let's see. Funny, YouTube unsubscribed me from this channel overnight. I was subscribed yesterday. It's funny what YouTube does. I don't know why, but I've had complaints from that before. I've had people think that I was deleting their comments. I never delete any comments, as you know. Remember a couple weeks ago when we had the fake Carrie come on here? I didn't ban him. I just had fun with him. I don't get offended like, well, a lot of YouTubers get offended easily. I think the more successful ones don't get offended. Even though I'm not successful, I still don't get offended. But I'm glad that you discovered that YouTube unsubscribed you. It's probably me talking about central bankers because they hate that. They usually delete any comments I make about central bankers. Okay? Yes. There we go. Okay. Mitch is trying an experiment where he's going to add a couple of blueberries to his diet every day to see how it makes him feel. I'm curious to see what happens. Maybe it'll be good. And that's a good thing. I tell everybody. And I've had people send me nasty emails. Well, Rick, how can you talk about carnivore when you're giving people fruit? Seriously. No, that's not, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. All right, let's see. And happy birthday, Rick. Hope you had a great day. It was like any other day. I had one friend call me, just one, and you probably know who that was. That was my friend Russ Mitchell. We all love Russ Mitchell, don't we? Every Tuesday night is Keto Cookout. So he called me yesterday. I don't know. I was working outside when he called. When I came inside, I see he'd left a message. So we had a brief talk, and I guess he's visiting family. So that's fantastic. And again, that's a benefit of us in the carnivore community. Even though the really high-end, the really popular carnivores ignore me, the ones from the middle down, I have a lot of interesting carnivore friends and associates and stuff like that. So that's good. And maybe one day I'll be able to meet more of you in person. But at this point, as poor as I am, we're just going to have to do it over the internet. But that will change like anything else. Oh, yeah. Congratulations on your goal weight. Well, good. And Indiana Carnivore says, good morning. And I say, good morning, Maha Carnivore. Excellent. Good morning, Sandy. Good morning, Peter. Yeah, and see, Peter's right. Rick would never subscribe anyone. It was YouTube because Rick is the most dangerous man on YouTube. He is the carnivore outlaw. That is correct. And it's not only that YouTube thinks that. I think a lot of the popular carnivores feel that way because you'll notice you don't see them inviting me on their channels. Well, there's a few that do. But usually it comes down to I get invited once and then, never again because I'm too odd for them. But then on other channels, they invite me over and over and over again because those are what I would consider the cutting edge and the up-and-coming channels. So if you see a channel with me on it, you know that's a cutting edge, up-and-coming carnivore channel. If you never see me on the channel, you never see me at an event, then that's sort of an established, sort of a mainstream carnivore channel. Because unlike the so-called hardcore carnivores, I give away fruits and vegetables. In fact, yesterday, I went to my friend's house down the street with a bunch of bananas. I was on my bike with bananas, and I gave them bananas. I gave another friend of mine mangoes. So I would rather give away the fruit than seeing it rot on the ground. And if I had the ducks around, I would feed them, and I do take some of that to the canal. I'm trying to lure them back. I've seen them waddling around. It's only a matter of time before they come back. I think part of it was the raccoon thing. And I think that my overhang being as rotten as it is and the house deteriorating, that attracts the raccoons. But once I get enough materials or enough money to get the materials, I'm going to fix the roof, and then that should eliminate the raccoon problem, and the ducks will be back. And of course, when it comes time to move, the ducks will be stuffed in the van and taken to the new location. So we have this. Can't make the 3rd and 4th AMS. I'm sleeping. Okay. Okay. And Peter says, look how many Mitchfits are here to support Rick the Duckman on his outstanding Saturday AM live show. Well, thank you very much. I like that. And the thing is, the Mitchfits and the Quackers seem to be a lot of the same people. All right. Okay. Oh, I didn't know coffee could make you change weight. Glad no stupid crowns here. There shouldn't be any because I have a very small channel, but we'll see. I think it's just a matter of chance by where they go. Okay. I am in the process of another great meetup in Melbourne with Mitchfits and would love to invite you and hope you can come on July 2nd. Please consider. Well, the problem is my truck is still not running. And I don't know when I'm going to be able to find the part for it. And then again, even if I did, that's a long way. I live in the septic tank of Florida, Miami, Florida. It would probably take 4 hours to get there, which would be a mission in itself. So, and my truck's been sitting pretty much since 2023. So even when I do get it running, I got to put 4 tires on it and I got to do all kinds of maintenance. I can only imagine how much damage has been done from sitting because, as you know, according to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, everything tends towards greater disorder unless you constantly maintain it. So I can tell you pretty much with confidence that there's no way I'll be able to get there. But that's okay. All right. Morning, Gary. And Aaron says, I think as an old man, you'd probably be less grouchy, Rick. I'm going to be, I think, as an old man, I'm going to be like a comedy. I'm trying to think of who was the famous comedian that was old and acted silly. I'd probably be like a skinny Jay Leno if I had money. So that would probably be me. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Hope you had a good birthday. My birthday today. Well, that's great. And your birthday, I guess, is the same as the president. And I see they're having protests all over the place. A no king protest or whatever they call it. It's just amazing how these people waste their time with this nonsense instead of going and saying, you know what? We're going to go after the real enemy, the central banks. We're going to go in front of the Federal Reserve and demand that they close down. That'll never happen. People are so stupid. They just go and attack these political figures, which is a complete waste of time. No matter who you support, no matter who you vote for, the result is always the same. It's a system that is failing and a system that just doesn't have any, I would consider, any hope of improving at all. Rick is definitely a horror show. Yes, I agree with that. All right. Okay. Happy birthday. Yes, we got a lot of people that are born in June. I guess a lot of our parents were busy in October. So, June. Okay. Well, we got a lot of great comments here. Good morning to you, too. Make Celotex great again. Well, there you go. That's another one of those products that I would like to see remade. I want to make a video of that. They used to be made from sugarcane waste, but I was thinking about making new ceiling tiles from hemp waste. And the thing is, the sugarcane tiles, they can burn if you have enough heat, but if you use hemp and you use building lime, you could actually make ceiling tiles that would be fire resistant, and they contain no toxic materials. So that's something that I'd like to do. Of course, another thing I'd like to do, I'd like to see somebody remake antique cars. And again, they say, well, it's not possible. But my theory is this. If it was possible to build this stuff 100 years ago, 50 years ago, or whatever it was, we can do it today, and we can do it even cheaper because unlike the past, we have a lot of automation and so-called artificial intelligence. I think we can do things even cheaper. The problem is we have the central banks constantly loading everybody with debt, so that we can have billionaires who sit around and do absolutely nothing, waste our resources going around the world in private jets and going on yachts and buying overpriced oceanfront homes that get wiped out with every hurricane. And that's what we have. So all those people that are parasites, we have to support. We have people like, what's that fossil that's always getting facelifts that makes the world's worst software that owns Oracle? This guy, what a piece of garbage. This is a typical parasite. You even have friendly parasites like Warren Buffett. And everybody likes Warren Buffett because he doesn't show off his wealth. But he's got a lot of money, and a lot of people had to lower their living standards to be able to give him higher wealth. Now, but again, a lot of it's attitude. And you see this a lot here in Miami. You have these people that drive around in overpriced cars, and they live in these blue, black, white, and gray boxes stacked on top of each other on Brickell Avenue. And they think that they're being an example for everybody. But I look at them and I go, man, if I had money, I wouldn't live in that dump. I'd go and live somewhere nice. But evidently, they think it is nice. Birthday weekend, he's spending it with us. Yes. What else would I do? I make a baby. I'm outside doing my 5-mile morning walk. I've got so much energy. I got to burn it for. Okay. I did a 10-mile bike ride a couple days ago to go to the other Fresco y Mas to get some ground beef because they had it for $2.99 a pound. Now, a couple of years ago, that would be considered expensive. And back in 2020, I was getting ground beef as cheap as 99 cents a pound. But now it's got to be 3 times that, and we consider that to be cheap. So thank you, Federal Reserve, for screwing us up starting in 2020 by printing 25 trillion or whatever amount of money you shoved into the market. And then the banks leveraged it up to pay for useless crap like tech companies and overpriced real estate. And now we have to deal with the fallout. And guess what? Starting this November, they're going to do it all over again. They're going to stuff another 20 trillion into the market. And our living standards are going to go even lower. But hopefully by then, enough people will realize how we're being had, and they will rebel. So many birthdays, yes. Sorry I'm late. Thomas, you're never late. You're never late. If you come in, that's great. It's like if I have a get-together. Back when I used to have a barbecue, I tell everybody, come on down. It starts at 3 o'clock. Some people come at 6. Oh, I'm sorry I'm late. No, you're not late. We're still here. You're late when everybody's leaving. It's like, okay, everybody's saying goodbye. Now you're late. Good morning, Thomas. Yes. Okay. Yes, you made it. And look, it's Cindy DeManchi. I haven't seen any of your interviews lately, but check out her channel if you haven't. Another one of us smaller channels, but quality content. You'll see her on a lot of other channels too. Okay. Hi, Brian. Hello. I'm FaceTiming with the kids. Oh, that's how technology can help you, right? And Terry Sue says good morning, and I say good morning back. Let's see. We got the good mornings going in. That's great. All right. 3-hour live. Oh, she had a 3-hour live. Oh, yeah. I actually did see there was a live, but I wasn't here at the time. So I did miss it Friday night. Well, come on. We know that he's crazy. He has a dark-winged duck. A cable tracer is sitting beside the flywheel. Yeah, right? You got that right. Happy belated birthday. Well, thank you, Cindy. Thank you very much. Let's see. Smoothie 420, 420. I don't know if that's 420 or if it's 420 like the herb, but good morning back from Miami. Let's see. All right. Bravo has chicken drumstick on sale for 79 cents a pound this weekend. I'm going to pick some up. I don't know where the nearest Bravo is. I know the last one was in the bad neighborhood. It's too far to ride. I could probably drive there, but, you know. Okay. Okay, this is a good point. Fresco y Mas says chicken wings for $1.99 a pound right now. That's right. And I know that because a friend of mine, she was making fried chicken wings for her family. And of course, I went over there to bring some bananas. And what I did, she says, "Oh, am I doing it right?" I go, "Well, it's awfully foamy, so your temperature is too low. And then what did you use for fat?" "I don't know. I think it was some kind of oil." Like, "Well, you got to use lard or beef tallow." Well, anyway, we got to talking, and eventually she made one set of wings with no breading and the second set with breading. So she wanted me to try it. So I ate one of the unbreaded wings, and it tasted okay, but it just didn't have that flavor. I said, "Well, if those would have been cooked in lard, there would have been nice, crispy skin." The skin was kind of soft. It was okay, but I could taste the vegetable oil. The second one, which was the breaded version, that one had a little spice to it, and what it was, they put some cayenne peppers in there. It was okay. It was actually better. And then there's like some flour and a little bit of that, breadcrumbs on there. So I ate that, and I thought, well, it's got seed oils and crap in it, but I didn't want to look like, I'm not going to eat it because it's toxic. And it tasted fine, and we talked for a while. I went home. I had a heart attack burger for dinner. And then around 10 o'clock last night, I started getting this little, like, behind my eye sinus headache, which, by the way, I still have. So just eating 2 chicken wings cooked in seed oils, now I have to deal with a headache. And it's going to take me a while. And my sinuses have always been my chronic issue. So whenever I pick up a germ or whenever I eat something bad, it's usually the sinuses that hit me first. The second thing that's going to hit me is the digestive system. Now, since I only ate 2 chicken wings, I don't think I'm going to get diarrhea. It would take at least 4 chicken wings to give me diarrhea, and I would usually have diarrhea within 4 hours of eating it. So there is a disadvantage to eating carnivore the way that I do because it tends to mess up your system. Now, people have asked me, what about fruit? What happens if you eat fruit? Well, that depends. Most fruit I can't eat without throwing it up because it tastes so bad. But I've eaten fruit from my yard. I can eat up to 1 mango. I can eat 3 oranges. I can eat 4 little bananas. And I can eat 1 tomato, cooked, of course, without a problem. If I exceed those limits, I start to be punished. For example, if I was to eat 2 mangoes, I would start to feel really bad. And what would happen is, after the second mango, I start to feel a little dizzy. And then I feel tired. So I have to go and sit down. Then I'll fall asleep. After I wake up, I feel fine. But that's what 2 mangoes will do. If I eat more than 4 bananas, they'll usually give me a little bit of a headache, and they may actually make me feel nervous. So there's something in bananas that do that. Tomato, 1 tomato fermented into tomato sauce is fine. I cannot eat raw tomatoes because I will throw up. I don't like the taste of them. And, the oranges, if I eat more than 3 oranges, I get the same kind of effect. I get like a burning in my throat. So I'm very sensitive to a lot of these things. But I have to, $1.99 a pound is a little rich for me. I'm used to getting chicken wings for 99 cents a pound. But if I get those chicken legs, I'll definitely do that. No, I'm actually thinking about Larry Ellison. What a dirtbag, let me tell you. I have a really negative opinion about the whole Oracle software company because I think all their crap is overpriced and it's crap. But that's just me because of my IT background. What I've noticed, every billionaire-owned company is a bad value. I've never seen a company that was owned by billionaires or controlled by billionaires that actually provided a product or service that I would consider to be a good value. Most of the best product or services seem to come from smaller companies, and that's it. Okay, good morning. Grand Rising, everyone. Deborah, yes, blessings to you too. Glad that you're here. I love all the great personalities we have here. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Yep, I follow Cindy. Oh, it's phone time. Wait a minute. Hello. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, that's good. Oh, yeah? What's that? Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, yeah, because they usually don't. Okay. All right. That sounds like a plan. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, of course. Cut it up. All right. I'll be around. Just when you see, just drop in. You got rain? Not here. It was dry. Yeah, well, it's the weather's dead. We're in the toilet bowl right now. It's going to be hot, dry, and miserable for probably a week or more. Nah, this we're in the toilet bowl. This is dead. This time of the year is the worst. June, July, August, we have the worst weather in the whole U.S. Just bad. And we don't have a rainy season, so hurricane season is going to be dangerous. I have a bad feeling about this year's hurricane season. Mm-hmm. Right. That's a really bad sign. I'm telling you, we're so Miami is so overdue for a hurricane. We haven't had a hurricane since 1926 of any size. And they built so much garbage there, all these oversized buildings with them ugly, glass and all. It's just this place is going to be a disaster, and I'm going to love it. I can't wait to see it. It's just learning a lesson. These people, they need a lesson big time. Yeah, yeah, I saw that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. All right. Anyway, yep. I'll catch you later. Okay. Sorry for the interruption. That was my other phone. It wasn't this one. So it's a friend of mine. He's, like I say, he was getting some scrap together, and he's going to drop by my place sometime this morning. So I may have to take some time off the live stream. I'll just leave the camera on. But yeah, I got a bunch of scrap I want to get rid of. Anyway, let's hit the comments back. Just did the disability category. Won the deadlift contest for my class at my old gym. Excellent. It's amazing that Jonathan can do what he does, considering the severe spinal injury and all the other issues he's had to deal with. But you know what? This is why us as the carnivore community, we need to stick together, because I think compared to all the other communities, we have a lot of advantages and we have a lot of research that we're doing on a one-on-one basis. And Cindy says July 8th I will be on with Dr. Nelson, then August 12th. So, okay. Yes. Yes, Michael Pregler, I agree. Yep. So that's what that was. Okay. Meaning of life. Ah, there you go. That's pretty good. 525. I mean, I have to call you the next time I got to lift an engine block. But then again, I can lift an engine block myself. And for the really heavy items that are hard to control, that's why they invented a cherry picker and Little Bob. Little Bob can outlift anybody I know. And Little Bob, if he gets injured, I can fix him. You know, you hurt yourself. Well, it's not so much. I made heart attack wings this week. I'm addicted. It is. Yes, it can be addictive. Happy birthday, Charger Mopar, Rick. Hey, well, thank you. And Jamie also says happy birthday. That's great, Jonathan Carnivore Muscle. Yes, it is. Right. Quack, quack. So did we catch up with all the comments? Yes, we did. It's actually pretty good. And we still have the hellos. Now let me see if I can fix this messed up scene. What did I do? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to pull this out. So let me get rid of this. How do I get rid of this thing? Yes. I'm just going to re-add it. This is crazy. Let's see. Video, input, capture. Where are you? There we go. And let's see. Okay. Oh, I see what happened. It switched. There we go. That problem. Okay, let's make it big. And there we go. I am back. All right. I have no idea how touching one keyboard shortcut could have knocked this out. Let me adjust the position. And there we go. Here we are. Yep. What is that? Okay. Get my cordless phone up and working. And there we are. All right. Happy birthday to all the June babies. Happy birthday. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hi, Sandy. Happy even. Sounds like a Snagglepuss reference. Good morning, Lisa. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Bacon Baby. Austin Powers. Yeah, baby. He's back. Yes, I am back. It's Jonathan, guys. Please get name right. That is true. And there's our friend Polish Mike. I miss when you used to make videos. I guess you don't want to show how much progress you've made in the last couple of years, because I know that you're a hardcore carnivore. So, and Cindy says, good morning to Lisa. Well, that's great. Well, let me see how many people we have. We have a really nice, well, we always have a nice group in this. Let's see what we got here. Oh, we have, wow. We have 37. Not bad. And this is about the time when Mitch would start his live stream, as you know, 8:30. Now, one of the good things is, since I've started this, I seem to have picked a time that doesn't conflict with anybody else. A lot of people have theirs at night. I know some of the more popular live streams, they're going to be Sunday night. They're going to be Monday night. Everybody, Dr. Barry and all that. And I have to admit, I'm one of the very few people that never watches Dr. Ken Barry. In fact, I actually forgot about him because I don't get too many recommendations. But every now and then somebody mentions him, and I go, oh, yeah, I remember that guy. But when I think about him, I think about in the past when he did the keto diet. I don't really associate him with carnivore. I still keep thinking of Saladino as the carnivore doctor, which he no longer is. He's now the carbivore doctor. But anyway, let's go back over here. Now, I guess that is functioning. Let me go back to, where am I? Okay. All right. Okay. Yep. Damn keyboard. Yeah, that thing's old too. I actually had to fix it because the cable broke. And we have someone present. Lori's Carnivore Story. You're having sausage thumbs today. I'm a slack when it comes to videos. Well, the good thing is that you're not a slack when it comes to the carnivore diet and the gym. So that's a good thing. And Keller V says, happy birthday, Rick. And I appreciate that. Thank you. Jiffy says, good morning, Rick and Milton. Long live with Rick on Saturdays. It's fun. Well, that's the whole idea. I'm not here to educate you. I'm just here to keep you company. Also, happy Quack Day. Well, thank you, Mr. Mike. Thank you very much. It's dark here. Rain's coming. We haven't had rain here for a very long time. I am really worried about our weather. It is so screwed up. It's just nothing. This is supposed to be the rainy season, and the rainy season hasn't started yet. This is really bad news for hurricane season. I predict every year whether or not we're going to get a hurricane. And by this time, every last 10 years, well, what was it, every 9 years or whatever, 8. The last time I predicted a hurricane was in 2017. And we had Irma, which was a mess. Now, it makes me mad because I could have made money off the hurricane, but my mother was sick and I was taking care of her. So instead of going out there and doing hurricane cleanup, I had to stay here and take care of Mom. But you know what? I don't regret it because I realized something very important. If I wasn't there to take care of my mom, I think she would have ended up in the nursing home, and that would have been a sad end for my mom. Instead, I was able to get about 3 more years out of my mom, you know, able to live in her own house, and that was a really good thing. How is Mr. Milton? I get a lot of comments. You know what? I'm going to have to open the door and let the monster come in if he wants, so give me a second here. Milton! 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 Come on. Milton! Milton! Okay, little Milton, here we go. It's time for the Milton. It's time for the Milton. Come on. Come here, Killer. Okay, Killer, what are you doing, huh? Come here. Come on. Kissy kissy. Good kitten. Oh, that's my little Milton. You are such a good kitty. I like you. You sweetie. Look at that little face. Look at those cute little eyes. Oh, you're such a precious little kitten. You're a nice cat. I like you. What? Good cat? I love my Milton. He's cute. Maybe Mitch will show up again. That was nice. I don't think he's ever shown up on my channel yet, but I was on his channel last Sunday. You never know. Let's see. CB Carmack is here. Hello. And we have the steak, the bacon, the lizard, and the duck. Good morning from Gulf Coast, Texas. Well, good morning, Galveston County, Mike. I like the fact that we got people from everywhere. Okay. You silly pet. Okay. All right. It rains every day right now in North Florida. It's funny. It's just weird. You know, this is the kind of weather we used to get when I lived in the Keys. It never rained until maybe July or August, and it was only when we got the tropical storms. The problem is we got that stupid upper air is moving so quickly. It's blowing desert air from Africa all the way across the world. which I think is really strange because the humidity at ground level is so high. It's just nuts. But this is the kind of weather that brings on hurricanes. And I hate to say it, if we do get one of those monster hurricanes, I'm not going to feel bad, even if I lose my house. Just to see downtown Miami and Brickell get trashed, that's going to be priceless. Because I hate that place. It is such an eyesore. It's so ugly. I don't understand why people want to live there. Who in the world wants to live in a black, white, and gray box stacked on hundreds of other black, white, and gray boxes in a swamp that's sinking? I just don't see it, but that's all right. 90 years old. I wish my dad would have lived to 90. He thought he would live to 100, but he only lived to 82. Yay, Milton is coming. And Milton is here. I see 3 black cats. So, yes. We seem to be a month off seasonal changes. I see that everywhere. Things are just not normal. So, hurricane is a possibility. You're a wonderful son, Rick. You should be proud yourself for caring for your parents. Well, thank you very much. Even though my dad swore that I would never take care of anyone, that's not the way that I am. That's a nice age. Hope he is well. Yes, I hope so too. Congrats at 90 years. I don't think I'll make it to 90. You know, my theory is under ideal conditions, I'm going to live to 94 and then die of a heart attack. But we'll see. Yeah, Thomas that Mitch showed up. That is correct. And I don't have it enabled yet where somebody could join in. Eventually, I'm going to try and link maybe either the StreamYard or something else, and then that way they can drop in. But I do have the phone. If anybody wants to call, they can definitely. I haven't put up the number, but, you know. Northeast Iowa. Well, there you go. Those Midwestern states, I think, are some of the best in terms of the people because most of my friends have been from the Midwest. That seems to be where, I don't know, a lot of similar attitude people live. Seen a few birthdays and happy in the chat. Happy birthday. May your day be full of happy, beautiful memories. Well, that's great. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now, let me see if I can get a little couple things here. Now, as you know, whenever I have time, I watch YouTube. And there's a couple of subjects that I thought was kind of interesting. So let me go over here to my history. And there was a video here where it says they remake Jordans, so why not 90s cars? I've said this for many years. These auto companies, if they want to sell a lot of cars, they should reproduce some of the older ones. And they actually asked, you know, what car would you want to reproduce? And it was very simple. I said 1968 to 1970 Dodge Charger. And then I looked at some other videos, but that's it. I just have not, you know, when I get time, I look at it. See, and I did catch part of Cindy's thing here on Keto Simple, but it was like towards the end when I did that. But yeah, I was looking at this mango farm they have on the West Coast. And as you know, I don't have any problems with people growing fruit. In fact, I would have a grove if you could still afford to, you know, and then there, yeah, if you could still afford to buy land. And there it is, Morning Coffee with Mitch. So it gives you an idea of what's going on. Now, let me see. Let's see how my channel's been doing. We have 40 people watching now, so that's great. And let's see. Okay. I never, you know, I don't spend enough time checking this out. All right. You'll notice I just turned the monetization off. YouTube doesn't pay me any money, so who cares? I'm not going to get rich off of YouTube. I won't even get enough money to pay my internet bill. So I'm not going to worry about that. Okay, let's see. Your channel's views were slightly higher than usual in the last 28 days. Well, estimated revenue, $7.58. Wow. YouTube's going to make me rich. Yeah, right. If I find a $20 bill on the side of the road, I've made more money than I've made an entire year on YouTube. But, let's see. Oh, we got 10, yeah. Well, that's not bad. Wonder why that was. I only got 32 subscribers, which is 10 less than usual. So I guess YouTube must have been unsubscribing people. Oh, well. Anyway. Most of the stuff is shorts, which obviously don't give you any money anyway. But it's out there just to get people interested. So I'm surprised that the black, white, and gray thing is popular. I'll have to make some more videos. One of these days I'm going to take time. I'm going to go downtown, Brickell area or whatever, and I'm going to make a Rick-style video to show how much I hate the place. Oh, look at little Milton. He's a little cuddles. Look at that cute kitty. He's up in the windowsill. Looks like he's going to take a break. What are you doing? He's actually a pretty well-behaved cat. It's hard to believe that that was just a street cat, you know, a feral cat, and he's super friendly now. I guess you get him young enough, and they get to like you, and they become your little pet. Right, little buddy? I got to get him a cat leash. I'll either buy one or make one, and I'll take him for a walk with me like I always did with my cats. Yeah. Your face is starting to look more and more like a panther. He's a good kitty. All right, let me get back to the comments here. Okay. All right. So we got, okay. All right. Recovered from your birthday party hangover. Yeah, right. I got one phone call, and that was it. Nobody, I don't even think people remembered. It doesn't matter anyway. I don't understand the whole importance of birthdays. It's just another year closer to the heart attack. They can celebrate when I have my heart attack. Yeah. Start producing. Yeah, they have some custom-made cars. But I think eventually, once the central banking debt-based system breaks, then people are going to have to start making products that people actually want. And I think things will change. Unless they have a nuclear war, and then we end up like, you know, what is it, Planet of the Apes? That's another possibility. Because these people are crazy. The people that control the world financial system are sick and insane people. Oh, okay. There you go. Yes. That is coming in the fall. Do you know what your typical protein to fat ratio is? Honestly, I have no idea. I would have to try to calculate it. I eat the 70%, 73% lean ground beef, and I probably eat about 2 pounds of that a day. When I have heart attack chicken, that's usually about 4 pounds, 4 to 5 pounds of chicken legs. I've been eating more pork because I had that in the freezer. I was eating 5 pounds of pork every day because I would get the whole pork shoulder and cut it up. There's bones all around the front yard, so you know how that is. No, I have to figure that out. One thing that I've always wondered, I haven't had a blood test since 96. It's been almost 30 years. And I have no idea if I'm healthy, unhealthy, if I'm going to have a heart attack today, tomorrow, or 40 years from now. Who knows? That's exciting. That is great. Let me borrow $6.99, Rick. Okay. That is cool, Tanya. Wisconsin. Oh, there we go. Wisconsin, the dairy state. It's another place I'd like to visit. Never been there before. Let's see. Hope your knee will visit. Indiana. Rainy weather. I like driving from Indiana to Florida without taking the interstate. It takes longer, but it's worth the memories. Well, that's good. I think other than the Tri-County area here, which is just one big giant development, there are places that have rural areas, small towns, big cities. There's openings in between. But South Florida is just one gigantic city suburb. There's nothing left rural here. Okay. 3 kids now. All right, Cindy. I'm glad you were here, and I'll catch you hopefully next week when you have time. I want to finish drinking some water. Okay. Russ is a bit. Yeah. Yes, he called me. That's a good thing. And it's not like people don't know my phone number, because my phone number is out there. In fact, I'm going to put it on here. I just wasn't sure when my friend was going to come and pick through the scrap pile. So he said he would be here by now. But anyway, well, Peter says he's back. Did you do your 5-mile walk? That's pretty impressive. Moving fast. Huh. Importance of birds celebrate today, and the world became enhanced with your presence. In this case, magnificent day for the rest of the world. Well, thank you very much, Lori. Although I have a feeling that there's a lot of people in the world that would celebrate when I have my heart attack and drop dead. But then again, who cares, right? Okay. Yes, he is. All right. All right. Cindy left. Yep. Well, I mean, being here for a little bit is fine. Question. Rick, how do you sleep, and do you remember your dreams? Do you ever dream about meat? That's a good question. Now, let me tell you. I can tell you last night. Generally, I go to bed between 11:30 and midnight, and depending on how quickly I fall asleep, depends on how cold I made the air conditioner. If I just turned on the air conditioner, it may take half an hour before the room reaches the 65 degrees that I like. But if it's already cool, like if I was smart enough to turn on the AC half an hour before bed, it goes from 90 degrees down to 65. And yeah, I'll be in bed. 10, 15 minutes, I'm already asleep. Now, usually what happens when I first fall asleep, I'm going to have some type of dream. And it's usually, my dreams are very similar to real life, except they're distorted. In real life, I have problems, but I usually solve the problems. But in my dreams, the problems don't seem to get solved. It's just basically moving from one difficulty to the other. In fact, I had a dream last night. I was trying to fix my air conditioner, and after I got the air conditioner working, then a hurricane was coming. So it was getting dark, the wind was blowing, and everything. A lot of times what happens when I'm falling asleep, it's normal, but as I get ready to wake up, everything gets darker and darker. Sometimes I'm out walking around and it's daytime, and then it becomes afternoon and nighttime, and then usually when it's really dark, that's the time when I wake up. It's just really, really strange. Then I'll have another dream. I have several dreams, I guess, at night. Before I wake up, I usually have the one that I remember, which last night was actually, I was helping a friend pick mangoes. And we were picking mangoes, but the ladder that he was on was slowly falling apart. It was being eaten by termites. And then about the time that he fell, that's when I woke up. So, yeah, I do remember my dreams pretty well. A dream about meat? Yes, I do. A couple of days ago, I was at the store, and they had a chuck roll for 99 cents a pound. And I was really excited, but then I had forgotten my money. So it was like, the people were buying it, and it was going to be gone. I forgot my money. I was going to go out to my van. And the thing is, once I left the store, which, by the way, was Fresco y Mas, I went in the parking lot. I couldn't find my van. Then next thing you know, the Fresco y Mas disappeared. And I was kind of in a parking lot with a mall that I didn't even recognize. It's just weird. That's what my dream was like. Very strange, but you know. This week is Alive with Russ. I'm not a co-host, although I could pop in. But Tuesday night at 8:30. What? What's the matter, buddy? You're a good kitten. I like you. I see that the little Milton has decided to be friendly. All right. Are you scratching? I know you don't have fleas. You got fleas again? Every time I let you outside, you get fleas. You silly little thing. You're a flea farm. You know that? Love to hear Russ sing and how he calls the ladies beloved. Really nice. Yes, it is. And Russ is talented, as you know. And he's funny. Right, baby? Yeah. I love the sounds my cat makes. This cat is so cute. And Annabella the Happy Carnivore is here. Hello, hello. Glad that you are here. Yes. Oh, that's nice. Beloved. There's a couple other YouTube channels that used to say that. Yeah, I'm one of those about to rock. AC/DC song. You may have not heard of it. I think I've heard of it. Of course, I'm more of an elevator music guy myself. Love watching Russ. Well, we're glad that you watch. Come back every week and watch some more. You won't learn anything. Well, you might when Laura's on there, but you'll have fun anyway. I'm listening to the Saturday morning Carnivore Duckman Marathon. Well, there you go. What they say. Birds of a feather flock together. Where you find one quack, you'll find more. Well, that's it. All right. Okay, let's see. Hi, Lori and my beautiful carnivore ladies. I just melt when Mitch called me sweetie. All right. Such a pretty name. Always forget my wallet in dreams. Meat and eggs. Dreaming is the only time I think of duck food, but it's rare. That's it. Okay. Oh, this is funny. I've had a lot of dreams with Dr. Anthony Chafee. Nothing sexy, just Dr. Anthony being a lovely person. You know, it's funny. I actually had a dream once that I was going to a meetup and I was going to meet Anthony Chafee. But instead of meeting Anthony Chafee, I met a bunch of angry vegans. And they were over there calling me the murderer and the 40-year, you know, I forget the exact term, but it wasn't nice. So, and then when the vegans were trying to chase after me and I was trying to outrun them, I couldn't run fast enough. But that's okay. Ah, look who else is here. Per Duncan. I haven't seen any videos from you in a while. This guy's interesting. He's over there in Ohio, and, you know, he's got, like every place else, you got a corrupt little town. What is the name of that town again? I forget. But I haven't seen you in a while, but I'm glad that you love my daily stream. And I'm glad that you're here. That's what I like about YouTube. I get to meet some really interesting people. But yeah, and I think he's also into fermented foods. He's very much into the ferments. He has all kinds of things fermenting over there in the kitchen. And I do some of the fermented foods. As you know, I make yogurt all the time. And I even make sauerkraut for my friends, which I eat occasionally. So that's very good. Oh, what is the name of that town now? I can't remember. It's not Ashtabula. It'll come to me eventually. Conneaut, I think it is. Conneaut is the name of the town. That's what it is. I hear my great-grandmother's name. No, stop that. You silly pet. What? You are a silly cat. I like you. All right. I've been writing tonight. My nightmare. I'm being attacked by gummy bears, and every time I attack, they bounce back. I don't even know how anybody could eat a gummy bear. Those things just always look nasty to me. And the few times that I tried to eat stuff like that as a kid, I felt sick. For that, I'd rather just have good old Jell-O. Jello. Jell-O wasn't bad. And Ricky Lee is here. Hello. And I see 4 ducks. But Annabella has outdone him with what looks like 7 ducks. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ducks. So, ocho patos. All right. I dreamed about sugar when I first started. That sounds like a nightmare to me. Yes, Conneaut, that is correct. And I used to have a friend that he had an excavating business. If you get a chance, check out his channel, his Perduncan channel. It's interesting. If you like this kind of live stream where somebody talks about a lot of different things, you might like his. And again, it's free to check it out, so I always recommend other channels. Okay? Thanks. My pleasure. In real life, you'd be able to... Yeah, I know that. In real life, the vegans don't have a chance. It's like my friend, her son, the vegan bodybuilder, he thought it would be funny to wrestle me to the ground and pin me down. The problem was I moved so quickly. When he tried to grab a hold of me, I grabbed a hold of him. I ended up flipping him over me. He landed on his back, which he's still mad at me because evidently when he hit the ground on his back, it twisted it in such a way he had to go to the chiropractor several times. And I ended up on top of him. I had him held down. And, it was quite funny. Let's put it that way. But it was like a reflex. I wasn't even expecting it. All of a sudden, he comes for me, and I twisted, and down he went. So it was kind of funny. He hasn't tried that since. He was nice to me the last time we were talking. Right, buddy? And, of course, he's nice to me because I gave him some of my prized mangoes. I got more mangoes back there. I think I have the best mangoes in the whole world. But then again, you probably know last Sunday I took some time out. I wanted to meet a YouTuber in my area for the first time. So I met up with Tom at the Sleepy Lizard Avocado Farm. And they had mangoes over there. They have with their little mango festival where people come and they buy mangoes. He's a great guy. I got to check out his place. It's like straight from the 1980s, House is straight from the 1980s. He's got his 5-acre avocado and mango grove. He has other land that he leases. And he sells avocados both at the packing house but also individually in boxes. And if you look, you can see they got a website. It's called Sleepy Lizard. Now, you probably wonder, well, why would you go to a YouTuber? Because I was looking up lizards years ago. Because as you know, I love lizards. You know why I love lizards. Delicious. And I started commenting on his channel, and there he was. So I gave him one of my mangoes. I should have brought more. I regret I should have brought a whole bucket full because him and his wife love the mango. I got more mangoes here. I just don't have the time and don't have enough fuel. But if I did, I'd go down there. I'd leave him another bucket of mangoes. But the guy grows mangoes, so I'm sure he's all mangoed out by now. But I think it's interesting to meet a lot of different people, so that's good. Graduated college 20 years ago. I still have dreams of missing tests, missing classes all year for a final. You know what? I've had those dreams also, now that you mention it. Last year, I had a dream that I was over at the college at FIU where I went to, and, I basically... I was in the classroom and they had a test. I was like, I don't remember, Did I sign up for this class? I don't think I did. And that's usually what happens, but okay. I was in a crazy dream. Okay. Hey, buddy. What are you doing? You are one silly pet, you know that? Keep your paws off of the mixer. That is a no-no. No, little Cleo. Oh, you're so cute. I can't get mad at you. You're so cute. Oh, hello. What? Oh. What's the matter, sweetheart? Oh, you're so cute. Oh. I love my little kitten. Yes, I do. I love my kitten. Yeah. Cute little thing. You are one lucky kitten, Out of all the wild kittens behind the fresco y mas, you're the only one that somebody found, gave to me. And instead of being, living on the street or being run over, now you get to live with me. Yes. If I was a kitty, I'd love to live here. You get all that meat. You get all that attention. And as long as you're nice and friendly, You're a personal pet. You'll probably live anywhere from 18 to 21 years, like all my other cats. And you only have to go to the vet once in your life, which will be pretty soon, because as soon as you start urinating around, you're going to get your nuts cut off. But until then, you get to keep them. Look at that face. Oh, my goodness. You are looking like a panther. You know that? Let's hold you up to the camera here. Let me change the view. All right, here we go. Come on, Milton. Let's say hi to all our friends. Here we are. Oh, yeah. Now, how can you resist that cute face? Look at that cute little kitten. Oh, my goodness. You look like a little panther. There we are. Okay. What a good kitty you are. You're very nice. Anyway, let's see what we got here. Your phone is off the hook. Yeah, that was Milton. He knocked it over. Dial tone, right? Well, thankfully I fixed that. Dr. Chafee is a very handsome man. He's definitely a role model of excellent health and what Carnivore can do. And not only that, he has that easygoing attitude that a lot of us carnivores have. Compare Dr. Chafee to, let's say, Dr. Michael Greger. Oh, boy, what a difference. Or Neil Barnard or any of those vegan doctors. Compare him to, let's say, Mick the vegan. You know what I notice about the vegans that's really funny? Whenever you try to challenge them, they go, they have this phony laugh. And I guess you would call that condescending because they figure that they're better than anybody else. See, veganism is not science. It's a religion. The idea is don't eat any animal products, period. Whatever evidence there is that the animal products are beneficial, you ignore that. You simply use religious sort of dogma, and then you convince people that that's something that is good because I say so. Not because it's actually good, but because I say so. Yep. Dial tone and more. Oh my. Hey, you know, I'm hearing a busy signal. Yep. That's because Milton knocked the phone off. But we fixed that. Okay, let's see. All right. You are correct. Instead of the bat phone, it's the cat phone. Mm-hmm. He's too funny. I love that cat. Uh-huh. I used to love sour gummy bears and worms. I would eat the whole pack. Also sour straws. That sounds awful. I mean, if I wanted to eat worms, I'd go dig some up in the yard. Or I'll just let the ducks eat it. Yeah, that's right. I was eating donuts last week, and I was going to test my glucose, and I woke up. That sounds like a nightmare. How could anybody actually want to eat a donut? Donuts are disgusting. I tell everybody donuts are something you do, not something you eat. Get on the ATV or Bobcat and do some donuts. I used to dream about Derek from Grey's Anatomy and David Tennant in Doctor Who when I was rushing on them badly. I'm not sure who they are, but you should have trained judo. My dad was into judo. That was his thing. He even had his own judo school or whatever they call that back in the 60s. So that was it. Liz, that's hysterical. Trying to get my teeth on. Huh. Did you eat sleepy lizards? No, the lizards were running away when I got them. Okay. All right. It's your height. You could probably put a triangle choke with your long legs. Well, that is true. That is very true. I had a mango on Christmas Day. Well, I hope you live in Florida because otherwise you had to get one of those imported mangoes. Okay. Now, let's take a look. Homestead House. Notice that you have capital O. All right. So, no, this is not the real Carrie Mann. But whoever you are, I love that you're here. Thank you so much. all participation is good. But no, that is not the real Carrie Man. In fact, let me do a little experiment here. Let's see what we have here. Let me go over here. I'm glad that you're here. I'm really happy about that. Let's see. YouTube. There we are. Okay. Now, let's go to my channel. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead. Now, if I go to the channel, let's see. Go to channel. Okay. So as you can see, that is not the real Carrie Man. But that's okay. I'm happy that you're here. Thank you for coming to my channel. I really appreciate the participation. All right, let me go back and let's see. All right. Milton is a cutie, even if he's naughty. That's just the nature of the beast. All right, so we answered that question. Well, thank you, Lori. I'm glad that you're here. And enjoy your visit with your dad. Do it while you can, because there comes a time when it's no longer possible. The last time I could visit my dad was in 2012, and that was in the hospital. But I did spend a lot of time with my parents, and this is why when my parents died, I did not, and I mean did not. I didn't even cry about it because I expected it. You know, one of the things that is guaranteed is that we're all going to kick the bucket. It's only a matter of when it happens and under what circumstances. If you kick the bucket because someone took you out, well, that's something you get upset about. But if you kick the bucket because you're old and your time is up, you know, that's why many people have faith, because eventually you're going to kick the bucket and that's it. So, and then it's up to whatever you believe after that, God or decomposition or whatever. But anyway, all of us start out as dirt, and we all go back to some form of dirt, whether the dirt is from combustion or from deterioration. But we still go back to dirt. You don't fall for it. I enjoy playing with these people, but I know for a fact, and I can tell you, Carrie is way too busy to spend any time on my channel. If he does view my channel, it may be a very short amount of time, because a lot of times I'll do that too. I don't spend, I may turn on somebody's video and listen to it, but I normally am doing something else. And remember, I'm a poor guy with very little work. So imagine if you were somebody like Carrie with the family, a movie theater, traveling all around to make his video or whatever, his movie. He don't have time for that. So that's fine. Even when I go into his chat, he never even says hi anymore. He's just way too busy. I don't even think he says hi to Bill Knott anymore. He's just overwhelmed. So anyway, yeah, do you see how the O's are zeros? Yes, I did. And Milton is there. Well, factory work is tough. I know I've done some tech work for different factories and bakeries. They had the Flowers Bakery. I did tech work for them years ago. It's just sort of a fast-paced environment. I don't know how anybody could work there for long periods of time. Caretake 24, yeah, see, feral neighborhood cats. And they can breed quite a bit. All right, let's see. All right, so things are going to get really fun. Bye, Lori. Same here 13 years ago. Dr. Chafee, a handsome man, but Dr. Kiltz is a stud. He looks like the offspring of Billy Idol and Fran Lebowitz. Well, isn't he like 70 years old or something like that? I'm really nice. It's, I think, yeah. And the thing about Dr. Kiltz, although the first time I saw him, I thought he was a used car salesman, he's actually quite entertaining. I like him. It's one of those people, the more you get to know him, I think the more you'll like him. I don't think obviously I don't think he's a scammer. I think he's a good guy. He's just a little different. But you know what? In the carnivore community, I think all of us are kind of different. I would host Mr. Rick to a heart attack cook-off. Please clean your yard out first. Well, my yard is going to stay exactly the way it is. It is a natural forest community. Mick the Vegan is so sickly looking. You know, I don't even know. I mean, Mick the Vegan, he has a strange looking face. I'm sure his body is better than mine, but his attitude is weird. You know, he doesn't look like the kind of person that anybody could be friends with. He looks like somebody that's super self-righteous and just doesn't care about anyone except himself. We never see carnivores at Salad Works outside screaming at people. Yeah. Can you imagine they'd be outside Sweet Tomatoes when they were in business? Save the tomatoes, save the lettuce. It's funny. Lettuce, Ray. Don't mention, yeah, right? Used to be a candy freak too. Looks like Utrol is back. Homestead How. That is right. But we're going to have fun because around here, we don't fear the trolls. We have fun with them. Krispy Kreme donuts in 2 years isn't bad. They were tasty. God, I hate donuts. I don't know how anybody can eat them nasty donuts. Queensland mango. I'm not familiar. I'm familiar with Hayden and Kent and all those mangoes. In fact, I was teasing Tom at the Lizard Avocado Farm because he was talking about Kent mangoes. I said, hey, you remember when Kent had the micronite filter? If you're old enough, you probably remember those commercials. I am the real deal. For you to question me is blasphemy. Oh, this is going to be fun. Yeah, right? I love it. This is just so much fun. Is there a connection between red meat and psoriasis, or is it more likely as a result of not eating enough, not including much fat? That I don't know. I don't know anybody that has psoriasis. Thankfully, I've never had it. But if you check out, well, I mean, you got, what's his name? Lash, I forget his real name, but they call him Lash. He had serious skin issues, and carnivore diet helped him. And also on Dave Mack's channel, there was a couple of people that had psoriasis that they cleared it up with the carnivore diet. But then again, you have you have Nia Nova. You've probably seen her channel, and she deals with psoriasis. She's tried the carnivore diet. It improved, but it didn't go away. So I think a lot of it is going to be individualized, but I don't think the red meat makes it worse. And that's another channel. I know some people don't like some of these channels, but Nia Nova, I like her channel. You know, I know that like most people, she has some type of product or service, but I think her attitude's good, and she's a good person, in my opinion, takes care of her family. I mean, you do the best you can. None of us are perfect. We're all going to have health issues. It's like my chronic sinus condition. I never got rid of that, and I've been on the carnivore diet most of my life. I just learned to live with it. If people don't like the fact that I have to sniffle once in a while, too bad. You don't have to look or listen to me, but I feel good otherwise. I love my life. It's pure gold, yes. Hi, Carrie. Or should I put Carrie? I'll spell it differently. Hi, Ricky. Okay. How are you this morning? Well, thank you, Mr. AI. Still breathing, so yeah, right? Okay. I become a mess. Yeah. I don't even remember the day that my dad died. I know it was in May, but I've just kind of forgotten it, you know. Yes, they're having protests here in Miami. They're having the No Kings protest. I think Miami and Miami Beach. It's nowhere around here. The problem with Rick is he eats bananas and mangoes. I haven't had either one this year, but I have eaten them in the past. Sir Quack, it is missing. There's no problem with Rick. Rounded them all before and had them fixed. That's it. Control the population. It's like the ducks. You can't fix a duck, but if you eat all the male ducks and then you eat the eggs, the duck population is stable, so that's good. With cats, you got to get their nuts cut off, or, you know, Mama Kitty modified. Oh, Milton's falling asleep. Look at how cute little Milton is. He's such a good kitty. Sweetheart. Right. That's it. And last time when I clicked, see, the last time I had somebody that said Homestead How, and I clicked. I didn't show it to you on the screen, but I clicked the go to the site. It came up with a blank site. So I figured, let me have some fun. But the best way to deal with the trolls is to have fun with them. You can block them, but you know what they're going to do? They're going to keep popping up. They'll change their name. They have ways of getting in. So we just have fun with them. We have no problem with Rick Silly Man, yes, or Silly AI Computer. I remember that too. They were trying to aggravate Mitch, but Mitch wasn't stupid. He figured it out. Had to quit. Okay. Haven't had mango since 2020. Well, good for you. And here's what I say. If you have to go to the store to buy a mango, mango doesn't grow in your area, you should never eat mango. I think if you're going to eat fruit, you need to eat local fruit. Now, eating too much fruit is going to make you into a fruitarian. You're going to have no muscle mass, and you're going to have diabetes. So that's not a good thing. Bowen mangoes are phenomenal. I want to make a video one of these days about different mango varieties and the history of mangoes, because the Miami area used to be a center for mangoes. Today, it's all apartment buildings, but we did have a lot of mangoes and avocados. Florida has a very nice agricultural past. The problem is they've given it up in the pursuit of debt-fueled profit. And again, the issue is the central bank. Yeah, okay, I'm the president of YouTube. Well, thank you, Mr. President Thomas. Maybe you can help me get more views. See, psoriasis was a direct result of seed oils. For some people, that could be it. That's very true. The issue is Rick takes dead iguanas from the road to eat. We cannot promote that on the big carnivore channels. Well, there you go. But I have bad news for you. I'm still going to eat iguana. That's fine. And eating roadkill, deer, iguana, whatever. If I come up on a roadkill and it's still good, it's not rotten, I'm throwing it in the back of my truck or van, and I'm taking it home and cutting it up. If I'm on my bike, I'm going to grab it and stick it in my burlap bag, and I will cut it up. So that won't change. Rick, what are your thoughts on the sugar diet? I'm betting dentists and doctors will benefit big time. I'm betting people will get major dental problems and diabetes. I think the sugar diet is the stupidest thing I've seen in a long time, but at least they're being honest. They're telling you could lose weight, and I tell them, yeah, you're going to lose a lot of weight because all your teeth are going to rot out and you won't be able to eat anymore, or you're just going to get diabetes and then you'll be in the ground decomposing and then you'll lose a lot of weight. So that's important. Sandy says, yes, last healed completely. He was so bad. And again, I like the idea that he wants to set up a carnivore retreat. I hope he can find a way to get the resources to do that. Seems like a good guy, and I do believe that if he gets the opportunity, he can make some interesting things happen. I can only imagine the suffering he had to go through. I have to remind myself how bad it is to have skin conditions. If I just go over to the velvet bean and I get hit with that nasty itching, I can only imagine how bad it would be to have to live like that. 4 weeks of carnivore return when I had a cheap meal slice of pepperoni pizza. It's really amazing how something as simple as a pizza could cause problems. It's like me. If I eat pizza, I get horrible diarrhea. Questions for the chat. Was inflammation a problem when not on the carnivore diet? This is why I went carnivore. If I ate bread or processed sugar, I would wake up fully inflamed. Well, if anybody has answers to that, please post it. Could be a hygiene issue. Could be oxalates. Well, if you have itchy areas, hit it with some beef tallow. What are your thoughts on milk dairy in general? I stopped drinking milk at age 20. I don't think that milk is necessary or beneficial for adults. However, I do ferment yogurt and I eat cheese. So I think that fermented dairy is actually pretty good. So that's a good thing. It's up to you, though. Some people do react badly to dairy. Homestead How. Next time, at least don't forget the capital S in your channel name. Okay. I hurt so bad all over. Second day on carnivore, pain gone. 7 months carnivore now. There you go, Sandy. There you go. Yeah, that's right. Should have made his channel name Homestead Ho. That's funny. Hey, somebody might do that. That'd be funny. I'm back. Where's Milton? Milton is right here. Let me show you where Milton is. Let me switch the view and show you where Milton is. My hand is being kept prisoner by this very nice and very sleepy sweetheart. Hello. You are such a cute kitty. I love you so much. Look at that pretty cat. Anyway. All right. Okay. Is there truth to how eating such things as apples and celery is good for oral health and how it stimulates saliva production and cleans teeth? Well, I don't eat any of that stuff, and I brush my teeth about once a day with baking soda and lard. And even though they are crooked, you can see I still have all of my teeth, and they do not hurt. So, and I've never had gum issues, so I've done pretty well. And my bottom teeth are very crooked from when I was a kid, and I've never had any problems. So, I don't think apples and celery is important. I think that just avoiding sugar. And if you do eat sugar, I think it's important to brush your teeth. But if you eat a traditional diet, I don't have a problem. And I never get dry mouth. I don't have any issues. And you know what was the last year I went to a dentist? 1986. Okay. An iguana a day keeps the doctor away. Well, there you go. And happy birthday. Well, thank you. How old is Milton? Did he come from a shelter or friend? He's so cute. Love Milton, meow. Well, if you see the story about Milton, my neighbor across the street found him during Hurricane Milton in the middle of the street on 137th Avenue, and he said he was running in between traffic and whatever, so he stopped to pick him up. He was going to keep him for an outside pet, but his mother's allergic to cats. So he went around the neighborhood trying to see who he could give him to, shows up at my door, and I'm thinking, oh, great. I don't need another pet. But he had this little kitten in his hand, and I looked at him, and I saw the little kind of greenish eyes looking at me, and a little black kitten. I'm thinking, well, what could be wrong with having another pet? So I decided, yes, I'll take him. And that was back in October. He was probably a month old or less when we got him. So I would say October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. He's not a year old yet, but he's getting there. He's such a good kitty. Yes, he is. So funny. I'm so happy. Cavities and gum disease was told went away after Carnivore. Well, there you go. You can do that. All right. That's funny. If you donate dollars to Dr. There you go. Well, the real Carrie actually did interview me twice. It was in the 12-hour and the 24-hour live stream. But hey, let's have fun with this character. I like it. Hi, Sandy. Okay. All right, let's see. Right? Carrie is brown skin. Might be. Who knows where that's coming from? What would you suggest deep frying fish in, like grouper and mahi-mahi? I love grouper and mahi-mahi. I've cooked it many times myself, and I generally use beef tallow. The best way to fry fish is beef tallow. Now, one of those things, you could also use lard, yes, but I do prefer beef tallow. The other thing is that it will put a fishy flavor into whatever you fry it in, but if you're like me and you love fish, it's not a problem, but I'd use beef tallow. I hear police cars out there. I like Homestead. You're right. Okay. He's got a hell of a tan. Okay. All right. I think there's a glitch here. That is so funny. Do you know of an old school device I can wire in line with my water heater to monitor power consumption? Yeah, you can buy a watt meter. They sell one of those that you can put across the line in parallel. They do sell them. You just have to wire it in. You could do it at the electrical panel or you could do it at the water heater itself. But they do sell those things on it's different websites. I've seen them on eBay, Amazon, but they do sell that. Now, what I do, I make my hot water from the air conditioner. I actually wired up, I plumbed in a heat exchanger. I wired up a pump, and I get lots of hot water from the air conditioner. See how popular you are. You have a troll. Well, that's very good. And I have a troll based on all of our favorite Carnivore channel. All right. Way of eating heals many things. I will give you a call to prove it. Well, you know what? You're welcome to call me. Let me go ahead and put in that phone number. Okay. We'll put that in there, and then we will highlight it. Uh-oh. What is going on here? There we go. All right. Anyway. What is it, buddy? Does it work? Yes, it does. All right. You sweet little cuddles. You're my little cuddles. You're so cute. Yes, you are. Right, Milton? Oh, you're a sweetheart. I like you. Okay, let's see. Plants is medicine, yes. Plants is food, no. I agree. Hopefully Rick will hide, block the carry imposter. I could block at any time, but what's the fun in that? Yes. Go right ahead and call me, Carrie. I'm getting a kick out of this. You know, it's entertaining. Remember the last time this happened 2 weeks ago? No problem. All right. I used to eat an apple a day, but haven't for a few years. I think my teeth are less transparent, but my gums get dry, and I think it's coffee. Yeah, it could be. I don't drink coffee, so I don't know. I don't have any trouble with my teeth and gums. They feel fine. And I chew ice constantly. You know, I was told that that would destroy my teeth. The only way I chip my tooth is when I was eating an iguana that a friend of mine had shot, and it had buckshot in it, and I ended up cracking one of my teeth, but I never got it fixed, and it's still there. It hasn't fallen out. Yes, Carrie, please call into Rick's Live. Yes, please do. The real Carrie actually has my cell phone number. Aha. Well, I don't have Carrie's number, and I don't think he wants my number because he's too busy. He's got a life to live, and he's got stuff to do. He doesn't have time to waste with a quack. Right, little Milton? Yeah. In fact, I will call into the shoe. Okay, well, where's my shoe? It's around here somewhere. Okay. I will call into my shoe. Hello? Can you hear me? I'm Maxwell Smart. Yes. This one doesn't work. I guess size 15s don't work as a phone. What you doing, Milton? Huh? You silly little Milton. Look at that little fluffy tail. Look at that fluffy tail. He's a good kitty. All right. Anyway, let's see what's going on. See, my channel is about having fun. Yep. And you can check out my videos. Okay, show. Well, there we go. Okay, that is true, Aaron. A real person actually does. Good for you. Good. So true. Tell Carrie to call into the live. Carrie is not going to call in my live. He's too busy. He's probably having fun with his family now. Or he's over there at the movie theater. Or the guy's got too much to do. There you go. It's Carrie. Yeah. Yeah, I know that. Of course you don't. Computers don't bite. It's corny. I already knew it wasn't. Yeah. No, I never heard of that. I'll have to look that up. And there's the challenge. You can call in whenever you want. Papa wanted to ban me, so. Well, everybody has their opinion. I can delete anyone I want at any time. But as Annabella says, this is great entertainment. That's right. That's what we're here for. We're here to have fun. And by the way, if any of you know the real Carrie, he's free to call in to the show. We can have a nice conversation. I bet he'll be very entertained by these fake Carries. It's quite funny. I like it. I think I gravitate more to you and your channel and a few others like Thomas because it's not big time. It's just normal people, if that makes sense. Yes, if you call yourself normal, I'm not sure I do. Well, I'm not normal, but, I'm an approachable person. I am somebody that, you can do that. Will the real Carrie ring? I doubt it. He might. The real Mitch got on to Thomas's channel. I'm sure one of these popular carnivores will drop in my channel one of these days, but they don't have to. Yes, I'm having fun with a troll. That's the way I am. It's amusing. You don't see this every day. Just remember, when you answer the phone, tell them they're on a recorded line. Well, they don't have to. They already know they're on a recorded line. Milton, stop that. You're always rolling over. Come on, you silly thing. You click the mouse. You play with the controls. It's like Barkay. He has the yellow teddy bear twiddling the knobs. Well, that's not a real animal. I have a real animal, the Black Menace, who plays with everything. Yes, you're such a sweetie. I love you so much. What a good kitty you are. Okay. Carnivore drama. That's right, Peter. Exactly. That's one of the reasons I think people hate me. Because they try to offend me. They try so hard. It's like when the salesmen come here and they're trying to get you to sign up for their new windows and new doors and home improvements. I have salespeople call me. I should start recording some of them. I had one call me. Oh, we have this program where we can loan you money to improve your home. I'm like, improve my home? How can I improve my home? It's the way I like it. Oh, you can get new windows. Oh, no. I want jealousy windows. What's that? You can remodel your bathroom. My bathroom has pink tile in it. You won't give me pink tile anymore. Come on. You're going to put one of those low-flow toilets where you got to flush it 4 times just to get the turd down. And I got the big toilet. You're going to cover up my terrazzo floor? No. I don't want to change my house. I like it the way it is. And it's just really funny, They try to make you feel guilty. Like, your kitchen. My kitchen has got termites, but it's original. I have the original gas stove and oven. Works fine. Why would I change that? The only time I want to change it, when I'm ready to move, and I'm going to replace everything, because they're just going to throw it in the garbage anyway, so who cares? You spend all your money remodeling a house, what's the first thing the next person does? Tear it all out and do it again. I think we should just sell our houses stripped. They'd be worth more that way. Okay. All right. That's funny. I'll give you a free 30-day membership if you ask nicely. No. Come on. Okay, I feel the same. This is classic. I love it. It's pretty funny. Okay. Let's see. All right. Call issue. We're waiting for you to call. All right. Enjoy your sleep, Josephine, and I'll see you next time. I think heat is worse for teeth than cold because how it expands. It's possible. What do you think is to ban people? Yep. Yeah. That's what happened the last time, as you know. Well, that's I That's what I expect. You have my son. Wow. Well, good. I'm glad. I just hope I can get more people, especially younger people, to try this lifestyle and see. Instead of calling this guy Kerry, we should call him KTF. Well, it seems like every 2 years I get that, but that's pretty nice. All right, let's see what we got here. If I never told you this before, Rick, you are the carnivore community. The other big timers have lost the plot. Well, that's an interesting way of seeing, Homestead How. Yep. There you go. You know what? We may be able to train this AI to do what we want. So we're not going to ban him. Now, let me tell you something, what my rules are when it comes to chat. I will ban somebody for personal attacks against other people or any kind of threat. But you want to have fun with humor, go ahead and do it. It's just words, not going to hurt anybody. And it's probably a computer doing it anyway. So let's see if we can train the AI to do what we want. I'm tempted to make a fake Homestead How. Yeah, join the chat, argue with this. Why not? That would be kind of funny. Oh, I love it. That's just way too funny. Homie, call in or go home. Okay. Okay, folks, time to go to the movie theater and to sell seed oil, popcorn, and candy, even though I'm a big-time carnivore. Well, you know what? It's like me. I grow and give away fruit all the time. I'm over there stuffing mangoes down their throat, and I'm having a steak myself. And you know what? It doesn't bother me. And actually, even though we know this isn't the real Kerry, it's kind of nice that he does that, because if you tell people no, they're going to want to do it more. So that's what I tell people. Eat all the fruit that you want. You want more mangoes? I'll give you a bucket full. You can eat mangoes until you can't even swallow another mango. You'll have such a sugar high, you won't want to eat a mango again. It's like when I was a kid, you know what a lot of parents used to do? Oh, we have a phone call, a real one. Hello.
Hi, Rick. It's Kerry.
Hey, what's going on?
Hi. It's Annabella, actually.
I figured.
I thought I'd say hi.
Well, I'm glad you did. We're having a good time with this one.
I know, it's been pretty funny. I wanted to tell you I've gone for 3 walks this week, which is a big deal for me.
That's great.
Yeah, because I've got a real problem with my left leg. And it's all because I've gone high-fat carnivore. So I went for a 45-minute walk, and then a 23-minute walk, and then a 30-minute walk. So, and no major problems. So that's been exciting.
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of times with anybody, if you're able to move around, usually the circulation, the stretching, and all that is going to relieve some of that inflammation. One of the biggest problems I've seen, like with my own parents, when you get something hurts, they don't want to move. That's like my friend that tried carnivore, but he ended up dying of a heart attack because he wouldn't get up and move around. I kept telling him, I said, look, if you want the lifestyle to work for you, you need to move. And then the more you move, the less you'll hurt. But some people just don't get it.
For me, well, I do need surgery, but it's just been life-changing. I've had recently, maybe like the last month or so, 400 to 500 ml of cream a day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that is in ounces or whatever, but it's about, say, like 2 cups of cream a day. And I've lost about, just going by looks, about 4 to 5 kilos, which I think is around like 10 or 11 pounds. So that's just with a huge amount of cream. It's just been life-changing for me, Rick.
Well, that's great. I'm glad. See, at least you have that option. That's the main thing. A lot of times people just don't try it, and then they don't know what they're missing.
That's right. Well, there's a little bit of a leap of faith, because everybody would be saying, oh, you can't have cream on carnivore and lose weight. So it was a bit of, leap of faith, but it's turned out, and it's just been incredibly life-changing. Also, I've been doing this sort of diet called X150, but doing a carnivore version of it. So it's basically unlimited fat throughout the day, and then just very small meat fish, which is hard because we're carnivores, we love the meat.
Right.
But it's really been helping me a lot, and I'll just sleep so deep with all that fat as well. So I'm feeling very, very thankful because I've been in agony for a long time. So it's definitely been helping me.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's good that you can relate your experience, because I think if more people, they could see examples of others that they've tried this approach and it's getting better, and they go, well, what have I got to lose? You get to the point where you have nothing left to lose, and you just lose it and say, forget it, I'm going to try it and see what happens. My biggest concern, though, is a lot of people, they tend to over-promote the carnivore diet. It's going to fix everything, and then when they don't get the results that they expect, they give up, and they don't take the time. I said, look, the carnivore diet may work for you, but it may be somewhere in between. You may have to add, like you said, some people do good with dairy. I do great with dairy. If I don't have dairy, my energy level is just not like it normally is. I could never eat the so-called lion diet. I mean, I've done it before, but after a week or two, you just start to fizzle out. You know what I mean? You just don't have that drive, and sleep starts to suffer. And I've tried it, but when I add the yogurt back in and a little cheese, everything goes back to normal. It's nice and stable. So I think there's a lot more to it than some people are promoting. But again, a person that's extremely obese, maybe they can do the lion diet. It's like Dante Ferrigno, or you have Bill Knott. You have people that have all this reserve fat, and they have all this in their system. They can do it, and they're fine. But if you're skinny and you have other problems like autoimmune conditions, it may not be beneficial.
Well, everybody's so different, and you just can't expect that'll work for everyone. And, I mean, I've had to play around a bit. And, and maybe in a year's time or 6 months' time, I'll need to do something else because things always change.
Right.
That's just life sometimes. You got to, your body might want something one day and then the next. I try to go like that. I'm doing the X150. But, some days, like, I need more meat today. And then I do that. Or I want some eggs, and then I'll have that. So that's how I try to do it. I think because I used to study natural medicine a long time ago, and I've got an acupuncturist that would always talk about, listening to your body. Actually, my acupuncturist, he's very pleased with me and how I'm going on carnivore. He wouldn't go carnivore. He says, I love my pasta too much. He's Italian.
Right.
But he supports me on carnivore, and he gives me massages. I go in about, say, every 2 or 3 weeks. And once I started having a lot of cream in my diet, he could feel it different in my muscles. They weren't as tight. So it's just interesting. It's just interesting.
Well, that's it. And see, that's why being dogmatic is going to work against the carnivore community. If you just keep telling people, well, you have to eat only meat. They say proper human diet, and they have terms like, what is the other term? You shouldn't eat any carbohydrates ever, and all this other stuff. Say, well, if you're a person that's grown up that way, maybe you're an Eskimo or something like that, you've always lived that way, then yes, your proper diet is just going to be meat with nothing else. But most of us have grown up with other foods, and your body changes its composition. I mean, the body you have now, even if you look the same as you did 20 years ago, every cell is different. Every part of your body's been replaced.
Yeah.
So, except maybe teeth and certain bone, structures. But basically, you're not the same person. So if you were eating a standard diet when you're younger, you get older, you have problems, you switch to the carnivore diet, there may actually be a time when the carnivore diet by itself just doesn't do it, and you may have to add some other plant-based foods, maybe fermented foods, because you have other people, Frugal Prepper. There's a couple of other YouTubers that tried the carnivore diet, and it just didn't fix everything for them, so they had to add some plant material. It's like my friend that was ex-vegan. He tried so hard to be on the carnivore diet. He even tried the lion diet, and it just made him feel miserable. He had so many problems. Rick, what should I do? I said, all you got to do is think about how you used to eat. Think about what plants were your favorite and just start adding them back in one by one and see what happens. And that's what he did. He added in plants, and then he found out he could eat onions and broccoli, and I forget what else he's eating, but he has no problems. And then the health, it like reversed, and he went better than he was at the beginning. So he's still on the 50% meat diet, and then everything else, you know, the eggs and some dairy and some plants, and he's doing better. I don't ever think I've seen him that healthy. I've known him almost 20 years, and I've never seen him that healthy before. And it's a mixed diet. It's not a pure carnivore diet, but it works for him.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. I mean, not everybody is going to go carnivore, but I think if you just say, well, just eat meat, eat eggs, have butter, cream, and then just do what works with you. Like my mum, no way she would go carnivore, but I just encourage her to eat meat, and she's doing it. She's actually been having a lot of cream recently because she grew up on a dairy farm. My puppy would have all the cows and everything, and she told me she's lost weight having cream, but she also eats sweets, but she doesn't eat a lot every day, and she's in her garden for, you know, sometimes like 3 hours or more a day, and she's getting the sunlight, so it works for her. And she does things that, I mean, I can't even do what she can do yet because of, you know, how I need all my surgeries, but she's found, you know, she just does well. But like one of my recipes, my carnivore shepherd's pie recipe, I've noticed that when I make that, when I'm with her, she's so much calmer. So I think she would benefit to not have as many veggies. But, you know, you can't make people, you know, it's got to be an inward thing that you want to do. But I've definitely noticed she's less anxious when she eats, you know, doesn't have as many veggies,
That's it. Well, that's it. You just have to find out what you can tolerate. And I think a lot of times people, they think that more is better. If one thing works for them, they think if they go more extreme, it's just going to work even better. And that's not the way it is. There's a limit as to how much you can do.
Yeah. Like I mean, I was very sick. Go on, Rick.
It's like that superfood concept. People keep talking about superfoods. I said there's no such thing. You know, it's like water. You only need a certain amount of water. If you drink too much, you'll drown and die. I mean, it's like anything else.
I mean, I tried so many things years ago. I had really, really bad chronic fatigue syndrome, and I would try like the goji juice and whatever. But all I needed was meat. You know, I wish I'd known, honestly. I wish I'd known about carnivore. I had tried vegan, I tried vegetarian, I tried food combining where you don't mix carbs with protein. I remember going vegetarian for skin cancer. And I just, at the back of my mind, I still thought meat was good for me. And I just told myself, look, if I really crave it, I'll get it. So it's interesting when you look back on it. There's stuff you already knew that meat was good for you, but it's just that I feel we've all been brainwashed about meat, and then brainwashed about the virtues of fruit and veggies. So I'm just grateful I found carnivore. This is my second time going carnivore. I was actually lion at one point before it was a thing, you know, before Michaela Peterson made it a thing. But yeah, I was carnivore, I think, from say October 2018 till April 2019, and then just things got a bit crazy in my life and I went off it. But it's going to be 2 years in July, and I've just made up my mind I'm going to be carnivore for life.
That's good.
Yeah. Well, Rick, it's pretty late where I am, and I thought I'd just say a quick hi. Thanks for the laughs. Love you lots, and please give Milton a hug from me.
I will, and thank you for calling in. It's very nice of you.
Hi to everyone in the chat. I love you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, there we go. We got to love our viewers, you know. We're very, very, very good people here, I think, out of all of them. Out of all the channels, we're the ones that we really care. Is that my friend? Hold on a second. No. That's the neighbor. Hello, Milton. You little cuddles. You're such a sweet. Look at that little fluffy tail. You're such a good little kitten. Anyway, yeah, nice to have the phone call. It adds to the show. And again, we want to have the most unique of the carnivore shows. Let me catch some of these comments I missed. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, happy belated birthday. Thank you, Danny. And then he said, do you ever use Amazon or eBay for ordering items? I haven't used Amazon, oh my goodness, in 4 or 5 years. What am I sitting on here? Milton, what did you do? What? Sitting on your tail, that's what it is. No, I don't really use Amazon. I don't like them. And eBay occasionally. I think I bought maybe 4 things this year from eBay. That's about it. I try to hit the yard sales. And, you know, I do buy some stuff online. Rock Auto or some of the other auto parts. Love the old school radio talk show vibe. Just wait until I get my new studio finished and I have a background of 1950 ceiling tiles and got my rotary phone on the desk. And of course, I have the correct microphone for it, so we're doing good. Austin Powers, yeah, baby, yeah. What did you and Milton do or eat for your birthday? I had a heart attack burger, and that's what I had. And I also had the rest of the pork that I had in the refrigerator. I'm on the wolf diet, so I can say I'm the only one. Well, there you go. I'm on the house cat diet. Right, buddy? We eat the same thing. I had to stop adding cream to my coffee. It was causing stomach pains and noise. Clearly my gut was angry. Well, that's good. Are you howling? I'm going to try the lion diet in July. Right now I'm lion plus bacon. I ran out of eggs and butter is causing me issues. Well, ditch the butter. No, I sneak attack. He is a lone wolf. Okay. Yep. Is this car limitless, Lindsay? Well, okay. Homestead Ho. Switching from butter. Yeah, there's a wolf there. Huge difference. Okay. Switching from butter to ghee. I could not believe it until I experienced it myself. Took 5 days and bam. And ghee is just basically rendered butter fat. So that's it. Yes, it is limitless, Lindsay. That's right. Why is your hand brown? Strict carnivore and don't go anywhere and eat unless very pops up like a party. Yeah. I'll indulge in a bit of what is there for fun. And that's it. I'm the same way. I don't eat out. It's no king day. Change hand color as well. All right. Hurry up. Limited Lindsay. Whatever. Real Carrie doesn't support kings. Come on, AI. Do better. Yeah. Let's get that AI trained the way that it should be. It was nice hearing you, Annabella. Okay. How was Boston? Okay. We'll get that AI really good. Let's see. The Carrie impersonator is quite prolific. Got to keep that AI fed. You're late again. Go to the movie theater or call Tariq. There you go. That's it. Call it up, Carrie, whatever. Carrie, crackhead. When are you going to post our interview? Can't wait. All right. I was busy on June 27th. Okay. All right. I'll be going to bed soon. Well, when you do, I hope you enjoy your sleep and don't have any nightmares about donuts and gummy bears and whatever. This is the best carnivore community, much better than SBG. Well, I can't say because I've never been in SBG. This would be more like SIG. The steak and iguana group. But anyway, now I have caught up with my comments. Now, one of the great things about being a very small YouTuber is that we can always keep up with the comments. We don't let the comments get away from us. And I'm sitting here with Milton, who, by the way, you probably know what Milton is doing right now. Let me see. Milton seems to be completely out of it. Okay. Let's go back to our great comedy routine. And let's see. Yes. Good night and please sleep safely. Yes. I will be giving away free tickets to my theater for my 3-year in the making documentary. Be on the lookout, folks. Wait a minute. You see it's 3 years? I thought it was 5 years. Maybe it's 10 years. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Your voice sounds like one of my favorite. Yeah. She fought a long battle of breast cancer. Sad. Yes. Nice voice, nice accent. Okay. We all, Aaron says, Homestead Ho. We all know it's a 5-year documentary. Come on. I have a cat too, and we spend a lot of time together, but he is not a cuddler. He's more like a sparring partner. Well, Milton has his moments of being a sparring partner, but most of the time, he just loves to sleep. He loves to cuddle up to me. He was a wild little thing when I first got him. He destroyed my living room. But now, he's a good cat. And I love Milton. I have to admit, I love my cat. To me, he's like the best of the best. I stay with SBG because I love Todd. You know, Todd Bachnes is really great. I really like him. I try to catch him whenever I can. I just don't have enough time. But it's always nice to see him on there. He's got a great story, too. We have so many good people in the carnivore community. It's really amazing, you know. I'm happy that I'm part of it, even though I'm on the outside of it. I'm not in the inner circle, but I am part of the community. The never-ending griftivore. I said this before. Remember, Thomas, I was talking about DIG, the duck and iguana group. I might actually do that because in the carnivore community, there is only one person. You know, think about when you think of carnivores, okay, if you're going to talk about movie theater or you're going to talk about, you know, carnivore documentary, you're going to think about Carrie, Homestead Hal. If you talk about a carnivore beast, somebody that's muscular and active, you're going to think of Dr. Sean Baker. When you think about plants are trying to kill you, who do you think about? Anthony Chafee. You know, it's the stories that matter. Who do you think about? You think about Dr. Kiltz. So there's a lot of people out there. Oh, and when you think about Uncle Fester, you think about Dr. Nelson. So everybody has their little carnivore thing. But when you say quack quack, or you say iguana, or you talk about ducks, or you talk about entropy, or you know, that would be who else? And there's nobody else like me in the carnivore community ever. How many people sit here, you know, this way, stretching out, doing like almost like yoga and just talking away. I also have done stand-up talks, and I'm probably going to do that when I do my videos. I want to start making some edited videos, and I'll do that standing up because I think you can project your voice better when you're standing up. What I don't like are gaming chairs, and I'm not saying, you know, that I'm against people using them, but I think a lot of the influencers that use a gaming chair, I hate those things. They're ugly, and that's just my opinion. If you're going to sit in a chair, I'd like to have a low back chair. That way you don't have that silly thing behind you. And it's probably because I don't like the whole gaming scene anyway. I have friends that always were into video games, and I just don't see the point of it. I'd rather hop on the bicycle and go out there and feed the ducks than play a video game. The whole virtual cyber or whatever doesn't appeal to me. But anyway, I love cats. Even saw cats on Broadway. Meow. Cats are awesome. My accent is a bit of a hybrid. I used to sound more English when my dad was alive. My dad was English. Well, again, we appreciate you taking the time to call in. That's really nice. Only 200 more interviews. Well, you know, I think it is funny that of all the carnivore documentaries out there, who is the one person they never include? This guy. And the reason they don't do that is because If they were to put somebody like me in a carnivore documentary, it would scare people. They would turn off the computer. They would run out of the movie theater. They would go into panic. So they don't want a quack. You want people that are more mainstream that they can identify with. Very few people can identify with a quack. And that's one of the reasons why I play it up. Are you on SBG? Yep, okay. I would still enjoy a Rick Hunt's Iguana reality show. Well, that's coming. One of these days, it's coming. I even thought about doing a squirrel shoot because, you know, all the guys I know, like in the past, they used to grow mangoes and avocados, that squirrels destroy the crop. So maybe when I get back with some of these these mango and avocado growers, maybe we'll go on a squirrel shoot and we'll have a squirrel deep frying thing. So we'll shoot the squirrels and we'll fillet them out and deep fry them. So that is a possibility. Their cats are lazy in the house and only observe them. Yeah, it's like they're watching a movie. Well, my cat is not lazy. Wherever I go, he goes. He loves falling asleep. He's so cute. Yes, you are. You are the cutest cat ever. Yeah, okay. Again, I don't get in those closed groups, you know. I tell everybody, if you have to pay to be in a community, it's not a real community. It's like going to a casino. All they want is your money. Let's see. Grateful for this live. Watching my beef dehydrate. Trying to get my hand at homemade carnivore bars. Well, someone's trying to make pemmican. Good for you. Cats are the bestest. The thing I like about cats, now I know normally women like cats. Men don't like cats. But I like my cats because you can't force a cat to do anything. I know people, they mistreat their dogs. I like dogs too, by the way. You know, I don't have a problem with it, but dogs can be sort of pushed into submission, but cats, no. If you mistreat your cat, they're going to run away and never come back. And that's what I like about cats. So if your cat hangs out with you like mine does, then you know that you're a good person. That's right, little buddy. You're such a cute little... I love my kitty. I love my kitty. Look at those pretty eyes. Yes. Oh, look who's here. It's Bob. Good morning from Northeast Ohio. Good morning from Miami. And again, if you haven't checked out his channel, on Monday night at 8 o'clock, you have the Carnivore Talk Live, and you can join in. Although most people, I don't think, want to join in, but hey, that's fine. Funny you say Uncle Fester. I saw a live stream last night where one of the guests looked a lot like the real Uncle Fester. That would have to be Dr. Nelson, and he admits it. Rick's studio reminds me of the inside of an old van. Well, with the crappy paneling, that's it. The only difference is old vans don't have neon inside of them. And if they did, well, I can only imagine. That's one of those vans that says, if the vans are rocking, don't come knocking. All right. Hey, Bob. Good to see you. I bet you remember Felix the cat. Felix the cat, the wonderful, wonderful cat. Yep, I remember Felix the cat. I even had some Felix the cat stickers when I was a kid. I actually saw a couple of them floating around here. They were cute. Hope they turn out delicious. Yes. Hi, Thomas. Yes. I'm a singer and on a singing course. I attended the teacher states. You lose up to 30% of your voice power sitting. That is correct. So that's why a lot of times they will stand. Now, in my case, I don't seem to have a problem. You know, my biggest problem is my sinuses, which I can edit that out when I'm making a video. I can delete the sniffling part. But I tell people, if you don't like me, it's too bad because there's nothing I can do about it. It's just one of those things. It's like people that are ugly. You can put lipstick on a pig. You can give a facelift to somebody who's ugly, but they're still going to be ugly. They're just going to look artificially ugly. There's nothing you can do about it. Some people are just physically ugly. But some of those people can be really nice when it comes to personality, trustworthiness, and whatever. And in the end, we're all going to be ugly if we live long enough. So what really makes a person attractive is a combination of the outside and the things that they do with it. Because if you're an attractive person and all you do is cheat and treat people badly, they're going to want to get rid of you. You may be the prettiest gal in the world, But if you keep taking advantage of everyone, sooner or later, when you're over there at the gator land, somebody's going to give you a little push. And Mr. Alligator isn't going to care what you look like. He's only going to care what you taste like. And that's it. And that does happen. You know, there's people, I guess, that go out fishing and they don't come back. They end up food for the fish because they were just not a nice person. Oh, Rick, thank you. I thank you for calling. Anytime. Anybody, anytime you want, you can call in. And unlike a lot of channels, you don't have to show yourself. So even if you're not wearing, if you're wearing pajamas or, you're in the bathtub, you can definitely call in anytime you like. I sing with my eyes. There you go. Okay. Oh, nice. Cold cocktail shrimp, 2 hard-boiled eggs, and burger patties for lunch today at work. Well, that's great, Peter. That sounds delicious. I haven't had shrimp in a while. It hasn't been on sale. I miss my shrimp. I love shrimp. We're having a graduation party for my son today. Well, that's excellent. And I hope eventually your son will join the carnivore lifestyle over time and be another one of us, the young carnivores that have succeeded. Yes. Time to start this wedding. See you all later. I'm glad you were here. Carnivore Milton is still, yes, he is. And he's a good kitty. Oh, he's got such soft fur. I can't believe what a beautiful cat he turned out to be. He's so cute. Yes. I've been eating lots of chuck steak. That's good stuff. My dad with his dogs would squirrel hunt every day on his 10 acres. He didn't eat them, though. Well, if we start shooting squirrels at the avocado grove, why would you throw them away when you could turn them into delicious fried squirrel? Fried squirrel is actually tasty. It's been a while since I had it, but they're definitely cookable. Otherwise, you have a bunch of rotting dead squirrels. It's better to cook them up and compost the rest. Well, Rick, you know why I'm there, remember? Yes, I do. I know why. Because someone was nice enough to give you the opportunity. Okay, let's see. There was an illness. I passed a canal with someone was mentioned. There's iguanas there. Okay. That's a good dream. All right. Rick is the only predator driving a white van or ducks an iguana need to be afraid. It doesn't say free candy on it. It just, it's got ducks and iguana. Ducks and iguana. Yeah, right? 12 iguanas. Okay. Well, obviously, this AI is not working because Dr. Baker did interview me over 2 years ago. So, almost 2 years ago or whatever it was. So, I was also interviewed by Anthony Chafee. So, train your AI correctly if you want to go on a channel. The heart is very important. Yes, it is. I agree. Figuratively and physically. One day, my electrician friend and I picked up his daughter from high school in the work van, and she got mad and called it the creepy stalker van. Well, see, my van has windows on it, so it's not that creepy, but it looks like a mini school bus. And it's funny because around here, they use vans as a school bus, so, that's it. Thought I taught Putty Tat. Still love those old cartoons from going to drive-ins. Miss those times. I do, too. If I had a movie theater, it would be a drive-in. I'd like to have a bowling alley with a drive-in movie theater. And, of course, if it was Rick's drive-in movie theater, it would have one nice barbecue place. And if it was in Florida, there'd be iguanas running all over the place. Here, ducky, ducky. There you go. In my back pocket. There we are. Oh, no. I'm not eating an iguana. I'm not eating anything my cat would be afraid of. Okay. There you go. See? Doesn't matter. When you call in, nobody knows. I've eaten a ton of squirrel. I'm sure over there in Alabama, they eat lots of squirrel. That's a cheap meal over there. As a kid, we had squirrel stew. There you go. If you're going to shoot them, you might as well cook them. The problem with squirrels is they'll eat everything. They'll eat all the fruits and vegetables. I mean, they destroy. They'll take one bite out of a mango or avocado and then move on to another one. That's the way squirrels are. And they get in your attic. They'll chew your wires. So the best way to deal with the squirrel problem is to shoot them. And constipation. Free chunks of bread. I would love to try fried squirrel battered in egg and pork panko. Right, yeah, there you go. You should. Squirrel's tasty. Drive-ins rule. They sure did. You sound like a hillbilly. Look at all these carnivores in Stall City. Try the sugar fast. Well, we got some other, I don't know if it's a troll or what it is, but, you know, carnivores aren't going to want sugar. Okay. Fatties, try the sugar fast and lose weight fast. Well, we see we got a Joe Boyd, whatever the heck that is. I'll tell you one thing. If I'm getting that many trolls, I must be somehow becoming, I don't know, more popular, whatever. So we'll keep the trolls there. Okay. Yes, I admit I'm a hillbilly born and raised. Squirrels eat nuts. Watch out, guys. Hello, Milton. You just sweetie. Oh, my goodness. Milton is so peaceful. You're the softest kitty. Yes, you are. Nice cat. Very soft and cuddly. Love you very much. All right. So, let's see. Oh, yeah. What do we got here? I knew it. My black cat loves the taste of snake. Well, there you go. We don't have that many snakes anymore. When we used to, I used to love to catch and cook rattlesnake. Rattlesnake is a delicious meat. No question about it. Anyway, I don't know. My friend was supposed to come and pick up the scrap metal. Scrap yard closes early. I don't know where he is, but I don't know. It's crazy. Did people unnecessarily use swear words in the past as much as they do today? I hear the F word far too much. When I was a kid, if you used a swear word around your parents, you'd get your mouth washed out with soap. And people laugh at me. They said, that's not possible. I said, yes, it is. I used the F word one time, and my mother went into a panic. She grabbed a bar of soap and stuck it in my mouth and said, go to the sink and wash your mouth out. You can't talk like that. And a lot of times I use the word duck. I say duck it. Because, and somebody says, what did you say? I said duck it. Duck it. You know, if you want to get rid of something, duck it. My mother used to hate that because she thought that it sounded like something else. Ah, duck it. But it was pretty rare. Now, if you went to a construction site or if you were around people that were in the military, well, that was normal. All these people that worked at construction when I was a kid and when I was a teenager, had my first job, like say late 80s, they would say all kinds of words. You know, they use the word, the other word for cat that starts with a P. They use that all the time. And I said, you eat cats? No. You know, that kind of thing. So, and of course, I always use my weird sense of humor to aggravate people. And eventually, like to this day, whenever my friends use a bad word, they always go, oh, I'm sorry, because I don't use that language. Be careful. Why do I hear a beeping sound? Oh, well. Probably Federal Express. Hey, buddy. Hey, sweetie. You're such a good little kitty. I love you so much. Look at that face. That cute little kitten. I'm going to have to put an extra camera so you can have a Milton cam. It's like, what was that guy on the James Bond movie? Ernest Blofeld. He had that white cat. He was always petting the cat. And then Austin Powers, they had Dr. Evil with Mr. Bigglesworth. I think it was also white cat. Well, since I'm a good guy, I have a black cat. So that kind of works out well. Okay, my dad got mad at me for saying crap. Yeah, no kidding. Got to get to the market, VBS. Well, that's it. Got to do what you got to do. Heard the squirrels were looking for you. They think you're nuts. Oh, I know I'm nuts. That's for sure. I wisely disciplined myself to be able to argue without using profanity because I was raising a daughter alone. A good thing I did, or I'd be on the receiving end at this time. And the other thing, too, when you're dealing with people on a professional level, when you use profanity, it really does tend to lower your social standing. It makes you look like somebody who's just sort of a, low life. So being able to avoid the profanity is good. Now, on the other hand, if you hit your hand with a hammer and you're by yourself and you say all those words, it's not really profanity because it's like if a tree fell in the woods, would anybody know it? It's the same kind of thing. Me too. If I swore soap in the mouth, today that would be abuse. But true. I'm telling you, I got the soap in the mouth a couple times. It must have worked because I never did become profane. Let's see. What did I do? It'd be horrible in the woods hunting and attacked by a bunch of squirrels. Yeah. I don't like sort of help, and I think it sounds really attractive. It does. I just hear low-class, trashy language in public advertising wherever I go now. Well, it's the lowest common denominator, but guess what? When the current system collapses, that will change. If people will collapse the central bank debt model, then it's going to rise back the way it was. Then excellence will have to be part of everyone's life. You won't be able to be trashy and a low life and a parasite and be rich. You're going to have to show excellence. I saw a documentary with Stephen Fry about swearing. It was very interesting. Interesting to think about. Have to look that up. Oh, nuts. Yeah, right? Just don't get hit in the nuts. Hi, dear. Speaking of nuts, well, one of these days Milton won't have any either, but that's what happens when you're a kitty cat. We don't want any more black cats in the neighborhood. Okay. Slow-hanging fruit for them. Yes. But you won't find that on my channel. Now, if you go to Barkay's channel, well, then you'll find a lot of that because that's the way that he is. But I'm not like that, and you won't see it. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, Lizzie. I'm glad that you're here. Well, let's see. Do we still have 40 or do we have more? Let's see what we have. Let me refresh this. We have 44. So we're picking up people. That's really good. Now, I had someone actually comment. I did change my image. I don't know. I put it back to the old one. And there it is. And you say, well, who is that? Well, that was me in 1998. So that's what I looked like when I was 30 years old. And then you can see that today I'm not that much different. That shirt wore out, but the orange one is from that same time period, and I can still wear it just fine. This shirt that you see over here, see, that's the other version of that shirt that you see here. This thing's fallen apart years ago. But you can see I don't look that much different. I mean, look, here I am 3 months ago. And there I am. How many years ago? 17? No. Let's see. Yeah, 17 years ago. No, 27 years ago. That's 27 years ago. So if I was 30 years old then, and I'm 57 now, how much have I aged in 27 years? Not too bad. If the carnivore diet was so dangerous, why am I not obese? Why am I not sick? Yeah, I got the sinus issue. What else? And it's like I mentioned in my last video. If you cut your finger off with a circular saw, carnivore's not going to bring it back. If you grew up with serious throat infections and sinus infections and ear infections as a kid, There's damage that was done, and the damage is not going to be fully repaired. But you can live with it. You feel really good, and that's it. Okay, let me go back to the comments. Let's see what we have here. If it's all real people or trolls or whatever. Okay. I think I'm old school. Movies are especially bad. Movies are really boring. I just can't give up 2 hours of my life to watch some stupid movie. I don't know. Why would I spend time watching a TV show or movie for people that I don't know and will never meet when I can go on here on YouTube, I can watch your videos and interact with you, and one day I'm going to meet you. It's just like the Sleepy Lizard Avocado guy. I interacted him with for years, and when I got to meet him in person, I was really impressed. And actually, I think he liked me as well. Him and his wife were very nice to me, and I decided to stay to the end to help them put the stuff away when they had their, their little roof mango, the shelter and all that. I helped them put it away because, again, even though I didn't buy any mangoes, I mean, why would I buy a mango? I give them away. At least I get to meet a real person. And I think that the whole Hollywood thing, most of these actors and sports figures and all that, they're selfish, and the only thing they care about is pleasure for themselves. They could care less about other people. The only reason they even interact with their so-called fans is because they make them money. So I would rather spend my time with you than waste my time with a movie. Now, if I was in the movie, that's a different story. You bet I'll go and watch it. We call those pirate women. I'm glad you don't swear, Rick. Well, I'm glad because that's the way that I am. And look who else is here. Ellen, Scooby the dog, you are here. I'm glad that you're here. I miss you when you used to be on Mitch's live stream, but I know you have work to do, and I know what that is. Yes. 45, okay. Hi, Ellen. I don't watch movies anymore. They're all Democrats, and I don't want to support them, I say. Well, there you go. Even a troll can speak the truth. Although I think Anthony Chafee is probably more handsome. And when it comes to a nicer body, I would definitely go with Sean Baker because can you imagine if I had the same build as Sean Baker, then I'd be in trouble because a lot of the carnivore gals would be after me, probably a lot of the other gals too. And then again, it might not only be the gals that'll be after me. I mean, seriously. And that's a scary thought. Yep. Nope. Hello? Okay. All right. My friend's coming for the scrap metal. I'm going to go outside. Let me take off this shirt, and we'll go ahead and unload that scrap metal. I'll see you. Just stay here. I'll be right back. If you want, let me put the music on if you want to do that, and I'll return. Okay, I have returned. Wow. Okay. I just unloaded the back of my truck with a bunch of scrap metal in my friend's truck. And I guess you would consider that a workout. We were throwing engine blocks, scrap metal, all kinds of stuff. And this is pretty much how I normally look. And I'm just sweating so much that it'll take me a while to cool down. So you'll have to forgive the run-down appearance that I have. As you can see, this is what I normally look like. It's hot, so we'll be all right. Anyway, I gave my friend some bonuses. Now, what are these? They're mangoes. This is the mango that I've grown from a seed. This is the one that everybody loves, and this is your regular, typical Florida mango. This might be a Kent. I'm not sure what it is. These are the two varieties I have in my yard. And my friend is like, well, you want some mangoes? I'm like, yeah, I got plenty of mangoes for you. Anyway, all right. Hopefully I can cool off. Let me get myself some cold water because it's really hot. You know, a lot of people don't understand. The weather here is extremely hot and extremely humid. All you have to do is a little bit of movement and you'll be sweating like crazy. That's why I tell everyone, I laugh when I see these rich people that have a sauna because down here, the sauna is free. Okay, let's see what we got here. All right. Let's get rid of that so you don't have to look at Mr. Ugly. And let's see. All right. Okay. Because it's so normalized, I find myself slipping into using a cuss word more, trying not to. There you go. Nice looking pic, Rick. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like my little montage with the elevator music. Oh, I still got a lot of people here. I didn't scare everybody away. Rick is handsome, just like a wax figure. Okay. How you doing? Carnivore giving you diabetes. If that was the case, I would have died years ago. I don't have no diabetes. I don't believe all moves are Dems. Okay. Will you watch the new documentary Animal or wait for my 5-year documentary release? I don't know where I can watch it. I don't have streaming service. I have no idea. If I happen to see it, I'll watch it, sure. But I don't know how I would. I rarely see a newer movie. I like old movies, though. They're so much better. I agree with that. I watched that old Cousteau. Yeah, right. That was funny. Inspector Clouseau. Oh, my goodness. And then Jacques Cousteau, remember, what was his ship called? Was it the Nautilus? I forget what he called his ship. And at one time, he even had a ship that had sails on it. The Calypso, that's what it was called. The Calypso. And I always joke because I get so much junk when I find something rusted out. I had a carburetor somebody gave me. I said, oh, it's a Jacques Cousteau model because it was all rusty and corroded. But I was able to use parts. Preserved in bacon grease, someone said the other day. That sounds like, yeah, somebody said that on my channel. I watched a good movie today with Bill Nye, English actor. Okay, only one I know is Bill Nye the Science Guy, but love the old movies. Oh, I hear Milton meowing. Just hanging out with the cool kids and the pot. Let me let Milton back in. Oh, my goodness. Let me get some water while I'm at it because, as you probably know, my water is empty. So let me go out there and take care of that. Okay, little Milton. Where's my Milton? Milton one in? Hello, little Milton. Where is he? It's cold. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, that's much better. Anyway. Okay. I lost all respect. Most celebrities with COVID and vaccination. It's an individual health decision to have the COVID vaccine. That is correct. And I told people a long time ago, if you want to get the COVID vaccine, go ahead and get it. But I'm not going to get it because I already had the disease. And I just think it's kind of ridiculous to try to indoctrinate people and scare them, because I tell everybody when they're trying to tell you something and scare you, it's probably not true. I will call in now. Well, you're welcome to call in anytime. Yeah, exactly. Ever notice how athletes and celebrities play the whole environmentalist humanitarian role, but their personal lives reflect otherwise? I don't see any of them like I do, recycling all waste, riding a bike for short trips, and trying to be sustainable, planting trees in their own yard. No, these people all have overpriced exotic cars that pollute the environment. They go on private jets. They go on vacations all around the world. They're not willing to sacrifice one thing because they're basically parasites. They believe that they're entitled to everything. So they want to take it away from what little we have. That's the way it works, you know. It's like what was in the Bible where you have King David had all the women he wants, and then he takes the one wife from the poor guy that was in the army and has him killed. That's typical for these athletes and celebrities. They want what little you have, but they're not going to give you anything. This is one of the reasons I don't listen to what they say, and I don't put any money into any charity, because it's all corrupt. All right, let's see. I love you guys. Lounge music, yep. I feel like we're in a weird Seinfeld episode. This is great. It's nice music. Hey, I picked what YouTube gave me. Quack's got a jet. See you tomorrow. Well, thank you, Jamette. I will see you, I guess, on Mitch's live stream. Hurry up with the doc. You can't rush that. Come on. Please ring. Dr. Kiltz needs to give me more money. Oh, you're too funny. You are too funny. I love AI. One time, my buddy, when we were in our early 20s, I got hit on by an older man in a bar. So, do you go both ways? He said. I can imagine music like this was in the background. You go both ways. Somebody said that, I'd be like, what? Ugh. Incredible. The thing is, the only time someone's going to hit on you is when they're uglier than you. You're not going to find any of the young, good-looking guys hitting on you because it doesn't work that way. It's like with the women, those old guys are always, creepy old guys always after the young gals. They're not man enough to have women their own age. Either that or the women their own age are too smart to waste their time with them. Okay, I don't think that's Carrie. I think it's a troll. Well, we know that. We're having fun with the troll. On my channel, we don't ban the trolls because the problem is once you ban one, they start attacking your channel. So I prefer to engage with them on some level. I know some people get offended by it, but I don't care. I have fun with it. And I was out there slinging scrap metal anyway. My buddy evolved into such an extreme womanizer over the next 2 decades that at this time, he might take the man up on his proposal. Maybe he's bored with women now. Yep, that was an actual restaurant, believe it or not. They had a restaurant called Mitch's Steak Ranch. I thought if Mitch ever saw this, he'd get a laugh out of it. Well, I kind of live with old scenery, so that's it. And the AI says, hi, Scooby. There you go. I love these ads. Who will be coming to the world-famous Monticello? Oh, my goodness. This must be Thomas Jefferson. Oh, come on. It's Montello. You got to get rid of the IC. But I see that this is AI, so fix it. If you want to do it right, you need to do that. The ads are awesome. How? I will not. I don't like parties. I left to watch Aaron's video. We can pause. Oh, Aaron's got a video going now? I have to check that out. Let's see. Let me go through the comments and we'll see if she's having one here. Where the heck is this? Wow, we got a lot of comments here. Look at that. Yep, that's what it was down here. That's before the central bankers pumped it into the $600,000 range for the same dump. That's what the central bankers are doing now. You send me free tickets and a flight to America. That ain't going to happen. Yes. See? Montello. You got to perfect your style a bit to pull it off. There you go. Oh, boy. That's funny. This is so funny. There you go. There you go. I love it. This is way too funny. Well, you can stay here as long as you want. You can come back later if you want. Carrie's not here, but hey, new cooking video dropping today. Are those 420 brownies? Yeah, Rick is probably, yeah. My friend came to pick up the scrap metal. I'm always getting rid of crap. How do I doubt that Emma can carnivore brownies? Oh, it's just silliness. What's that? Okay. That was weird. I heard somebody talking. It was coming through the phone system. Very strange. Anyway, soft bacon more than chocolate. I hate chocolate. Chocolate's disgusting to me. I don't like it. Peanut butter cups. But only one Hershey's Kiss candy. I'd rather kiss the cat than eat that nonsense. Yeah, it is a joke. Trust me. It's funny. I love these trolls. It just cracks up. I need to get back to the... Yes. I don't think anyone's as skinny as me except for a vegan. I'm the only carnivore that can out-thin any vegan. And as you can see, I mean, I could be iguana rider instead of durian rider. Okay. If I donate $500 to chat, will you eat a mango live on air? Well, sure. I'll go ahead. I got plenty of mangoes. My yard's full of them. I'll eat a whole mango. How's that? I know it won't happen. You have the reverse alfalfa calico. I go, yeah, right? What's your favorite meat? Okay. Yep. There you go. Well, we know the real Carrie likes ribeye, but hey. All right. I couldn't get into it, though. I tried many times. If I had audio, I could have listened to it. Okay. There we go. Keep asking that AI questions. Mm-hmm. That's right. Isn't that the case? Love the trolls. All views should be welcome. They're all welcome. Don't worry. On my channel, they are. AI bots craving for answer. This is better than watching TV. AI does humor. Yes, it does. Solid actor. I'm looking at the page. That was a Dayland Mall. Dayland Mall is still there. It just doesn't look the same. Looks like crap now. Where'd he go? Must be when that thing was on. Rick, that was Carrie trying to call you on your phone line. Kiri, okay. I didn't see the phone ring, though. Really? Well, how come it hasn't rang? Let me see. No? It hasn't rang. Well, anyway, I'm here now, and I've caught up with the comments like I always do. And let's see how many people we lost when I was out loading scrap metal. We had 45, and now what do we have? We're down to 39. Okay. So we lost 6 people. Not too bad. Now, let's talk about who else is on. Let's see. All right. Oh, who did I get recommended? Heart Attack Grill. Infomercial. Okay. All right, so let's see here what we got. All right. Oh, here we go. Well, okay, so her live is going to be at 2. Okay, so we're not interfering with her chat. Live in 2 hours. There we go. That's good. It's 11, 12. Yeah, I'm sure we'll be off by then. But yeah, check out. You want to get a good laugh, you can always check out her channel. Butterballs. I didn't even know they made such a thing. All right. So we got a lot of interesting people here. Let's see. Was Mitch's for tomorrow yet? Let's see. No, he hasn't posted it yet, but I'm sure he will. Who else do we have? Yep. Again, Monday night. All right, so we got that. And then our friend, which I haven't seen yet. I guess he's not up and about yet. Oh, he's going to have one later today, 1 o'clock. So Cindy and Dustin and all the gang over there. That's like the sort of the branch of the very popular Chris Cooking Nashville group. I'm going to try to make a carnivore family tree. And then you have like the branches coming out and the center. It'd be kind of interesting to do that because we're all kind of related somehow. We're connected in some way. And let's see. And what about the real Carrie, or whatever you want to call him? What do they got going on? I know they had a live, I think it was, what was it, Thursday or whatever. They always try to put these flashy graphics to try and catch you. Yeah, it was a day ago. I think tomorrow, what is it, Sunday? I don't know if it's Saturday or Sunday. They always have some kind of thing. And then the videos, the last one, talking about Maggie, carrying buckets. Did you see Carrie trying to do Dr. Sean Baker's carrying the weights? Well, I just had my workout today. It was basically flinging scrap metal. And I wouldn't call that a really big workout. And then climbing a ladder and picking these things off the tree. And again, if any of you were into fruit, if you were into Paul Saladino, I would offer you all the free mangoes you want because we have lots of them. I also have delicious free bananas for those of you that like bananas. And I think there might be some cherries out there. There's no loquats or anything, but there's some good stuff. So there we go. Well, those are, I guess, upcoming carnivore things out there. And is there anybody else? Oh, let's see what Barkay has on his agenda. If you like swearing, this is the place to go. And I think he has a live today, doesn't he? Yes. He has one at 6 o'clock. He has his question and answer. And if you haven't looked at his channel, you should check it out. And also, you'll notice that my friend Jonathan Carnivore Muscle is a moderator on his channel, and he's definitely out and about. And I don't see Jonathan here today, but you know that he's one of my best carnivore buddies on the internet. And, even though he's built the exact opposite of me, he still is a carnivore, and I really have a lot of respect for him. So, okay. Let's go back and see. As you know, I'm a little bit primitive when it comes to the live streams, but I do like to do this here. Oh, we have a call. That's excellent. Hello.
Hey, I thought I'd just say hi.
Hey, Thomas. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
Not much. I was going to say that I'm Carrie, but I figured you would recognize the voice. So,
of course I recognize the voice. You're unique. That's the great thing about the carnivore community. I say you're like one of the new carnivore stars because it's only a matter of time before you become more popular, especially when you become more active and you lose all that extra weight.
I'm just gonna take your word for that.
Well, let's put it this way. You can't get worse. That's the beauty of it. You
No,
see,
no,
normally when
that's
people get
true.
older, they get worse. But when you switch to the carnivore diet, it slows down the process. And
Yeah,
sometimes, I mean, losing weight can make you look younger and make you more appealing. You're already articulate. You got a nice voice, so it's only a matter of time. You know, if you would have continued the way you were, you'd probably end up with no legs and dialysis and who knows what else.
yeah.
But you're out there
I,
walking.
I agree. I see that in me. So, you know, what's funny is, you know, I always felt like I had like a whiny voice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I guess as I lose weight and stuff like that, I guess maybe my voice box is a little bit more.
Well, the other thing too, as your brain works better,
Yeah,
you're able to speak clearly and stronger, and you don't have like a lot of people have the words they go like blah blah blah, and that you can
yeah.
actually speak words and then pause in between and then retain your thoughts. You don't get lost, so it really
Yeah.
helps.
I mean, am I saying the ums a lot less now? I didn't
Yes,
realize that.
yes,
No, I
you
didn't
can
realize.
ask anyone in the chat. They're definitely becoming less.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just a
So,
natural part of the process. When your brain works the way it's supposed to, everything else follows. And a lot of times you can tell,
yeah.
I mean, if you've been on the phone, for example, you did telemarketing or sales or whatever, you would know that you can tell a lot about a person by their voice. They might have an accent. They might speak a certain way. You might think of them as a certain race. And then on top of that, you can tell their age because people that are older, they tend to talk like this. You know, they're kind of, and when they're younger, they talk faster and stronger. And I think the carnivore diet really helps you bring some of that back.
That's cool. I mean,
It actually takes a lot of brain power to talk. A lot of people don't understand that. If you're
yeah.
able to speak clearly and speak at a rapid rate, your brain is working well. Because when a person has a stroke, you notice that one of the things that it does, besides affecting their motion, it also affects the way they speak. And that's a good sign. In fact, even before someone has a stroke, you can see sometimes their speaking patterns may change. I've seen it over and over again. But but yeah, you're
So
getting
no,
there.
thank you. I appreciate that. So
Hmm.
I figured I'd say hello and everything, and you know, I don't know why Carrie's not coming on here. It's too
Gary
early.
doesn't have time. He's too busy. You know. It's so funny. I love these trolls. It just makes me laugh. 2 weeks ago, that was the first one. This is now the second. The funny thing is that it does taper off. If you try to get rid of them, they're like cockroaches. They keep multiplying. But if you try to feed them what they don't want, they just leave on their own.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like that's why I asked him like how Boston was. Well,
Yeah, I see that right there.
Boston didn't happen yet, so I couldn't think if he was Carrie, he would have known that. Like, hey, Boston's in a couple of weeks.
Florida. I'm 2 viewers. Yeah, I guess you logged in twice. Well, that's good. I don't know if it would show up as 2 viewers. I'd have to try that and see if I logged in 2 devices. I think it only goes by the username. Let's see. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, you might be able to do it if you were doing it under a different
name.
Like if you had like had two names on YouTube, then you might be able to do it. But I didn't think that was even possible.
Right.
I asked it again about the Boston trip, but this time I did the Homestead name just to see if I trick them up, you know.
Right. Okay, lost a lot of weight. That's good. Yeah, the comments are coming in strong here. I'm just trying to play catch up. And Annabella says, Chris, Cooking Nashville cooks amazing recipes. I might try them. Yeah, I'm going to try that too once I get the money to do it. That way I can give it to some of my duck food friends. And then Florida says, Suriname cherries. Yes, Suriname cherries. That's what I have in my yard. My doctor reminds me of Arcade. It'll be Carrie. Oh, this is too funny. I thought it was Carrie. No, I can't believe anyone would believe that that's the real Carrie.
Well, you know, he did sort of fool us last time. I think we're just knowing it because we're a little bit more aware, you know.
Well, he didn't fool me. Remember the first thing I said?
Well, you know, like I said, he sort of fooled it, you know, like until we got like confirmation. It was like sort of like, I think the 2 weeks ago was more like, is he or isn't he? You know, like we weren't 100% sure, you know. And then when we got the confirmation from Mitch of how he's not, I think that's what we know.
Right.
Of course, this guy doesn't know that, you know,
Right.
on how we were able to tell, you know. So let's keep him on and let him keep on getting fooled, you know.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Let the fooler become the foolee.
Right. But that's the funny thing. I think a lot of times people just they assume things, which is fine. And see, it's like Terry Sue said the name was spelled. I mean, she was spelled correctly last time the bot was here. But when I saw it, I kind of figured, no, that ain't Carrie. But I figured I'm gonna play it up. Oh, look who it is! It's Carrie. And then I played. You know how I did that kind of dramatic, sarcastic voice.
Yeah. You what's it called? You improv'd.
Right. Improv.
Yep.
So I enjoy it because I know for a fact. I mean, remember, I'm a little YouTuber. I made a total of what, $7 for the entire year. So, and I don't
Right.
have the time to go on anybody else's channel and impersonate them. There's no, there's no way the real Carrie would ever waste his time on my channel.
Excuse me. Yeah, no, I agree. A whole 100%. You know, I mean, not even a smaller, like you just said, even a smaller people don't have enough time,
right,
to, to actually do. So
that's
I'm
right.
actually. There we go. I actually was flipping through the tabs, and then for some reason I lost you. Luckily, I had you on the phone, so I didn't totally lose you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
This one is obvious.
So if your voice comes on, oh, never mind, I muted it. All right, cool.
Yeah, somebody brought up a good point.
I like to see the chat, and I can't really see them that well on the phone. I can see them, but not really.
Right. Well, you're using a cell phone, right?
I'm using a cell phone to talk to you, yes.
Yep.
But I'm using a computer to watch the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
and I had two tabs open. I had one for Aaron and one for you.
Mm-hmm.
And
I might be the only person on YouTube that uses a corded phone, even though I'm using voice over IP. It's not an actual landline, but.
Yeah, there's not too many people in the world that use corded phones anymore. So I would have to say yes to that.
And I just got through rewiring my phone network, so it should be clearer. There should be less interference. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah. I mean, I remember my old roommate was all offended because I didn't have a landline in my house. I'm like, and at that time I was doing stuff, so I was like, well, I'm never home, so why would I need a landline?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'd rather have the phone with me on the go. You know,
right?
It's like, I don't care about you. Get your own freaking phone. You know,
exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Always want something for nothing. You know, like, hey.
Yeah, that's what everybody wants. That's the whole thing. That's how the rich grifters, they get money. They just take advantage of other people.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's why I kind of have a cell phone, because it's one payment. You know, I can use it for anything, and I just pay the cell phone, and that's it. You know?
Right.
I don't have to pay separate for a landline. I don't have to do all this stuff. You know, it's like, why am I paying an extra $60 for a landline?
Right.
Know?
I have internet, and then I got rid of the landline probably 20 years ago, which really baffles people because you come to my house, you got pay phones, and you got wired. Everything's wired.
Well, you would think that it was still in there. Yeah, I get you.
And then the thing is, I use the internet. So what I did, they raised the landline. It used to be $25 a month, then it was 30-something, then it was 40-something. When they raised it to 40, I was like, well, I can get internet at the time for $25 a month. So I got the internet, and then what I did, I switched. I figured out voice over IP, and this is before it was even available. I switched it, and then I built that phone system like 20 years ago, and ever since then, I've just used the phone system. And it's nice because I have an extension in every room. Some rooms have 2 or 3 telephones, and then instead of just having a collection sitting on a shelf collecting dust, I can actually use them. And when my friends bring their kids over, they can give them the rotary phone challenge.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. Somebody had a question about Suriname cherry. This is what the hedge around my house looks like. They look like little pumpkins. Let's see. Yep. Am I getting call. That's weird.
Okay. You're getting another call? How are you doing that?
I heard a beep.
Hmm.
Oh, well.
Can you do more than one person on this call?
I don't know. Might be able to do a conference call. Let me see.
That'd be interesting.
How does this work? Where is the... Oh, this button. If you do this... No. Didn't do anything.
Okay.
I guess the phone has to be plugged in to activate the features. But anyway,
Oh.
if somebody wants to call in, they can put a message on the chat, and then we'll switch over.
Right. Well, yeah, I was going to say, put message on the chat, and I'll be more than happy to hang up so they can come in. So.
Right. See, you have a cherry tree. No, it's actually a bush. Fresh cherries are so nice. See, I keep hearing a beep. That's weird.
When my
Hello? Okay. No, there was nobody. I guess you can just flick the hook switch.
Oh, I think I heard something. Let me see.
You heard something?
Yeah, I thought I did.
Oh.
No. It's just you. Rick's calling line. I actually have you on automatic speed dial, so I don't even have to wait for you to. I just wait for you to put it up there because in case you don't want anybody to call you, I don't want to just call,
Well, the beauty of this, if I don't want anybody to call, I don't even have to answer the phone. It'll ring. It's not like it just pops up automatically.
But, if you're doing your live, I just want to be polite, So, at least as much as I can be,
Once I set up the permanent studio, I'm going to have a rotary phone on the desk, and then I'll have this patched in. What I'm probably going to do, if I can get the noise out of the air conditioner in the living room, I need a new motor for it. I'm going to set up like, I do it in the bedroom here. I could use the corner of the bedroom for a studio, but I have another room, which is full of junk, which I've been going through. The living room, I'm thinking of putting a folding table in there like Mitch does, and then putting the monitors up, and then I'll have like a desk set up. So I need to get more cameras so I can switch. I want to have like...
back and forth, yeah. But you know what you should do?
What?
Just a suggestion. Instead of the rotary phone, you should have a duck phone.
I have a duck phone here somewhere.
On top of your desk, that'd be like the coolest thing.
Actually, what I used to do when I had my office, I had these voice over IP phones, and you can put a ringtone in them. I put quack sounds on my phone.
Right. You put the duck?
Mm-hmm.
I love when Mitch puts the duck calls on for you.
Quack, 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 quack.
What I love even more is how much of a kick he gets out of it.
Yeah, right?
It's like laughing at your own joke,
Quack, quack, quack.
Oh, God, you gotta love it,
I love ducks. Ducks are funny, Every time you see a duck, you gotta laugh because they waddle around, they look funny, they make funny noises. It's like God had a sense of humor when he made ducks. Because you think of something like an eagle, they're like a predator, and no one thinks they're funny. But when you see a duck waddling around, everybody laughs. They have so many duck videos on the internet. Whack. Okay, let's see.
So Annabella says that she put you on her phone with a duck and a dog.
Okay.
Or is that a cat? It might be a cat.
Let me see.
Might be a cat.
Let me check some of the comments.
Yeah, I think it makes more sense if it's a cat because she's probably saying Milton,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, that was a comment.
The dog thing, I would not have understood why she put a dog thing up there.
Let's see. Okay, this Carrie Homestead Hal is not American. Maybe Australian. Could be Australian. Ah, mate. That's not a knife. That's a knife. Let's see. Put another shrimp on the barbie. They must look attractive in the garden. Yeah, I'll have to take a video of my Suriname cherry bushes. They're like little trees. Guava plants are easy to grow. Yes, I had a guava plant, but it used to get so many bugs in it, I used to feed it to the ducks. Let's see. Trying to be trees. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. Call waiting. Yeah.
Now, do you actually hold your phone when you do your videos on your bike, or do you have like a thing that you prop it onto?
It depends. Sometimes I put it in my pocket, and I also have my friend, what's his name? No, my friend JT. I don't know his name. I just call him JT. Huh?
You put your phone in your pocket when you make videos?
Yeah, some of the videos, if it's a skinny video, I put it in my pocket. And then if it's
your shirt pocket. Oh, okay.
Yeah, shirt pocket.
I'm thinking your pants pocket. I'm like, how do we see everything if you're putting in your pants pocket? It'd be all dark.
No, most of my shirts have a pocket, except for these undershirts.
Sometimes I'm a little slow on the intake, So.
But yeah, and then I also have a harness, which is not here, but you put it on top of you and you mount the camera. It was made for a GoPro, and then sometimes I use a GoPro. Other times I got a rig that you put the phone on that I made. I got one for my bike too. I think it's here. Hold on, let me see if I got it. It's over here. Yeah, this one. I found this at the dump when I was going through the bike pile. There's one of these, that you can put your phone on, and it clamps onto the handlebars, but it just bumps too much and the phone can fall off. But it has this rubber thing on it. I do a lot of rough riding on the bicycle, so that's probably why my tires don't last. I can go through a bike tire in 6 months easily. It's worn down until it just pops, it's just so wore out. But yeah, I'm definitely, one of the a power user of the bicycle.
Yeah. I figured it was something like that, but
Yeah, I see the duck and the cat.
Cool.
There you go.
Yeah. If I'm ever able to figure out how to do the bike myself, then maybe I'll do some bike videos.
Oh, you will. Once you'll.
Oh yeah, it's a matter of time. I think I'm getting a little faster going up and down the stairs now. I still have to hold on, but I think my speed is a little faster. Yeah.
Terry Sue says that the last bike ride was quite harrowing, having moving around trying not to scrape myself on the wall or hit a bus stop. Some of these routes are a little bit tricky, and I don't have a mishap. The only time I did is when the wheel came off and I hit a coconut tree. I would have crashed into a pole. I don't know how Rick does it. The funny thing is when I come home and I have the meat hanging off the handlebars, or I'm holding it and holding on with one hand, sometimes I ride with no hands on the handlebar. But I'm glad that people like the bike videos. It's just something I started putting up.
I think people like simple different, like just riding the bike, just doing your thing, like same thing. Like people watch the exercise videos, it's not really. I get that it is probably inspiring to some people, but I think it's also it's just simple. It's different. It's not, it's from the hip basically, and
right,
and everything, and it's just. And I think that's why people respond better to it.
That's it. If you want flashy, heavily edited video, there's a lot of YouTube channels out there that they make their living off of it. I don't make a living off of this. It's just a hobby. So my goal on YouTube was to meet people, and I failed at that pretty much, but I think I'm succeeding more than I ever did, because last year was the very first time I ever met anyone from YouTube, and that's Russ Mitchell. And this year, the second person I meet is the Tom from the Sleepy Lizard Avocado Farm. Let's see who the next one. I guess by November, I get up there to Tampa. We'll see who else I meet.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a slow process, but
Well, it's like anything else. Good quality results take time. It's not something you're going to get overnight. Where's my comb? Where is my comb? I wanted to comb my hair. I lost the comb. I got mangoes all over the place. Look at this. Feels like a tropical fruit forest around here.
I have bacon grease all over my hands right now. So.
I could be like Saladino. Saladino makes a lot of money. I'm sure he's over there in Costa Rica living it up. And I'm over here with a leaky roof and a broken down car and having to ride a bike to save money. Okay. That looks a little better.
Yeah, a little greener.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Well, I'm not my thing's delayed, so I just saw you putting the mangoes up in the air. There's your comb now.
I'm one of the very few people that has mangoes in his yard and avocados. I know a lot of the keto people like avocado, so I hate avocados. I could never eat one of those nasty things without throwing up. But people love them.
Yeah. I like them. I wouldn't concept that I loved them. If I really loved them, it probably would have been hard for me to give them up. But I just had it because it's like a lot of fat for a fruit, and I basically would put it on my burgers. But then when I went carnivore, I'm like, oh, you know what? And I really didn't have them often. Like maybe once a month I'd have them. And I was just like, you know what? I don't see it being a big deal to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm. You see this?
But, I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I just don't love it either.
Look at this comment here from Ricky Lee. It says that watching a carnivore recipe or what I eat in a day video filled with sponsor plugs or discount codes are the worst for me. And I'm seeing this all over the place. Every channel. And I can recognize any channel I'm watching, they're talking about something, they try to integrate the advertisement in it, and I always catch it. I was watching a finance channel, and, debt is a problem for people, but you can have American Home Finance or whatever the hell it's called. I'm like, oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
All these people. Well, the thing is that there's no money in YouTube ads, so they have to promote their own sponsors. That's the only way that they can make any money because it takes a long time. If I was to sit here and make YouTube videos of any kind of professional quality, I first have to buy all that expensive equipment. Then I got to spend hours and hours getting the video, editing it, setting up a storyboard. That's a full-time job right there, so it's no wonder that they do that.
Well, I just love it and I know it's YouTube controlling it, but how like some of these ads have nothing to do with what's on the videos, like.
Yeah. That's
like
right.
I said before, the closest one that actually gets something related to their video is Aaron, and that's because there's a commercial for sardines. So it's like, okay, that relates. But I've seen like commercials for Manjaro or Ozempic, and obviously it's not really related to us because most of us do not promote Ozempic. It's
right.
It's a totally different thing.
Let's see. Grease shine in the hair. Yeah, that's good old beef tallow in Central California. It's California's roses. Yeah, you're not going to have too many roses here with all the bugs in Florida. I used to avocado with honey. Ew, that's nasty. And here's a good one. Rick, you should reach out to Paul Saladino to come pick mangoes and bananas in your yard and to make a video of it. You go from 4,000 subs to 40,000 a week. Well, I can't even reach Paul Saladino. He comes here to Florida. He never tells me. He went over there to Broward to the farmer's market. I didn't know he was here. If I knew he was here, I'd meet up with him. The problem is that Paul Saladino's a shrimp. They'd have to put the camera way up to try to get my face. It's like, what is this? But, Paul's a bit fruity, but he's funny. Yeah, I'm sure I get more subscribers. Hey, Paul, want some more tropical fruit? I got plenty of fruit for you.
I got some in my yard.
Well, at the very least, if he would come down here, let's say he goes to the Sleepy Lizard avocado farm, that guy's got a lot of subscribers. I could see that working out pretty well. Let me see. They took the message away. We don't have pollinators. My yard is full of bees and bugs. It's crazy. Craved an orange recently.
It's funny. It's like I wouldn't mind having more subscribers, obviously, because I'm at 330 right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll be honest with you too. Like I kind of I don't know if I'd be able to handle too many more subscribers. I want them, but I don't know if I'd be able to handle them.
Exactly.
I have a hard time going through the chats and stuff like that as it is.
Exactly.
Let's see. I still have to do a new video because the last one you guys saw is the last one I did. The one with me doing the squats.
Mm-hmm.
That was my last video, so I have to So I'm thinking about doing another walking video, but it's supposed to rain here, so my luck will, just like it did last time, it'll rain while I'm doing the video, and you guys always saw me doing a rain video, so I don't know if you want to see another one.
Right. Dang, this is crazy. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what.
The video.
I keep getting that call waiting sound, but there's nobody there. It's weird. Oh well.
So is that Sleepy Lizard Avocado Farm?
Yeah. This is the guy that I met last Sunday, and
Okay.
you know,
And he's on YouTube.
he's on YouTube. He's got several videos.
Have you actually seen any of his videos, or?
Oh, I've seen his videos over the years, a lot of them.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you just like found out, and you were just like, that you just found out yourself. Like you
I
just
was
met him,
watching
found
his
out.
videos even before I was aware of the carnivore community, because I had a lot of friends in the past that used to grow, fruits and stuff like that. It's a great way. You can get a property. You don't have to pay a lot of tax on it because you get an agricultural exemption. And people live, I mean, they used to live in sheds. And I knew a guy that lived in a camper in his avocado grove. So all these people that grew fruit, that was like a big deal. When I was a kid, this was all farms. Now it's just crap, a bunch of crappy condos and townhomes and shopping centers and total garbage. That's why I say if Miami get wiped out by a hurricane, I wouldn't care because it's mostly trash here now. There's nothing nice like it was when I was a kid.
Make way for innovation, right?
Yeah. Well, we got way too many people living here. They need to move somewhere else. We're overflowing. But I'm going to leave here. So once I move out, they can put 12 people in my place. That's the way it works.
Okay.
So, yeah, you can see
how much property do you have?
Oh, this is a small lot. It's like quarter acre, but I have a 5-acre lot further upstate. I may go there. I may move to another place. I'm not sure. One way or the other, I'm going somewhere.
I mean, the world's in your oyster. I guess it just takes some money to do it, right?
Yeah, it takes money. Once I sell this overpriced dump, I'll have all the money I need because people here line up. They're so stupid. They'll buy anything. Even if it's sitting on asbestos and toxic waste, they'll still buy it. You can't stop people from buying here until we get a major hurricane. And then, well, that may change things. People may go into panic mode when they see Brickell Avenue in ruins and downtown Miami underwater. That may be the trigger to get them out of here because you got a bunch of these Wall Street parasite types. They're setting up their headquarters down here. And it's one of those things. It's like one cockroach attracts another. This mango's still green. This one's almost ripe. I got a friend that's coming later to get more mangoes. But yeah, this guy, I don't know if he should have a YouTube channel here somewhere. Oh, well, I know you can look it up on YouTube. That's easy. Get rid of that and go back to YouTube. And there's Charger Mopar. Let's see, YouTube. Okay, let's see. I think I'm subscribed. Yeah, there it is. It's got 169,000 subscribers. So I guess avocados are popular.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could do a lot with them, I guess. The avocado, the guacamole, and all these things.
Also, he's got chickens. He's got a little hen house over there. When I was there, his friend brought him some more chickens. So the guy's not a vegan. He also eats meat. But, there's nothing wrong. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that love avocados and mangoes, and if you can grow them, why not? I mean, look at me. I'm giving away mangoes, free mangoes. Come and get them. I'm not charging any money for them. They're yours. And I don't feel guilty. I'm not like a tobacco guy that's selling cigarettes and killing people. I don't think you're going to kill anybody with a mango. Unless you get a green one and you throw them at their head hard enough, maybe you could do that.
I was just about to say that. If you have a really good pitching arm,
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's funny, though. But, yeah, you can see.
Can you imagine a video like that, Death by Mango, and it just shows somebody throwing a mango and hitting somebody in the head?
That's it.
Everybody's thinking it's like, the mango killed me. The mango diet killed me off.
I hurt my foot one time. I had a frozen mango in the freezer. My dad used to love mangoes, so I'd freeze a bunch of them. The whole freezer was packed with mangoes. And I opened the door to get my dad a mango. They were stuck together. I was trying to get one out, and the biggest one got loose, and it fell on my foot, and bam! Like, ow! Because I'm usually barefoot. I didn't have the boots on. And I'm so mad because I hurt my foot. It's like, what happened? I said, I dropped a mango on my foot. A mango? A frozen mango. It was like a rock falling on my foot. And guess what? It didn't break my foot. So even though these people say, well, the carnivore diet makes your bones brittle, that thing dropped on my foot. It didn't break.
Didn't break at all.
Did not break. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe the carnivore diet's not that bad.
I mean, I like it. I mean, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's somebody on the, I forget where I was at, but there was somebody on one of the chats that was saying that you know, like, we're all endangering our lives because carnivore diet is the meat is the worst thing for diabetes and all that stuff. I'm like, that's funny.
Mm-hmm.
I take it and I'm getting better every day.
Exactly. You know? Exactly.
So if it's, you know, if this is bad for me, then keep it going because I'm improving. So, you know.
Right. Most exotic thing I can see about my condo yard is the 3 iguanas I saw on my mahogany tree. Well, there you go. Call waiting. Let's see. Warm weather. Little orange. Yeah, exactly. If you live in Florida, that's it. 70 South Florida. Treasure of perfect avocado with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. And you could get all that right here back then. I got pepper plants too. Maiden name Acevedo, avocado. What is that fat guy that was, you know, eating all the food? Nikado, the avocado, or something like that?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we're saying that.
He was over there at the Heart Attack Grill one time with his fat friend, the fat girl.
Right.
I think the
that's a pretty funny place, the Heart Attack Grill.
Yeah, did you see that?
With the noses and everything and the ladies.
Yeah, the Heart Attack. You ever saw the Heart Attack Grill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw it on Food Network once.
Ah, okay. Huh. Yeah, I thought that was funny. When I saw that in the early 2000s, my dad had seen it on, I don't know, it was Nightline or something like that. Said, Rick, you got to see this. You got to see this. I'm like, what? Heart Attack Grill. That looks like your kitchen. I'm like, oh, okay. Heart Attack Grill.
Funny thing is, they probably think it's a heart attack because they do all the burgers. They're not realizing it's a heart attack grill because of all the breads and stuff. You know?
Right. Well, that's it. Where's the menu?
If they only knew that if they got rid of the breads, it probably wouldn't be the heart attack grill, technically.
That's very true. That really is funny. I see they changed their website. Now they got all these YouTube videos. Where's the menu? No menu? Okay. Huh. I don't see the menu.
Ron Jeremy?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, he did some hard. It's funny. I think they try to be as extreme as possible. It looks like Twinkies. Heart Attack Grill.
Oh, my God.
Where in the world is the menu? Press. Their website's not good. They don't have a menu. What is this?
Yeah, because they're probably not really serving actual food.
They call their waitresses nurses.
Well, they had the videos of the food, but that's about it.
Oh, yeah. They don't have a link to the menu. That is really weird. You would think they'd be advertising that. I hate Las Vegas. It used to be cool when I was younger, but everything that I liked about it is gone, so I don't think I'll ever go there
Can you
again.
imagine going there, right, and going to them and saying, like, oh, yeah, no, I'd love to have all this, but, you know, let's make it a real heart attack. Why don't you just do the beef and that's it, nothing else?
Well, or do my version of the heart attack burger, because they call it a quadruple bypass, but it has bread, it has, I think, lettuce. No, I think it has.
Don't give me the bun, don't give me the lettuce, don't give me the onions, any of that. Just give me the beef. Let's make it a real heart attack. You know,
well, also the cheese and bacon. That's got to be in there.
Yeah, well, you know, anything animal based, but you know, just even though the cheese is probably fake cheese, let's face facts, it's probably like, you know, but and just because you know they're blaming the meat on the heart attack. So if you tell them like, oh, let's have a real heart attack.
That's right. Well, Rick's Heart Attack Burger's been around longer than the Heart Attack Grill has, so that's good. They've only been around since 2005. I can't believe they don't have a menu. Oh, well. Interesting. Let's see. Okay. You know, Rick's YouTube channel sponsored by the Heart Attack Grill. Let's see.
Oh, that would be funny.
Menu.
You'd be like, what?
Unhealthiest restaurant. I can't believe they don't have a menu. This is ridiculous. Oh, there it is. That's the menu. All right.
Yeah, I actually went to a diner the other day, and I asked if they could use, like some beef tallow or, or ghee or whatever, either eggs. And then I'm like eating the food, like it's basically just eggs and some like pork roll and some bacon I had, and then I still felt a little sick. And I'm like, you know what? I don't think they did it for the whole meal. I think they just probably did the ghee for the eggs, but then they still did the fried seed oil.
Yeah.
For the and I'm like, oh my god. Somebody's asking for ghee for eggs. Why would somebody just want ghee for like one item and then not for the other stuff?
There you go. That's funny.
Like, oh my god, you mean I have to like kind of like take them like step by step on how I want my food cooked entirely? Like, oh my god, how dumb can you get?
Well, you can see over here on the Heart Attack Grill menu.
I see that you got the menu up, so.
Yeah. But if you look at their burgers, one of those burgers is the same as my burger. Now, you have a single bypass burger, half pound, double bypass burger, 1 pound. Notice the best value is the bigger the burger gets. It's cheaper. You know what I mean? Because this $11, $12, about $13 for Rick's Heart Attack Burger. But you see, Rick's Heart Attack Burger is different because this burger, all right, you have bread for buns. Rick's Heart Attack Burger, you have pork rinds, eggs, and cheese for buns. This burger has tomatoes. There's no tomatoes in the Rick's Heart Attack Burger. Onions, if you find onions in my burger, they're going to be fermented and deep fried. And then the cheese, I don't know how many slices they have. I have 8 slices. This looks like American cheese, which is disgusting. I use cheddar cheese or goat cheese or something that's really...
processed too.
Huh?
It's probably processed too.
Right.
The cheese.
And see, they're so thin. My slices of cheese, each slice is at least double that. It's just full. Right. And then the bacon, there's bacon in there, but I put, see, they say 20 bacon slices. I put, I think, anywhere from 18 to 24, depending on how much I have. And this burger is supposed to be 8,000 calories, so mine must be higher than that.
Yes, which we all know the calories. I never count calories personally.
No.
I mean, it's not worth it. I know people make themselves. All it does is make people go crazy when they count the calories. They're like, oh,
I noticed.
Count the calories. Look at going.
They even have cigarettes, soda, and beer, which you wouldn't find at Rick's Heart Attack restaurant. Let's see.
Yeah, I like how you haven't gone there yet, but Terry Sue, she does her burgers with pickles, cheddar, and squirts of mustard and hot sauce.
Right.
That's fine with me, I don't really like pickles on my burger, but I'll eat them separately,
Well, I tell people, if you like pickles, what I would do is grow some cucumbers and learn to ferment your pickles in salt water. That's a traditional way of making pickles.
That's what I want to do. I want to see if I can actually do one of those like gardens that you do in the apartment and just do cucumbers. I might do another one too, but I don't know what else I would want to grow.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I was thinking of one other thing that I think I would like was is once I get back, because right now I'm off the dairy. So I'm doing, as you know in the chat, I mentioned that I'm going to be going in July. I'm going to be going lion diet. So just to get rid of some, because I'm having some issues that like just getting up too much in the morning at the middle of the night and stuff like that, and I just want to take care of it. I thought coffee was going to take care of that, but it didn't. So I figure, why am I getting rid of one thing at a time when it's easier just to get rid of everything,
Right.
and then I'll bring it back in. Let's get rid of the problem first, and then I'll bring it in. So, and the reason why I'm waiting until July is because I still have bacon in the house. So I could get rid of the bacon first.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to throw it away. I'll finish it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I still have because I split them up into separate bags. So I have about 20 bags of six strips of bacon each in my freezer. So obviously it's not going to be in one day. I'm going to get rid of them all,
Right.
Just cooking it is going to take me longer. But, so I'll do that. And then after the trip, I'll come back. And I also have more money to buy some better stuff. So I'm not only eating burgers.
Right.
I can maybe get myself some lamb or get myself some steaks. And so I'll have an extra 300 so I can actually do some spending,
That's why it's a good idea to have an extra income source. That's what I want to do, so I can get the quality meats. I can enjoy. You can be like the rich person enjoying their ribeye steak or their filet mignon and just living it up.
Exactly. So.
By the way, if you look at the Heart Attack Grill, you see how they do the flatliner fries, deep fried in pure lard, and then over here, no filter cigarettes. They have candy cigarettes, and look at what it says for the beer. I like it in the can. That's so funny. I like it in the can. A dirty mind in this place. Feeling ghetto? Get her to try new positions. Harder.
I mean, the fact that they cook the French fries in lard, I guess, is better than most places. But I wouldn't want French fries. I really don't have desire for French fries anymore.
Yeah. Well, the whole idea was to make them as unhealthy as possible. And since McDiarrhea switched to vegetable oil, this guy figures, well, let me just do it in pure lard, because when you say lard, it's like, oh, that's the worst. You're cooking your food in lard. And then
a butterfat shake.
Butterfat, yeah, exactly. With the butter stick stuck in it. The butterfat shake, it should be here. Where is that? I thought it was, maybe they don't have it here. Interesting. But yeah, they have it where they put a stick of butter in the shake. Yeah, butterfat shake, but it doesn't show it.
It doesn't show the stick of butter, right?
Yeah.
They show the spoonful of sugar right over the cup.
Right.
Yeah.
The idea is just to make it, and then it says, plus 8% sales tax for our wasteful government to squander, cash only. And it says, cash only because you might die before the check clears. That's their saying. It's funny. And now they have, I think, an eight burger, octuple bypass burger. Single bypass burger. It's funny. And you have to admit, it's the only one of its kind, but if I had a restaurant, I'd do something similar. It'd be like,
just for the comedy of it, yeah.
Yeah, except mine would be like, I'd call the restaurant the Green Iguana, or, the Ugly Duck, or some weird thing. And then on the menu, you'd have the famous Heart Attack Burger, Rick's famous Heart Attack Chicken, Rick's Heart Attack Burger, the the Pacemaker Pizza, the Coronary Cluckers. That would be the chicken wings. And then you go there, and it's all deep fried in pure animal fat, usually beef tallow or lard. And then, we have a salad bar, too. We have, whatever local mangoes or avocados you want. You can stick it in there for a decoration. It's like in the old days, they used to put kale on the salad bar. It was just something to look at. So that's what I figured it would be, just for comedy. But let's see, what do we got for comments here? How many people do we have?
You got quite a bit. You got Terry Sue, you got Gary, DS11, 111, Brookie, Kathy's on.
It looks like we're down to 27.
That's all my screen can see right now. I could probably scroll up and see more. But
right. Down to 27. Okay, let's see comment-wise. Where are my comments? Here they are. Okay, let's see. Going behind on the comments. Publix used to sell the Slim Cotto. So-called lower-fat avocado. Absolutely tasteless waste of money. That's it. Weren't they on Shark Tank? I don't know. Farmers market is mostly veggies. Beef ranchers and hog farm. I'm glad they have some meat at the farmers market. Let's see. Warmer weather. Fish, okay. Order meat and tallow from a farmer once a month. Buying only eggs. Okay. Finally, a carnivore dating service. Really? I didn't see that. Okay. Yeah.
Unless you're talking about the people in that menu, all those people that look like retired porn stars.
It could be. That might be what it is. Mail order meat. I can get the money. Start using tallow.
Yeah, if it's TF11, that's probably what he's talking about, or she's talking about.
Yeah, from the Heart Attack Grill. Let's see. Danish krona. Try some elk steaks to buy online. Oh, I was planning on going to the Heart Attack Grill last week when I was in Vegas, but the vibe was too pervy for my taste. Okay. Let's see. Colt 45 offered the Heart Attack Grill. Husband couldn't drink regular beer. Okay. Factor meals. Disappointed. I don't know why people have trouble with cooking. It's really easy. You just throw the meat in a pot, turn the fire on, and walk away. My burgers at home include pickles, cheddar, and squirts of mustard and hot sauce. Hey, that's fine. Let's see. I'll be right over. Yeah. I like it in the can. Good one. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I like it in the can. You like my cat. I do too. He eats a lot. They do have candy cigarettes. Remember those things we used to blow into them and the powdered sugar would come out?
Yep.
I didn't know they still made them. I'll have the lard fries and 2 patties. The fries
you know where you can probably get them is at those Cracker Barrel restaurants.
Right.
You know, because they sell a lot of that novelty stuff that was back in like the 50s and 60s, you know. So I'm sure you can get those candy cigarettes from there.
Rick, one can eat the bunless version. Vegas is too hot and the casinos are boring. Yeah, you got that right. Vegas is boring now. It looks like big corporate crap. I think Steak and Shake uses towel. There's a Steak and Shake down the street from me. I think one of these days I'll have to make a video from out there. I don't eat out, so I don't think I'm going to eat anything, but be interesting to see. Be like Paul Saladino. Except, Paul Saladino, I think they cooperate with him. Me, they'd probably run and hide.
I think we have a few Steak and Shakes here in New Jersey.
Really?
Sure. I think there's one at least in the Hamilton Trenton area.
Plastic syringes. Yeah, that's how they serve their drinks. It's funny. I'm a bot. Can you make the pickled red onions, please? Yeah, I can do that. That's easy. System. I like cash-only shops. Banks are making things really hard for small business. So there you go. Barbecue truck center. Okay. Went to Shake Shack. In-N-Out. We don't have that here. Norway. Ban cash completely. That's stupid. I'll tell you what. They ban cash. I'll trade for eggs. Sounds what Kiltz likes. Peeps don't mention how he loves his fries, i.e. cream, vodka, and cigars. Kiltz is another cigar guy, like Mitch?
I didn't think he was a cigar guy. Maybe. I thought you just occasionally smoked them, like, but not really, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And Mitch according to Mitch, he hasn't smoked that many cigars lately.
No. Since his stroke, I don't think he smoked hardly any cigars.
Yeah, that's what I mean, like maybe 1 or 2, and that's it,
Right. That's good. Yeah, Mitch is going to improve. You'll see. He's going to be a great set of data for the carnivore community because you can see that even when somebody has a stroke as serious as he did, he's still up and going. You're going to catch Mitch in no nursing home. He'll be dead before he goes into a nursing home.
Yeah. Yeah, if he is put in a nursing home, he's going to do whatever it takes to get out of there as quickly as possible.
Right.
Even if he has to break out.
That's it. That's what I would do. Steak and Shake. Feral Grandma. Oh,
We're
Feral
keeping
Grandma's
the new
here.
movie out of that. Old guy Carnivore breaks out of rehab.
Let's see. YouTube deleted my comment describing the shaming ritual to Heart Attack Grill. Well, YouTube is a piece of crap with that. I'll tell you what they do. If you can't finish your meal, they spank you. And I think some people deliberately don't finish their meal so the waitresses can spank them. So they have a thing up front where they smack them. You can look at Heart Attack Grill videos. I don't have to worry about that. I'd eat everything. It'd be all gone. Kiltz is so active on his feet working that he'll live forever. I don't know. He might. I hope I get to meet him this year. We'll see. It's going to be fun.
Well, I know for a fact I wouldn't eat everything because I'd be leaving the bar. I'd be leaving onions. I'd be leaving so I'd finish everything good, but I wouldn't finish the whole plate,
I don't see Dr. Kiltz as being a tall man. I think he's kind of short.
No, he isn't. From what I hear, he's pretty short. He's like about 5'6", 5'5". Yeah.
Can you imagine compared to all the
I mean, I'll know for sure when I go to the Boston trip, but so I can let you know.
I might be the tallest carnivore in the entire community.
I think right now you're at the very least the tallest recorded carnivore.
Yeah, because I'm 6'6".
Whether there's somebody in the sidelines in the background, that I don't know, but
I never realized how short Carrie was.
You're not the tallest person I've ever measured. I measured a guy that was about 7'6".
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah. So.
I never realized how short Carrie was until I saw him standing next to Dr. Baker.
Well, yeah.
And I'm an inch taller than Dr. Baker.
I think Carrie's about my height.
Okay.
I'm about 5'9.5", so I think he's about that, maybe a little bit taller.
Right.
But Dr. Baker's about like your height, like he's like about like 6'4" or something like that.
I think he's 6'5". He's an inch shorter than me.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he's massive compared to me. I'm like the vegan. Yeah. You put next to me vegan and then put the other side carnivore, and then people would believe it.
I keep on saying I'm going to draw a cartoon of him, like an Action 80 star, Dr. Baker. And I keep on saying that, but I still yet to make it. So one of these days
One thing I would do, I'm not going to challenge him to arm wrestling because I'll lose, but I would like to challenge Dr. Baker to a bike race. That would be funny.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I could do. A really rough terrain bike race. That would be kind of interesting.
I think that Caleb did an arm wrestling thing with him because they, I think Caleb.
Yeah.
Hello, this is Dr. Kiltz.
Oh, hello.
Dr. Kiltz, I have a question, please.
Okay.
Hello, can't hear you.
Yep. Yep. Okay. That was really weird. Oh, we got something. Hello? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second.
That was weird.
Now I can hear. That I thought you left. I thought maybe you were just doing like leaving music or something like that, and the screen just had you on there. So I'm like, what's going on here? And then I thought, oh, well, maybe you left, and I just don't see it yet. So.
Huh. That was very strange. It's got to be the bot that called in, because all of a sudden I went there and it switched over and it said it was Dr. Kiltz. I'm like, it doesn't sound like Dr. Kiltz. It's just weird.
Now Dr. Kiltz, now the bot is imitating Dr. Kiltz?
Yes. It's crazy.
Oh, my God.
That is weird.
Yeah. Wendy is saying that is anyone shorter than me? She's 5'1 3/4".
I don't know anybody that's short, but I guess.
I mean, I know people in the 4 feet category, so I do know people that short. I just like that's pretty specific. I would just round it up to 5'2".
There you go.
like why even say 5'1 3/4"? It's like when you're like really young, you're like, yeah, I'm 5 and like 4.5 fifths. Like, Dude, just say 6.
Let's see. Terry Sue, Mitch, everything he can to stay clean. Secondhand smokes for cigars, gets so much flack. I think he's keeping it off camera. However, I think he had one in his hand recently. Okay. Kilts look super healthy. That's an advantage in this type of business. Yes, it is. I'm the tallest girl here, I guess, 5'11". Pretty girls showing makeup vids. There you go. And Tarnation says, Dr. Kilts is one sexy beast. That's funny. I like that. That's pretty funny. Handsome or pretty cells. Is anyone here shorter than me? I'm a whole 5. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that was. That is so funny. It's the bot. That was not Kilts. That's right. It's not. 2 trolls in one day. I'm sure there's more to come. You have a bold bot that even calls on your phone. Amazing. See, I'm a leader. I'm the first in everything. The first carnivore, the first quack. You know, I'm hitting on all cylinders today.
Yeah. Well, and like I said before, I mean, it's not that I'm saying that Mitch doesn't smoke. It's just, according to him, he doesn't smoke as much.
Right.
So, because that's what he said when he was on my channel the other day. He mentioned he doesn't smoke as much.
Mm-hmm. That's good. I'm surprised that he popped in your channel, but hey, I guess he was relaxing, and there you were.
Can you imagine how I was?
What?
Can you imagine how I was when he popped on my channel?
Yeah.
I was over the moon. I loved it that Mitch was there, you know? I love it when anybody's there, but, you know, Mitch is like a celebrity to me, you know?
That is true. That is true.
You know, I don't think he realizes how big of a person he is, you know?
Yeah. Get caller ID on that black phone. Well, one of the bits about me is I don't keep caller ID. I have ways I can look up the number, but I don't bother because I want it to be anonymous. I want to be like, you know, you can call in, you can hang out, you can quack a little bit with Rick, and that's it. No problem. Yeah. So.
Can you do the *69 on that and like call back whoever just called you?
I have ways because this is actually Google Voice. Google keeps record of all those numbers, but I never look at it.
Oh, so you can look it up. Okay. I get you.
But I can definitely do that. Let's see. All right. Yeah. And I think what's going to happen is eventually they're going to try to imitate my voice. I think what they're trying to do is get all the information on us in the carnivore community, and then they'll make like parody videos and voices and stuff like that to try to get everybody fighting with each other, which is a waste of time because all of us long-term carnivores, we know.
Yeah.
We know the game.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that would show that I'm famous if they start imitating me.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, that's where we were.
No So says AI can learn voices from watching videos. Expect all the big name carnivores calling you soon, Rick. That's right. I see this is still going. Yes, it is. They'll make you a star too. That's true. The thing is, I'm a very difficult one to copy with AI because my voice changes. I have a sinus issue, and it would be impossible because the AI would sound too perfect compared to the real Rick. Some people might believe it, though.
Yeah, that's true, Terry. She is pretty tall.
But evidently, we got people out there that think that Dr. Kilts is attractive, so he better watch out. I mean, you know, I don't know.
At least Tarnation thinks he is attractive. So,
I don't know if Tarnation is male or female, so that is a problem. I always joke with people. I mean, June is Pride Month. I don't know what they're proud of, but, you know, it's like, why do I have to be born in the month when it's like Fruit Loop month? But that's fine. I mean...
Well, I don't think that's the pride they're talking about when they say Pride Month.
Well, that's what I mean, but I think of it like...
No, I'm saying I think that they mean something different than being proud.
Oh, I know that. It's just fruit. I call it Fruit Loop month because I call them fruits. You know, I mean, you see...
Yeah.
It's interesting because my long-term carnivore friend who's been carnivore for what, 24, 25 years now, he's, let's just say, of the homosexual persuasion, but he doesn't act that way at all. He's like Dr. Baker. Let's put it that way. If Dr. Baker was 5'10", blonde-haired, that's a mini Dr. Baker, and he's a carnivore. You'd never know. His boyfriend is like 6'9". The guy's taller than me. He's huge, and both of them sound normal. But you go to Miami Beach, all them fruitcakes over there, they all talk a certain way. They look a certain way. They're extremely annoying, and I get like, oh, why do I have to be around these people? I just want to get away. I can't. None of my friends are like that. I think it's just some kind of mental mix-up. They're just crazy. I don't know how to say it, but, But then again, I mean, they're all afraid of me, so that's a good thing. I always joke.
Yeah.
I say, if you want to know
Sometimes you want to be put towards you,
Well, they're not going to mess with me. The only ones that bothered me
That's what I mean.
were some of the old desperate ones. The younger ones, they run away because they're afraid of me. They said, your friend Rick reminds me of a serial killer. That's what my friend's friend had said. He says, I'm afraid of him. He's probably got bodies in his refrigerator. And then my friend says, yeah, but they're lizards and ducks. And you should see his eyes got real big. People freak out when I have...
Just bringing my sugars down. So that's good.
Oh, they freak out when I open the refrigerator door and you see actual lizards and ducks in there. I knew this one gal that I fixed her computer. She lost all her data. I recovered it. She went to the refrigerator. She wanted to get some water. I said, oh, there's water in the door. But I guess she thought it meant to open the door. I heard a terrible scream. Like, whoa! I run in there. She was screaming because she saw there was a duck. There was a big fat duck in there, because the head was still on it. I plucked the feathers out, and I had 3 iguanas on the shelf, and she freaked out.
Mm.
It's so funny. I said, what do you mean?
No.
You've never seen food before? Oh, it was so disgusting. It was really funny.
That's funny.
Let's see. Oh, hi. Rick would tower everyone except for Steak and Butter Gal. Everybody talks about the Bella Steak and Butter Gal. I just don't see what's so special about her and her channel. I don't know.
Yeah.
Bella is 5'11".
I mean, I think that's why we have so many different channels, because, I mean, not every channel is going to appeal to everybody, So,
right.
There's, I mean, there's nothing wrong with any of the channels. It's just it's not appealing to everybody,
Yeah. But people tend to gravitate towards certain channels, and then you have some channels that have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and then they ignore all the little channels, and then they wonder why they can't get anyone to pay attention to them. I said, well, you're on Dr. Barry's channel. They ain't going to pay attention to you. How? Even on some of the other channels.
Bella is 5'11". I can tell you with certainty. You don't have to think she's 5'11". She is 5'11".
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're more familiar with her group. I have no idea what goes on in there, and honestly, I don't want to know. Not the shortest carnivore. Might be the shortest here. Okay. Let's see. The shortest carnivore will be Milton, because he's not that tall. Let's see. Yeah. I've never understood the pride parades. We don't have straight parades. That's very true. But what about those of us in the ultimate minority? What about us asexuals? Where is the asexual parade? I don't see one. I mean, you never even hear us talked about. We get discriminated by everybody. So, if you're going to give a certain group a special status, don't ignore the rest of us. Let's see. The whole month is just lame. They should get their day, not a month. Oh, that's it. Where's the duck month? Where's month for the quackers? Took a photo of the fruit growing in
funny.
Nashville.
For some reason, on my computer, I'm looking at it. It went back to earlier chats, halfway into your live, and I'm like, why is he showing things from the past? All these.
It's very much
I
delayed.
just realized, I went back in time on my own.
It's very much delayed. Somebody brings up a good
now I'm
comment.
caught up.
Somebody brings up a good comment. The Primal Podcast. Her channel used to be called 5 Minute Body. She actually interviewed me 3 years ago, but I guess lost the interview. And yeah, Arena, the 5 minute. I have to look. It was sometime in 2022. I know that she did interview me, but
I haven't seen too many videos from her lately.
well, she's a friend of Anthony Chafee, and I think it was her.
Right. Well, I've seen her. I mean, I like her videos. I just haven't seen anything pop up in my feed.
Right. Yeah, I like her videos. I know some people don't, but yeah. See, I like Rena better than Steak and Butter Gal. I agree with DS111. I do too. I don't see anything really. The only time I've seen Steak and Butter Gal, I think, is when Todd is on his video, and then she might be in there. They have like a group of people, but that's the only time I see. I don't know. I don't see the big deal. Steak and Butter Gal, SPG. I think the DIG, as you said, is better. The Duck and Iguana Gang.
Well, that's for you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I dig that group. See, old videos pop up as new.
I get what you're doing there with the dig.
And then Tarnation says, I miss the old YouTube. But guess what? The old YouTube is still here. You're on it right now. It hasn't gone anywhere.
And I have to admit that I watched Steak and Butter Gal, but I liked her better when she first started.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I even told her, and she said she might put it back in, but who knows?
Right.
My mom used to watch her all the time for her piano playing because it added something to it. Like at the end, she played the piano.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I liked it better that way. You know, now it's so programmed. You know that I watch it, and nothing against Bella. It's not the same. You know, It's changed.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see. See, Miami Beach Pride Parade. Oh boy. I mean, it's just so stupid. How in the world, Chicago? Why do people get so just wacky as can be? It's a tutti frutti, whatever. Miami Beach.
Yeah.
I think it's this weekend. I mean, this is like a clown show. Yeah. No, actually, April. It was in April. Okay, well, that's good. It wasn't in June. That's a good thing. Oh, April next year, huh? Amazing. So where is the Carnivore Parade? Where you have ducks and iguanas. The ducks and iguanas will probably be throwing rocks at the Carnivore Parade. It's just funny. Pride concert. Okay. Sunday, April 6th, 2025. I guess it must be something else. I don't know. Wacky, wacky, wacky. Oh, here we go. I saw something on the news. St. Petersburg. It's always these clown-looking characters prancing around. In Spanish, I think they call them pato, which is duck. So I always thought that was funny. They got their rainbow flag and all this other silliness. Yeah, it's quite funny. But again, I'm not saying that, they want to play that whatever, that's fine with me. I don't care. Have all the parades you want. But don't get mad at me when I laugh at it because it's funny. I like laughing at stuff. People get offended when I make fun of them. Dress up like gals and prance around all funny. It's just funny. Here it is. Yeah, I think it is today. I know that. Let's see. Milton Nanners. Because I saw it. Somebody told me about it. They were mad. I'm like, yeah, who cares? It's funny. If he happens to be by there, just laugh at it. It's funny.
Right.
It's like when you see a duck waddling in the street. Let's see. Ride weekend. Because, see, at the weekend that I'm born is always when they have these ridiculous parades. And they don't even say what time it is. 8 p.m. Or maybe it's already over. Who knows? But I'm sure it'll be in the news. I mean, seriously, this is just ridiculous.
I
Anyway,
agree.
it's funny. It really is funny. Let's see. Saturday, June 14th, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. That's what it is. So it is today. I was right. I know always at the weekend of my birthday, they always have this silly thing. Anyway, enough of that fruity stuff. Let's see. If I want real fruit, I'll call Paul Saladino and we'll come over and have some bananas and mangoes. That's what we need. Okay, let's see the comments. This is interesting.
Yeah. You haven't seen Terry Sue comment about Aaron's butter woman?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
My sister and I were kids. Big loquat tree. Yeah, see, I need to make a video of some of my loquat trees. I got 2 of them here in the yard. Where's Carnivore Week? That's what I want to know. And then, let's see, Rena gets topics and guests. She might not play piano. Well, that's it. You know, not everybody can play piano. I don't play any instrument. I was trying to learn the trumpet. That's kind of interesting, but nothing is discriminating. I never met a gay carnivore. All genders. Have you? That's a good question. Has anybody in here met a
Not
gay?
yet. No, I haven't. At least nobody openly out there.
Wasn't the one that Peter talked about that was on last week with Carrie? Wasn't he gay or something like that? The one that's supposed to be here in Miami?
You mean No, not Lash. No, I know he's not gay.
No, not him. Let me see. I'll find it.
Yeah, if you can, because I'm not sure exactly who you're talking about. I haven't watched 100% of too many of Carrie's videos lately, like his interviews.
Right.
Like, I've watched his videos. I watch Emma, you know, because she pops up a little bit more, but I don't really. I've seen Carrie. Don't get me wrong. I just haven't watched too many of his interviews. Like unless it's somebody I know or somebody that pops in my head. Like I think he did an interview with Helen the other day, and I'm actually interviewing her this Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm hoping my interviews get more people to come on than anything.
I'm sure over time.
I'm hoping
so.
that they attract, you know.
I'll find
Like
this
I know
guy.
I got quite a few when I had Amy Hosbon.
This one right here. This one. Let's see. Got the commercial.
Don't forget, I'm a little delayed, so I'm not going to see it until a few minutes later.
I don't know who that is. One of my customers bothering me. I'll call them later. This is my day off. I'm not going to go fix your air conditioner just because it's getting hot.
Well, let's be careful of what you wish for. Okay. I will say this.
Let me see.
I'm always being cautious of what I wish for.
Yeah, this guy, I think he said it was in Miami and said something about a husband, so I think he might be one of the very, very few of the gay guys. But that's the one that I remember Peter had mentioned. So it's probably possible, but it is unlikely. And the thing is, normally when somebody is that kind of persuasion, they're pretty easy to spot by the mannerisms and by their voice. It just seems to be part of it, except, like I said, my friend, if I could get my friend to get on the interview, which he just has a lot of money and he's private and all that, he doesn't want to tell anybody, but if you would see what he looks like, you would be amazed because there's just no way you would know. It's just one of those exceptions to the rule. But
I'm sure there are. It's just,
you wouldn't know it.
I mean, usually don't you kind of like think of most vegans as being
That's the one thing that I have noticed. I know one vegan, her son is gay, and it's kind of funny because he's afraid of me like you wouldn't believe. He won't even go around me. He thinks that I'm some kind of, psychopath or something like that. He won't go anywhere near me. He's afraid of me. Every time he
But
sees me.
you are a psychopath, right?
Nah, not me. I mean, his own mom has been a friend of mine for over 30 years. Every time she has a problem with the house, she calls me because I can fix it. But it's weird that her son is like so strange. And he's definitely, and you talk about a fruit cake. Oh my goodness. He does not, I mean, it's like flamboyant to the extreme. I used to make fun of him. I called him the flamingo. He didn't like that. But I had a bunch of plastic flamingos in my yard. I had probably 20 or 30 of them at one time because somebody I know, they had them. They were slightly damaged. They were throwing them away. And it was really funny when you think about it because then I rearranged all the flamingos like they were mating. And he thought that was extremely offensive. But I do stuff like that. I like to kind of push somebody's buttons when I find out what aggravates them.
You know?
Let's see.
There was actually an employee one time that I had mannequins and we were dressing them and he was doing like they were all gay and everything like that. And somebody got offended. I said, well, if the mannequins don't care, why should you?
Yeah, right? Mm-hmm. Let's see. Buttergal likes looking good too much. Yep. Buttergal looks too clean. Can't trust someone like that. It's all makeup. It's all staged. That's how they get rich. You're not going to get rich looking like me, going out there slinging scrap metal around. That ain't happening. Aaron's character.
I mean,
was much
in
more
reality,
dangerous.
Bella is a nice person. I mean, she is very nice. But, yeah. And she's, I can't say too many bad things about her because, she's helped me out quite a bit, just like everybody else has. So I can't really.
That's good.
But, in which we all know the story. At least I know you do. I don't know if everybody else does. But,
Right.
But, and I don't really want to tell too much of it because I don't know how much they want me to tell,
Right.
But I'm sure they want me to tell some things because it does make them look good, obviously.
Right.
But,
Let's see. Oh, let's see. Aaron's character is down to earth. Yeah, because Aaron is like me. She's just giving you real life. Is there boat racing a thing? Not like it was. It was very popular. They even used to have the Marine Stadium for that. It's abandoned now. Let's see. I like simple down to earth. Well, that's why you're here. Let's see. Happy belated birthday. Watching from Philippines. Well, glad. Hey, if you were in the Philippines, you probably have a bunch of mangoes. Otherwise, I'd give you some of mine if you were in Carnivore. Let's see. Aren't afraid to show their vulnerabilities. Well, again, that's why you're here. Real people. Yes. Lisa, aren't afraid to say the F word. Well, there's a lot of F words, like feathers. I say that word. Feathers. Fruity. I do say the word fruity a lot. People get offended. No, you called him a fruit. Yeah. It's like the fruit of the loom or the fruit of your loins or fruit of whatever. Just fruity, My dad's favorite word. Fruity stuff.
I'm going to be honest on your channel, Rick, right now. So I'm feeling a little shaky right now.
Okay.
All right. And my sugar's reading on the meter is reading 90.
Okay.
So sometimes it's not always the same with the actual finger stick. So I'm actually going to take my finger stick and see what it actually, see if it's different.
Yeah.
I figure you could hear it on your channel.
Mm-hmm.
Because 90 should not give me a shakiness.
No. You'll have to do a blood test. That interstitial thing probably.
My finger test, if you could actually see it, is 67.
Ah, okay.
So that's why, So it tells people that if you have a CGM and you're at a certain number, that you definitely should test out the finger stick every once in a while too, because that's actually a little bit more accurate.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you're just not getting a constant number. Sorry to change the subject there.
Right.
You heard it on Rick's channel.
There you go. Well, I've done blood sugar tests myself. I've had it as low with the blood test as like 52 or something like that.
Yeah.
And my dad says, "You don't feel like dizzy?" I'm like, "No, I'm fine. 52, no problem." And I went out there and because I was digging a hole, I was digging a trench. I walked inside. My dad was trying to do the blood sugar. His was like 120 or something. He couldn't figure out why his blood sugar was always high, and he was eating healthy, the whole grains. He didn't eat any actual sugar. And I said, well, I mean, it's carbohydrates. It's all sugar. What's the difference? Oh, it's complex carbohydrates. Okay, whatever. But, but then he couldn't figure out how come. And the other thing too is when your body has been running high on sugar, it's like people that are diabetic. If your blood sugar drops below 80, you can be really dizzy. When you're a carnivore like me, you're running half on ketones. I don't even think it really matters because other than blood cells, what else really needs blood sugar? I mean, nothing else. Your brain can run on ketones. It's just your blood, your red blood cells need glucose. So they'll take it in as they need it, and then your body makes it. I've never had a problem, honestly. The only time I felt dizzy and tired is when I didn't eat enough. If I had a light breakfast, maybe a couple of eggs and half a pound of meat, by this time I'm already worn out. But if I eat 2 pounds of meat and a dozen eggs, I'll be going all morning, no problem.
Yeah.
Lisa says about the guy on Carrie's channel, he kept saying his husband. Yeah. He said he was in Miami. I tried to contact the guy, but he never contacted me back. I'd like to meet somebody locally. And don't be afraid. I'm not homophobic or anything. I'm not going to condemn you. I'm not going to come at you with a Bible and try to cleanse you of your sins because I don't care. I don't believe that people choose to be homosexual. I think it's just something that happens. If you happen to be one of those people and you find somebody you like, go with it. I mean, what's the difference? What are you going to do? Deny that and then do something else? And it's just a bunch of nonsense. If you're not...
Be who you are, I mean...
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it doesn't bother... I don't see how it bothers anybody else. And I tell my friend, I had a friend that was really homophobic.
Yeah, I think we're a little bit... trying to think of the word. We're a little bit more adult now than we used to be in that particular respect. I think a lot of people are more accepting.
It's like my friend that, I told you about the one that is gay. I didn't even know about it until I knew him for several years. And my other friend was like, how can you associate with this guy? I said, he's my friend, I don't care. So aren't you worried? I'm worried about what?
Right.
If he thinks I'm attractive, I'll say good, You think I'm attractive? You want to do whatever? Sure, I'm not just stay out of the back door. I don't want to mess with that. And, but it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, thank you for that,
Exactly. I'm not worried about it. But the thing is that this guy was like super paranoid. I said, you know what? You ought to be lucky that he's gay. I said, why is that? I said, he's so good looking. Any gal that would go after you would take a look at him. They'd go right with him. They'd leave you behind. You want more of the guys to be gay, so that way you have your choice of more women. I mean, think about it. It's like my other friend George. He liked the gay guy because he says, oh, I can find all the good women that way. I'm like, how do you do that? He says, well, they all have girlfriends, and he kind of pretended like he was one of the soy boys, and then next thing you know, he goes home with the girls of his choice. So there's an advantage to it.
Yeah, that's true.
People get offended too easy. It's like this troll thing. You get a troll on your channel. You got to ban the troll. You got to ban the troll. I'm like, I ain't gonna waste my time. They'll ban themselves. They'll do what they're gonna do, and then they give up. It happens every time.
Yeah.
I think it comes wisdom.
I mean, sometimes I think the trolls become a little annoying, but I know like the other day we were on a chat with Peter, and Peter's like, "Can you please get this troll off here?"
Yeah.
It wasn't your chat; it was something else. But it was like, "Can you please?" Because I think it was annoying him.
Right.
But if you do like you do and look at his humor and don't really pay attention to what the troll's saying and look at it as sort of a joke, then it sort of becomes like and when you play along too, like I do with this Carrie one, like, hey, how's the Boston trip, Carrie? I was really?
That's it.
And people that know the Boston trip's not up yet, that it's like in another couple of weeks, it's sort of like, oh, yeah, obviously this troll doesn't know what's going on,
If you get a movie or TV show from, let's say, the 50s, a movie from like the 30s to maybe the 60s, or a TV show from the 50s to the 70s, you see that they made fun of different ethnic groups, religions. It's like, what was it? Archie Bunker was always making fun of everybody. And Sanford and Son, he made fun of the Puerto Ricans. And then, the doorbell would ring. Oh, it's Avon calling. Or, oh, no, it's the Jehovah's Witnesses or something like that. They'd make fun of people. And nobody cared because they made fun of everybody. You made fun of the cartoons. They used to make fun of the Chinese. They get hit on the head, and they'd play some Chinese music with their eyes slanted, or they get blown up and they turn black and they have pigtails. And people laughed at that stuff because, it's like, oh, well. But now everybody is triggered and butthurt, and as soon as you say the wrong thing, they blow up. And that's...
Yeah. I mean, they don't play Archie Bunker anymore because All in the Family because of that reason, Like they play it, but it's very rare you see it,
Right. That's the problem.
Because of the exact reason why you just said, And I mean, you think about it, the one thing that Archie Bunker made fun of was the ignorant, and just so many things that,
Well, he called the guy a meathead all the time. You're a meathead. You're a meathead.
But did you ever see the episode of I don't know if you ever saw it or not, but where Edith explains to Mike that his father called him meathead?
I don't remember it. I may have seen it.
Yeah, it actually shows where it kind of becomes like where he's even closer to Mike, where he I don't know if it was Archie's father or Edith's father used to call Archie meathead, and there's that connection right there. That I think it was actually her father that called him meathead, and there's actually that connection where it's like, oh, so that's why he calls me meathead because that's what his father-in-law called him.
That's right. That's pretty good. But
I have a pretty good memory on things. It's kind of some things I don't, but a lot of things I do. So it's like sort of like scary. Some of the things I remember.
The ability to not be offended is very powerful. Because if you think about it, it's like if you've been dragged into court, I've been sued a few times, they try to play on your emotions. It's like when you're dealing with the police. They will try to tell you that they know this or that about you. And you know that they can lie to you. And people do this all the time. They'll make things up and just to try to trigger you. And then that way you can kind of incriminate yourself. You can say the wrong thing and they can use it against you. But what I do, before I get triggered or get offended, I need to see who I'm dealing with. So I'll go out there and I'll play the game and then try to see. And most of the time, when they realize that you're not going to be triggered, they leave you alone. I learned this as a kid when I got picked on all the time. And the thing was, once I got tall enough where nobody would even challenge me anymore, then it was really fun because I could really laugh, and because the kids, they love to try to intimidate you. They're going to use some type of threat. I'm going to beat you up after school. That was like the most popular one. I know where you live. Like, great, come on over. We can have a burger together. They look at you like, what? And the thing is, I had a kid one time that was trying to do that, and I offered him something to eat, and he wouldn't eat it because he thought I poisoned it. Because a lot of times when you treat somebody like that, and instead of being afraid, you're kind of making a joke out of it, they probably think, what is this guy doing? He's got something I don't know about. And then they leave you alone. And I learned that lesson a long time ago. And if you're on the internet, I mean, what's the worst thing they can do? They can disrupt your chat, but they're not going to come through the computer screen and try to do something to you. I mean, give you a computer virus. I've been on online battles with somebody trying to send files to my computer and trying to open different ports. Those things do happen. But it's kind of fun. And I tell everybody, if they're hacking my computer, all I got to do is unplug the Ethernet cable and the hacking ends. Because I had somebody get a Trojan horse into my computer through an email. As soon as I opened the email attachment, Trojan horse was in the computer, was trying to connect to the internet. I unplugged it, and that was it.
Okay.
But, yeah.
My sister actually had a similar thing with her. Because my sister owns her own real estate company, right? Like a huge corporation.
Oh, okay.
And she had that where like her whole like everything was like out of whack because somebody put a Trojan horse and corrupted it, so she had to like pay like thousands of dollars just to kind of get it all fixed.
Right.
And everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's like the bigger you get, the more problems you're going to have, you know.
Right. Let's see.
So I'm
Bricky's-
looking at the chat right now. Looks like Bricky is telling you, I don't know why she's not talking to me, because I'm right here, but she says, Rick, if Thomas is using synthetic insulin, he has to make sure blood sugar does not go too low.
Right.
Yeah, I already know that.
Oh, he knows that. But I see Brookie made a comment earlier. It says asexual or just purposely celibate. I am not celibate. I have no interest. There's no one in this entire city that I'm attracted to, not one single individual, ever. So I consider that to be asexual. That's the way I am. I can't think of one gal here that I'd look at and go, wow, you know, same thing. The guys are the same. They're worse because they're even uglier. So it's like, it ain't happening. So celibate is when you have to make, it's like a priest or something. And of course, you know how they're not always successful. They go with the women when you're not looking, or worse, they go after the children. Sick little mind they have. But yeah, that's the thing. Hey, Thomas, you got to be careful what you wish for. I don't know what Terry Sue was saying there, but uh-oh, bot time. Okay, we're way behind. Whiny doors aren't that effective. Offensive. Okay, something in the store.
You know, I just realized we have two famous carnivores on this channel, on this thing right now. We got Bacon Baby and Butter Woman.
Oh, excellent.
You got Butter and Bacon both on this channel.
There you go. Well, you're making you hungry. Rena's very intelligent. She's living in Dubai, but is an Aussie. I wish she would have not lost the video interview she did with me. She's always welcome to do another one. Terry Sue says, all my gay friends have always been easy to spot. Yep, that's the whole gaydar thing. But again, my friend that I talked about, and I won't use his name, you would never know. You have no idea. This guy is about as straight looking and acting as you can get. But I'll tell you one thing. I know firsthand that he is homosexual, so that's good. Punk Rock Bad Dead Kennedys had an album called Fresh Fruit for Rotting Vegetables. Feral Grandma says, gay people I know trend towards veggie. Yeah, leaves more meat for us. Exactly. You know, it'd be interesting to make a video. I'm sure it'd be too controversial for YouTube, but to find out exactly, or maybe I'll put a poll on my site there. How many of you are heterosexual, homosexual, or asexual? I'm going to do that. I may even do that now.
Well, how many would really realize that they're asexual? I mean, that's kind of middle of the road, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's pretty easy.
There's a few people that said I'm pretty much asexual. So.
Well, it's very simple. It's like you said.
But I never heard this name until somebody said it to me. You know, like it's.
I figured it out back when I was in college, because everybody I know is always talking about, you know, that females this and that, and this gal, and I want to get laid, and blah blah blah. Oh, Rick, how come you don't have a girlfriend? I'm like, I don't see any attractive gals. And it's only gotten worse because as Miami's gotten more ethnic, it's become less and less on the attractiveness scale. Plus, there's the attitude. People in Miami, they think that they're special. The women here, they think they're some kind of princess, you know, princess of the garbage can, but whatever it is. And I just don't see any advantage to it. I know too many people, they get married, they get henpecked, and the wife treats them like crap. And I'm like, why do you put up with this? I mean, there's good women out there, but most of the people I know, they get abused, and they take it willingly because they're, you know, kitty whipped or whatever they call it. So try to be nice about that. But yeah, it's just weird.
A few people used to think I was actually gay, but I'm like, no, I'm not gay.
Who said you were gay?
A few people in my like kids at school, and my boss thought I was gay. And all that.
Really?
He's like, it's okay if you are. I'm like, I'm not. You know, I'm very far from it. But you know, because I don't like you just said, I don't really talk about women, and you know, like it's not something I talk about.
Intellectuals don't talk much about women. That's the thing. When you have a higher IQ, you don't waste your time talking about how you want to get laid or all that. Now, I had one time I had a gal that wanted to go out with me, and I told her she wasn't attractive, and of course she says, well, she made up like I was being a sexual harassment. So she tried to sue me. And when I went to the deposition, my friend, the one that I told you about, he says, I got an idea. So we pretended like we're a gay couple, and the lawyer threw us physically, tried to push us out of the office, but when he tried to push me, I elbowed him, and then but we left, and that lawsuit disappeared because it was like, you're going to try to sue this guy for sexual harassment, and he's got a boyfriend. Like, that's not going to work. I mean, honestly. So
No.
that's pretty good. Oh, it's funny.
Yeah, definitely.
But I've never had anybody accuse me of being gay. In fact, my friend knew me for years, and he never thought that I was on that team.
Yeah. When I was in high school, kids thought it, and then my boss one time said it, and I'm like, no, I'm very far from it,
Interesting. So I guess some people, they just have that vibe where they think that they're gay or something, but I've never had that. I've had the opposite. I've had people worried that thought I was going to take their wife or girlfriend away. I'm like, trust me, I got no interest in your woman whatsoever. And I explained to him, I said,
I get people like that too that think that, like, they don't trust me because,
Well, it's like I tell everybody, the only time that you're going to, that I'm going to get up in the morning is, as they say, is when I wake up. Because every time when I wake up in the morning, I've got the old tent going on. But once I get into the day, it doesn't come back. The more that I'm out and about, the less, it matters. I guess I just store up all that energy at night. Bam, it's
Right.
always there. But during the day, zero. So I've had people tell me, well, your testosterone's low. I actually went back in my 20s. Believe it or not, that's one of the reasons why I tried the plant-based diet, because I got a lot of pressure. Well, Rick, when are you going to get a girlfriend? When are you going to get married? Blah, blah, blah. So I thought, and I went to one of these, they had a study at the University of Miami, and the idea was, it was like some kind of sexual study to see, what a person's, how many people were, let's say, heterosexual and homosexual, bisexual and all that. So I signed up for the study. They gave you this little strap that you put around your wee-wee, and then they put air into it, and then you look at a series of images and videos and all this stuff,
okay.
and then they try to figure out where the arousal is. Well, the sad thing was, I got almost no response except when they showed the steakhouse. They had a video of people in a steakhouse, and it was like, one of those traditional steakhouses where you have the formal tables, and they were serving the steaks. That was about the only time I got any blood flow down there. And the guy that was doing it was like really confused. I think there's something wrong with this. And I said, trust me, there's nothing wrong with it. I followed the instructions. I put the thing down there, and it's called a plesmograph. Penile plesmograph, I think is what it's called. And I was in this study. And it was really funny because they went through all this, a bunch of questions, I remember one of the questions was, were you interested in your teacher? Were you, it's weird stuff. So I'm answering all these questions and then looking at all these images, and then they give you like colors and they play different sounds. It's like high pitch and low pitch. They mount it to your pulse rate. And then they had this thing you look into. It's like a camera that determines how wide your eyes open up. And then again, they show you pictures, they play sounds. They had sounds of people running, people breathing. It's the craziest thing ever. And it was down there at the University of Miami, which is down the street. So I was in that study, and then my results were inconclusive. But they did include me in the asexual, and I think I was like the most extreme on a number from 0 to 100. I think I was the closest to 0 they'd ever seen. But my dad thought it was a carnivore diet, which I think is really funny when I see the stories about, the Seventh-day Adventists and trying to avoid meat because it makes you sexual desire. And then my dad was telling me it's because I ate nothing but meat that I didn't have any desire, that I had to eat rice and beans and all that stuff. So I switched to the plant-based diet to see if it would awaken the desires, and it did nothing. And not only that, it made it worse, because instead of getting the morning wood, I got 0. The only thing I was doing is going to the toilet all the time. It was terrible. So the plant-based diet ruined it. But it's kind of interesting. Gay people I know trend towards veggie. I wonder if vegetables make people gay, or if it's just gay people like vegetables. I don't know. I guess they want to toss the salad.
Mm.
This
That
is
was a very interesting euphemism there, but
I'm going to make a poll. You know what? It is, Funny Farm Month. So maybe what I should do is just put it on there. Maybe I'll make a video. That'd be super controversial. Does diet affect sexual orientation? That would be kind of interesting. And I'll keep it.
I wouldn't doubt it does, because aren't a lot of carnivores, including Mitch, like have increased testosterone now?
Well, look at Peter,
Because
Papa Carnivore. He
Peter-
tripled his testosterone on the carnivore diet.
Right. So I wouldn't doubt if eating, people have become vegan. I wouldn't doubt being vegan causes intimate, or whatever you call that word. But where they're where they kind of like aren't really that interested in.
Well, my
I don't want
ex-vegan.
I don't want to sound too naive, but I'm just wondering, because,
My ex-vegan friend, he was basically, how did he put it? Not impotent, but impotent is when you shoot blanks. I forget what they call it.
That was the word I was looking at, but yeah, okay, you're right.
But yeah, there was. I'm trying to remember what that was. Somebody calling me. Hello. Hello. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, I mean. Right. Oh, you called yesterday?
All right, so I guess he has me on caller
okay.
waiting, talking to somebody else. Yeah, I thought about,
Okay.
like I said before, I thought about doing cucumbers so I can make pickles and stuff, but I'm not really sure. I'm not really there yet.
That's good. I didn't hear from you. I was here, but I guess I was working outside. I didn't hear the phone ring. I know that. You always call me when it's my birthday. Everything's good. It's just hot. Just been, a little bit busy. Otherwise, good.
Yeah.
You gotta let me know when you're in town again, so that way I can meet you. I haven't seen you in person in years. Oh. Oh. Mm-hmm. Ah, okay. Huh. Wow. Yeah. All right. I know. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, say hi to David for me. I know. I understand. Yes, I still am. Right. Well, remember what I told you. You stay out of the back door and we are good. All right. Bye.
Okay. Well, it's funny. I guess ears must have been going. Remember the person I talked about? The one that's been carnivore since 98, 99, whatever. I forget when he really went carnivore. Well, he called me up because he wanted to call me for my birthday, but I guess he was not able to call me yesterday. So he called me today. And I just hope that pretty soon he will feel comfortable enough to come onto my channel and we'll talk a little bit about his experience with a carnivore diet. He lives up in Minnesota. I mentioned one time, next time that Kerry has one of his meetups, he ought to go over there to the Montello Theater in Wisconsin. I mean, it's a long way, but it'd be kind of interesting if he showed up because my friend is probably the most unique carnivore out there. And again, picture the best looking blonde-haired 50-year-old you could ever imagine. Lots of muscle, really, really good. Nice voice too. I mean, we're talking best of the best, and it would blow everybody's mind. Instead of a quack like me, who's built like a palm tree. Obviously there's a difference. But anyway, I guess I lost Thomas when I did the call, and he probably had to go, which is fine. And let's see if we can get this going here. We have a ton of comments to go through. I think I've gone further behind than Mitch does. So let's see. Gay men probably think all that plant fiber keeps their colon clean so they can, never mind. Well, I will never understand why anybody would want to go to the bathroom in reverse. That just seems really strange to me. But, I guess as long as you're not the one taking it, it's not going to be that bad. Okay. Fruit, yes. I use the term fruit quite often. And if you look it up, you'll see that it's a very old term. Maybe the bulk of the fiber keeps them stretched out so the activities don't seem as damaged. There you go. Damage from eating enough fiber. I tend to think that plant fiber and all that struggle is what caused my inguinal hernias that were repaired 5 years ago. I actually have a hernia that I'd like to get fixed one of these days, but I'm afraid of going to the hospital. I got it from a pretty bad car accident. I've been in several accidents. I've fallen through floors. I've had a tree fall on me. I've had a lot of mishaps over the years. So I guess getting a hernia isn't the worst of it. But I just deal with it. I push it back in when I need to. And that's it. Gay people tend to want other people around them to be gay too. I don't believe that. I've never experienced that personally. I find that when I'm around gay people, they just want to get away from me. That seems to be the thing. Yep. He might agree. And if you're not familiar with his channel, what is his channel name now? He has no colon because vegetables destroyed it. Kent Carnivore. Again, that name Kent. We're not talking Kent mangoes and we're not talking Kent cigarettes. Lee is elite carnivore. Yes, he definitely is. The political movement is what I don't care for. I agree. No one is special. Oh, come on. I think I'm pretty special. Whack. And look, Aaron's back. Yes. I'm going to take a break, though. Well, in a little bit, you'll be having your live. Hopefully, we'll be done with our live by then. Get her done. He has much more intense story than most of us. That's right. Did the bot leave? They always leave eventually. A bot, AI, can never go with RI because Rick's real intelligence will beat AI every single day. Hi, Wendy. The bot called the phone and said he was Kiltz. Yep. I'll have to put that on. I wish Dr. Kiltz would watch this. He'd get a kick out of it, but I had a little technical issue. And he cut me off. Okay. Yep. I'm old for the liberal man. There you go. Thomas is using... Yeah. That's right. That's what he was saying. Real to me. Wow. Insulin struggles with weight and feeling good. It's a shame that people just don't take this into their own hands and fix the problem. Right. Goes a little low on the blood glucose. That's the thing. When you're taking, your body naturally makes the insulin that you need. When you're trying to inject insulin and your blood sugar goes too low, you'll have to eat some carbohydrates to bring it back up. Okay. Everyone is still asleep here. I guess I'll put on some bacon and wake them up. There you go. I don't like this dependency on new technology. Well, I try to avoid it. When we have a hurricane here, I hope I can fix my roof good enough to go through for a hurricane if we do get one, because if we do get a hurricane, I'm going to make some videos. I'm going to make, like I wanted to do in Hurricane Andrew, but I didn't have a video camera at the time. But I would love to make some videos of Miami after a major hurricane. That would really wake up my YouTube channel. Or I'll make another YouTube channel and just show all the devastation and all the things that I do for hurricane relief. Eat your share first, Aaron, then wake them up. There you go. No choice until it all blows up. That's right. And you know, it's already after my lunchtime. I need to make some lunch. I don't have any chicken for heart attack chicken. So I guess I'll have a heart attack burger. I don't have a whole lot to work with, but lots of night owls on the weekends. Okay. I don't go anywhere. After dark, I'm generally home. Ah, look who's here. It's our friend Meathead. If you want to check him out, hit Bob's Carnivore Talk at 8 o'clock on Monday night. And you can join in. So, but yeah, we were talking about Archie Bunker earlier. I thought Aaron typed that. It's okay. Right? I could pick the switch hitter from a while away. Game over. That is too funny. I've considered myself functionally straight. Never had any other inclination. Well, that's good. I think most people, that's the way that they are. Now, I'm not saying, you know, I'm sure a lot of people, they might find, I'm not against it. Let's put it this way. I've been trashed many times in the past when I used to make my other videos. I had some of the homosexuals getting my videos banned because I was criticizing them. But I'm not saying that, you know, I think in some ways, some people are just more hands-on than others. I see women a lot of times hanging out, getting, you know, friendly and all that. I mean, the guys don't do it, but I think some of the guys should. Some of the guys, if they want to hold hands or they want to hang out together on the couch and watch some sports or whatever, I don't have a problem with that. I don't see an issue with it. You know, even in the Bible, you can see the way those guys were kind of a little too friendly for today's world. I mean, they're kissing each other and sitting together and whatever. You know, you start reading through some of the Gospels, you can see some very, very interesting things in there. Then you got David and Jonathan and all those scriptures, so ain't nothing wrong with being a little friendly. What I'm against is when people try to use it as a leverage against other people and they try to marginalize you and they say, well, you know, you're against me because of this or that. And I don't fall for that nonsense. I'm not going to let myself be dragged into that silliness. I like my daughter's friend's mother too much. I can't be more patient. Okay. That's, I don't know. If she's married, that's a problem. Kitty whipped. Yes. They use the other word. Starts with a P and ends with a Y. My fat boss has an unattractive, now old wife. Even he said she's mean as a snake. Right? And the thing is, when you marry him for looks and they got a bad personality, once the looks go, you got nothing left. Yep. That's right. Batman. Da, 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 da. Okay. I would have done the same thing pretending to be gay. Yeah, see? And it worked really well. It was extremely effective. When you find out what offends people, it's very effective. And the good thing is that my friend is extraordinarily good looking, so, you know, it's not like a toad. It's like you're kissing the toad. At least you have someone that looks good and is, you know, good to be around. So it's easy to put up the show. The thing is, you just don't want to get too much of the show because acting may turn to recreation, and then you have a problem. All right. That's exactly, yes. Yes, I did. And I can tell you pretty much, in fact, I could probably show you what it is. I see Carnivore Keith is here. I didn't catch you come in earlier. All right. It's not as funny as me saying balls. Well, I got plenty of bowling balls. Yeah. Okay. Balls. They had that, I think, in also, what was it? Inspector Clouseau. They had Professor Balls that used to make all of the. Yeah, that's it. Platysmograph. So you know what that is, right? Let's see. That's the one. Why can't I get this? There we go. We'll copy this, and we will do a Google search so that we can get more ads. And let's see. So yeah, this guy, he does look a little on the fruity side, so I wouldn't doubt it. But he looks like a good person. And as you can see, I did comment on the video. And yeah, the comment is still there, see? So, and that was 8 days ago. So my comment is there. Although I don't get my comments liked that much, but hey, once in a while. All right, let me see if maybe they have a YouTube video. No, I'll just do a Google search. If you're in medicine, you know what it is. It's basically just like a little strap. See? It's an instrument that measures changes in volume within an organ to the entire body. That's what it is. So, and they have finger platysmograph. It's the same basic thing. Okay. Okay. They can measure your fingers. You can do your pulse. But they used a different device. Diagram, pressure. Okay, but that's what it is. And that was part of the study. So, lungs, genitals, there you go. And that's what it is. So, and see what it says right here. The level of arousal as the subject is exposed to sexually suggestive content such as pictures, movies, or audio, although some have argued that phallometry is not always appropriate for the evaluation of sexual preferences or treatment effects. So that's what it was. And when you have a reading of 0, and the only thing that had any moderate activity was a video of a steakhouse, you know that you have a major problem. A problem that modern medicine cannot fix and that us intellectuals don't want to fix. Yep. I see a lot from the TV series Batman with the Catwoman. Maybe cucumbers, toss a salad. You liked my joke, didn't you? Yeah, just because your testosterone is high doesn't mean they want to do it. Now, my testosterone is probably 0, But then again, who knows? I can still grow facial hair. The stuff grows rather quickly, and I seem to have a lot of motivation and energy, so that's okay. All right. Yeah, that's right. I got way too many phones. I'm crazy about phones. You'll notice none of them are cell phones, though. Okay. I have that message, too. He hung up on me. I didn't hang up. It just cut off somehow. I don't know what happened. Okay. He's on the cat phone. All right. This is the best reality show ever. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you're here. No problem. The commissioner called. I need to get my red phone out. I actually do have a red bat phone here somewhere with the light on it. It's pretty entertaining. June is motocross month. All right. Motocross month. I will be leaving in 1 minute to be to the national event. Well, that's good. I could get into that. I got a dirt bike rusting out somewhere in my yard. Keep it 24/7. There you go. Oh, yeah. He's got the duck food blues. He's got a different one now. Mm-hmm. Yep. David, yeah, right? That's my friend's husband. Okay. Wolfat, the most important part of who you are sexually and every other way is between your ears. Diet must be part of it. Okay. Yep. Hey, at least when you're asexual, you don't have to worry about VD, even though they used to have a saying that VD is for everybody. I never had to worry about VD. Surgery, yeah. Had a sling installed to fix it. Has to carry a card in case it gets recalled. That's the problem. You know, if that thing fails, I think I'll just have to live with it because Carnivore isn't going to fix it. Yeah. Well, you could always have some yogurt, but I know you're trying to avoid dairy, so. Surgery center is a regular hospital. There you go. I don't have the money for that anyway. If I ever did get it redone, that would be fine. I wouldn't touch a non-carnivore woman. Ew. Yeah, right? But the question is, what's worse, the non-carnivore woman or the carnivore boyfriend? I don't know. I hate to say it, but I think my carnivore friend is more attractive than any of the women's in Miami, so that's not a good sign. Put the iguanas on top. Most people will leave it alone. Felicia uses dead polygraph. Oh, that's too funny. I wish I could find the results of that study they gave me. It was really interesting. Carnivore Keith. Oh, looks like I've caught up. Did I miss any comments? No. You got to admit, when it comes to YouTubers, I am the one that hits every single comment. You will never see me miss comments. Now let's see how many people we have so we can determine whether to end this thing. And let's see. Plus, we cover a lot of interesting subjects. I don't think too many people cover the stuff that I do. You'll never get bored with Rick's heart attack videos and medical mishaps and all this other stuff. Seniors failing this at home. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, they can't even stand up. I've made videos about how easily I could stand up. That's fine. And they got the war going on. These idiots are eventually going to start World War III. It's great. Now they're burning police cars. This is one screwed up world. You realize if more people were like us, none of this would be going on? Are you looking for lunch? I hear they're good eating. Must be an iguana comment. Thanks for the video. Oh, good. What is a starch-free Chipotle bowl does to blood sugar? Huh. Anyway. Yeah, it's... Okay. Well, let's go ahead and see what we have here. We have 36 people still watching. It actually went up a little bit. That's pretty amazing. I'm really quite pleased by the turnout that I get. Now, I've never had more than 60, so that's good. Oh, we got another comment coming in here, too. No, that's just Sean Baker's video. I see Dustin had a video there. I guess he did an interview, which I'll have to look at later. But anyway, let's see. And there's my videos. My last one was about squirrels. That got 917 views. My keto bread video got about 939. I mean, the shorts, you know, that was when my internet was down. You can see my living room. You know it's my house when you see ducks all over the place. And what else? Oh, okay. Not bad, not bad. Now I'm up to 3,450 subscribers, something like that. Can I reach 4,000 by the end of the year? Maybe. Do I care if I reach 4,000? No. Because either way, it's not going to make any difference in terms of how much I don't make. Well, let's see. Still getting more than one a day, which is good. All right. Percentage viewed, not bad. Not bad. I link to some of the older videos that I find. Oh, look. Looks like Dr. Kilt's just subscribed recently. Nice. Vegan dolls? Well, that's interesting. Okay, Robert was on May 7th. So, yeah, that was probably when I was. Let's see. Vegan dolls, Eyes on Carnivore, Sykes family. I try to go through my subscribers and look at their channels and subscribe to their channel. I need to do that too. I got a lot of good people there. Okay. I'm going to check out, again, I think it's nice that people subscribe to my channel. So generally, if you subscribe to my channel, I'm going to be checking out your channel. So don't be surprised if you have a new subscriber. A lot of them don't have any videos. Oh, look at that. That's good. Yeah, I have a lot of subscriptions. I wonder how many people you can actually keep connecting to. And I see he's still running. Dustin is still running. He's only got 4 people watching, but I guess it's an interview. So that's good. I don't want to hog up all the time. So, you know, if you want, we can turn this off. Let's see. Not bad. And look at who that is. Yep, I saw that one. It's our friend over there. Let's see. Doing good, man. Looks like I got some mail. Yep. I see the mail truck stopping. That's good. Yep. I got some mail in the mailbox. Usually it's some useless crap. But anyway. So yeah, it's fun to check out some of these channels and see what we got going on. Let's see. And we're still here. We're still going. Still under the neon lights. Still over here at the old microphone. Still playing like we're back in the 70s or 60s or whatever. So let me go back to the comments and see. And what do we got here? Oh, yes. We have... All right. I would have some yogurt today, but the hotel only had sweet and fruity. Yeah, that's the problem. You have as many likes as you have viewers, which is nice, Rick. That's because I have viewers like you that interact with my channel. Real people that are here just to hang out. None of us are here to try to make money off anybody else. So that's good. I am back with that steak. Nice. Nice, Thomas. Okay. I had a question about pulling 3/0 cable. I have a 320 aluminum and a 2-inch conduit. I think you asked this question before. Can I union a 3/0 copper? Can I union and pull about 12 feet at a time? I don't know what you mean by union. I don't know if you're trying to join the cable together. You can't join together cable inside a conduit. That's not up to electrical code. Now, I've done it before. I actually CAD welded it, and then I used that plastic injector thing to do that. But I basically, I did that for a friend of mine, and it was fine. It's been over 20 years. It's still working, but it's hard to say. But pull about 12 feet at one time. You could do it, replace one by one. Just make sure that if you need to, put some of that wire lubricant on there and pull it through. I would make a joke about that, but I don't want to offend any of the pride people when I talk about lubricant. I'm listening while cooking, and Rick never said rectum. That's right. I'm very careful about what I say. Rectum darn near killed him. I think you can reach 5,000. I could, but it's nothing I can do about it. It's up to all the people that watch me. If you get the chance, deep fry or squirrel rabbit, I will. If I ever get to hang out with my friends at the Grove, I think we'll do a squirrel shoot, and we'll do a squirrel deep fry. Get the barbecue fired up, get a bunch of lard in there. Yes, it was you. Thomas looking good. Yes, he is. Thank you, Rick. Thank you. See? Well, I see that you still don't spell it right. I'm back, happy, healthy, and blessed with my Monticello. Well, thank you, Thomas Jefferson. I had no idea you had a theater in your home, but that's great. But personally, I'd rather go to the Montello Theater. Hi, Wendy. That is great, Kiri. Carrie is back from his Monticello Theater. This is just too funny. In place, most do me. What did I miss? No donations come in. Do you want my documentary? It takes 6 years. This is too funny. 12-foot total pull? That's nothing. It all depends on how many bends you have. 2 bends, no problem. You got a bunch of bends? You may have a problem. Buy that wire lubricant, and if you're cheap like me, just get some laundry soap and pour it on there and slide that in. Get it in the hole and give it a good pull, and you'll be fine. In fact, I just did one 2 weeks ago that was, I think it was 23 feet, and it had 2 bends, and there was no problem. Well, the only problem is the wires may have sort of hardened because the insulation gets hard over time. Pulling out old wires is generally more difficult than pulling new wires, but you could give it a try, see what happens. I would just pull all the old ones out, and then if you have to, shoot a ping pong ball or a plastic bag through with air, pull the string through, then pull a rope through, then pull the wires one at a time. But that's what I would do. Change one wire one day, another, whatever. You got to try it and see. There you go. Yes, we all donated. Yeah, Rick got his catchphrase wrong too. Well, there you go. So anyway, let's see. I wonder what's in the mail. You remember when the Addams Family was on, and you would hear the foghorn? Mail's in. and then the hand would come up and get the mail. Well, I don't have that hand here, so I'm going to have to go out there and get it. I'll be right back. Okay. Nothing but junk mail. That's it. All right, let's see. Good day, Rick. I'm off work today, but have to take wife shopping. Well, you got to do what you got to do. I hear meowing. Ugh. Let's see. Dead air. What did I miss? I went out to check the mail. It was nothing but a couple of advertisements. It wasn't any bills. It wasn't any threats. It wasn't anything important. And it wasn't a check because I have a customer that owes me money. I'm still waiting for that check. Hope I don't have to take him to court. Oh, well. You do what you got to do, right? If your grandma is Wendy. That's a good question. Wendy. That's not like the Wendy's square. Where's the beef? Where's the beef? Ah, I love it. Hello.
Hey, Rick.
Hey.
How you doing? I've said it a few times on your channel. When are you going to do the duck catch and cook?
Well, that's a good question. Ducks have been in short supply, but hopefully they're mating. I see some ducklings. One of these days, when I get enough ducks, I'll do a duck catch and cook.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. And not only that, maybe do a duck catch and cook meetup. So just throwing that out as an idea.
That's a good idea. Go to the canal, duck catch and cook.
Exactly. All right. Thanks, man. Have a good day.
All right.
Well, there you go. A duck catch and cook meetup. That sounds like a really interesting day. They'd probably freak out the neighborhood. You know, you got your portable grill. You got your big fat Muscovy duck. I'm getting hungry thinking about a big fat Muscovy ducky. Yum, yum, yum. Love ducky. Anyway, let's see. Let's see. Some of my old videos you probably remember. All right. Remember this one?
Gotcha. Look at that. Fresh meat.
Yum, yum, yum. Delicious iguana. Yummy, yummy. You know where that's going to go. Well, it's back to the primitive kitchen. Yes, this is not your average kitchen. You saw my video on heart attack chicken. Well, guess what? We got another delicious heart attack food. Heart attack iguana. Look at this big juicy iguana. This thing's huge. This would be like a horror movie for a regular person. Can you imagine if you had your date and you told her, hey, come on over, we're gonna have something special for dinner. And then she goes in the kitchen, sees this, and probably goes, ah! Not only does this guy have a rundown old kitchen, but he wants me to eat this? Oh well, I got good news for you. It's actually very tasty. You're gonna enjoy this even more than the heart attack chicken because they're from the wild. You're not getting them from a factory farm, you're getting them yourself.
With Leslie's, make pool time all the time.
Hey, Todd, Dennis, hi. No, good.
Get your time back with QuickBooks.
Well, the iguana's been cooking. Let's see if it'll peel off easy now. We'll take out this tail section, put it over here on the cutting board, and let's see. Now it is hot, so you have to be careful. I'm going to go ahead and use the tongs. And wow, look at that. See? When the meat reaches the right temperature, it peels off rather easily. And try not to burn your hand while you're doing it. It seems like the iguana is peeling off perfectly. It's still too hot to handle. I need to get another set of tongs to make this easier. Of course, I don't have any. Maybe I can use this thing. Okay. It's coming out. Once you fold it away from the meat, it'll cool down. Should be able to pull it off. There we go. Now see? What was otherwise a difficult skin to remove comes right off, and you're left with delicious, steaming hot. Look at this iguana meat. Oh, that's going to be good. So we'll get ourselves a plate. And we will start getting ready to enjoy our iguana. And we have these other pieces in there as well, some of the larger tail sections. Here's the next largest one, and you can see again it's been in there boiling very nicely. So we will go ahead and we will give it a little bit of a cut. Cut through the skin. There we are. And look, it peels nice and easy. See? Look at that. Still hot, steaming. Another delicious piece of iguana meat. Ready to go. We'll set that over there. It smells good. Oh yes. It has that nice sort of frog leg smell to it. And again, because I'm a basic eater, I'm not going to bother to salt it or anything. I'll just take pieces of the meat and eat it. In fact, let me try one now and see what it tastes like. Oh yeah. That's a good iguana. Fresh. It was just running around a couple of hours ago, and now it's going to be part of my delicious lunch. So anyone that tells you that iguana is complicated to eat is lying to you. It's very simple. Again, the hardest part is handling it when it's hot, cutting the skin, and then just peeling it off. I'll let this one cool a little bit, but you can see, you know, once it has come off, it is a little hot. But there we go. I'll put this on the plate. All right. So again, follow me for any more cooking tips. Okay, so anyone that doesn't believe that I have iguana cooking videos, it's very easy. You just type the word iguana in my channel and you'll see there's everything from when I got them in the bag, heart attack iguana, deep fried iguana. I got an iguana, popped the tire on my bicycle because iguana bone got in there. How to tenderize your iguana. There's plenty of stuff in there about iguanas. I don't know why the ground beef run was put as an iguana because there was no iguana there, but oh well. No big deal. Anyway. Yep. Yeah, you like the refrigerator one, huh? Yeah, my refrigerator is a disaster. Running out of food. But on the good side, a friend of mine brought me this. Mmm, delicious. Look at this big old iguana. That's going to be a tasty one. So I guess I'll have to do another iguana cooking video. Something like that. All right. So again, very, very, very simple to find. So if you doubt me, it's there. This is the reason why I make YouTube videos, so you can see what exactly I'm dealing with and how my life is. I didn't recognize that voice. Did anyone else? Well, unless a person identifies themselves, I'm not going to say my suspicion. But if anybody did recognize that voice, that's fine. I would fly in for a duck catch and cook meetup. It would be fun. What I would like to do, though, I mean, doing it over here by the canal or at the park might cause problems. I might have to wait until I move and I have whatever place I'm living in. And then what I'll do, I'll raise a big flock of ducks and then I'll have a meetup at my house. And then what we'll do, we'll have a catch and cook meetup where you can catch the duck and we'll have the water boiling and ready to go. Okay, there you go. First time caller. Yep, I've seen you on my channel many times. So I'm glad that you had the courage to call in. That's great. All right, let's see. You did not eat that thing. Come on. Yes, I did. I've eaten hundreds, maybe thousands of iguanas in my lifetime. That was Homestead How? No. There we go. That's it. Yes, you can. It is a bit tough, but what I like to do, I like to deep fry it, and then it's nice and crispy. So yes, you can, but you have to be careful because it can turn to leather, and it can be like chewing on the bottom of your shoe. So it's always good to boil it first, and then deep fry it. All right. Yes, Way. Well, technically I do. I would eat it much better than supermarket chicken, which I wouldn't trust at all. See? Dead iguanas in the refrigerator. I got a few of those videos. My wife thinks eating squirrel is gross. I would never eat it. Little does she know, the chickens too. My dad's was actually squirrel. I've never had a squirrel stew. I've always had deep fried squirrel. But squirrel is tasty. Don't you put down squirrel. That's a good tasting meat. I know in Asia some people eat rats too. Alligator's pretty good, but I wouldn't eat too much of it because it has a lot of heavy metals, because alligators are predators. Iguanas are a much better choice. That's a good point. It actually does taste a lot like snapping turtle. And they actually have alligator snapping turtle, which is good. The turtle, most of the turtle meat's going to be in the legs and the head. There's some in the body, but you can also make a turtle soup. Yes, it is. I only had a place to show your documentary. Oh, wait. Okay. Let's see. All right. Like a movie theater or a YouTube channel. Oh, well, carry on. I can't believe, well, you know what? The AI returned. Let's see. We still got 33 people watching. That's actually pretty good. Let's see. My regular videos don't get a whole lot of views. I actually got 180 on the last one, 194. I don't think I've ever had more than 200 on the regular videos. Let's see. Oh, actually I got 252 a month ago. Okay. We see some of our regular people here, but where's our friend the other Bob? Where's semi-retired Bob? He should be making a video by now. I'm surprised he hasn't dropped in. And where's Jonathan? Well, I guess he's been busy. You know, I think he had his contest, so he's probably either out and about or worn out, but he'll comment later. I know how that works. Let's see. Yeah, his talk is tomorrow at 7, which is good. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit later. You can see how fat Bob used to be. And he got thin with the carnivore diet, which is good. All right. Okay. Let me close that out. Close that out. Close that out. Close that out. 36 watching. Close that out. And definitely close that out. That's like ridiculous. I'll never understand. It's crazy, crazy. All right. So let's see. Hello, Mr. Ducky. Look at that nice big Muscovy ducky. Look what I got for you. I got some more crap. Duck food. And some buns. You like that crap, don't you? Look at Mr. Ducky. I'll give you another piece. I know bread's not good for ducks, but they have plenty of insects and other things at the canal, and we're trying to be friendly with Mr. Ducky. Maybe we can grab Mr. Ducky and take him home. Have some delicious tropical fruit. Look at Mr. Ducky. You're such a cute ducky wucky. Look at that ducky. You ever seen the claws they have on those ducks? Pretty amazing. They're pretty tame. Eat out of my hand? It's like, nope. I don't want to be around that guy. He's got a kitchen. Hello, Mr. Ducky. Look at that nice big Muscovy ducky. Look what I got for you. I got some more crap. As you can see, I am the oddball in the carnivore community. Is there anyone else that makes videos out there feeding ducks, trying to lure them to his house, hunting and killing and cooking iguanas? I dare anybody else in the carnivore community to make these kind of videos. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Because if they did, all those popular carnivores, can you imagine, you know, one of these you know, like maybe, I don't know, Dr. Barry or something like that, going there and catching and cooking iguana. Then again, maybe on his case, he'd get more viewers. It's hard to say. They definitely get the hate of the vegans. Okay, let's see. All right. All right, let's see what we got here. I had alligator at RJ Gators in Okeechobee, Florida, when I was in Florida. It was kind of like chicken from what I remember. It's somewhere between chicken and fish. That is true. I had rabbit once at a gun club. Well, that's good. Shoot them and cook them. Still going on. I just caught the iguana tutorial. Well, that's it. That's one of my older videos. I see you are back. All right. Little greasy, I'll take chicken. No, not really. A gator's pretty good stuff. Ah, okay. You got me wanting to go to the pet store to shop for iguana. Walk in and say, hey, how much is y'all's iguana? Iguana. I used to eat rabbit every other day or so. Squirrel are good for eating as long as they're from the wild. I want to eat the one in the city. Well, that's it. If you go out to the avocado or mango groves, they're pretty natural squirrels. They're good eating. I wouldn't eat the squirrels here that eat garbage, although I do eat parking lot chicken. So that's probably not the best. Always wanted to try squirrel. And there's a lot of chickens over there now by the Home Depot. Oh, by the way, happy birthday. Yes. Thank you, Jerry Hall. 57. And Carver Keith also says the same thing. So I'm just another year closer to that big old heart attack. My aim isn't good enough for squirrels. You're the most interesting and ethical in the carnivore community. Well, thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that from you. I have nothing to gain and nothing to lose, so I'm honest. I had an insect farm, so this isn't abnormal for me. Well, there you go. I love to give my roaches the roach farm. Give my ducks a roach farm because they love roaches. Dave Mack. No, he had that a few days ago. Sunday night, he has his own live. You are the Hansel and Gretel. Oh, boy. I've hunted rabbits and birds. Well, there you go. You get them, you cook them, you enjoy. How about a night hunt for iguana using infrared night vision? Iguanas are pretty good at hiding at night, and they don't move much. So you can catch them up in the trees usually. You could do that. The problem with iguanas, they're cold-blooded, so you're not going to get an infrared signature on them. They don't store a lot of heat. So that is the problem. Gator is like a chicken bread with a fish. Yep. That's what they taste like. Yeah, iguana's the same way too. Frog legs are just like chicken. Yum. Fried, they're delicious. Happy birthday. Thank you, Ricky Lee. Thank you. Marilda, thank you. Tuamala. Okay. Happy Rick and many more. Well, we'll see. We'll see how far I get before the next heart attack. Squirrel from my house. I guarantee they live off of acorns and tree nuts. They probably do. And I wonder if they have any good squirrel recipes. Squirrel recipe. Let me see. Squirrel, catch, clean, and cook. Okay. They bring up the videos, but let's see. Squirrel meat is a good source of protein and is low in fat. That's why I like to deep fry it. Squirrel can be cooked, roasting, stewing, or frying. Squirrel. Squirrel meat to simmer until tender. Be sure to simmer and not boil the meat. It should be falling off the bone. You have an older squirrel. It may take longer for the meat to become tender. Cooked squirrel. What does cooked squirrel taste like? Yeah, it tastes like pork. That's what I'd say. Duck or dark meat chicken. Rabbit. Huh. Squirrel meat. The safety squirrel meat. Cook the squirrel. Cook the squirrel. Hmm. Oh, soaking the meat in salt water. Cooking methods. Frying. Baking. Slow cooking. Pot pie. Look at that. Barbecued squirrel. Squirrel. It's a potential source of rabies. Okay. Make sure it's healthy and not rabid before eating it. All right. Squirrel. Cook squirrel. Soak in buttermilk overnight. I've done that before. It's grilled meat. Now you're getting me hungry for squirrel. Squirrel. A game recipe squirrel. Squirrels are everywhere. Tasty. Squirrel barbecue squirrel. Squirrel. And if you probably don't know, I actually made a video yesterday. Oh, excuse me. Of squirrels. This is what happens when I don't have my lunch between 12 and 1. Start losing a little energy. That's okay. I'm going to have a big heart attack burger for lunch. I think I deserve it. All right, let's double check here. Who likes Dungeness crab? I do. They haven't made seafood that I don't like. Love seafood. Love frog legs. Can't hardly find them anymore. Well, when our rainy season starts, I know a place I can go frogging. It's all the way out towards the Everglades, but there's actually a good spot for frogging out there. And nobody knows about it except me. So I won't say where it is. Iguana Nation. There we go. Yeah, like it's a positive thing. Exactly. But you can fix that. No problem. Wild boar is my favorite meat. I used to love it. We had feral pigs over here for years. Now the only pigs we have 2 legs and live in apartments. But feral pig can be really good. Some of them are tough, but others are tasty. Boil squirrel for, 20 minutes are super tender. Exactly. That's what I do with the iguana, as you see. I boil the iguana first and then fry it. And that way it gets super delicious. Yeah. Very educational, Rick. I love the way you're right into topics. Well, thank you. I like to add a little bit of everything. I'm not trying to impress anybody with fancy graphics or making all kinds of claims that, you go on some of these channels and, oh, Carnivore cured this and Carnivore did that. And then they have questions. Will Carnivore do this? Will Carnivore do that? I'm like, I'm tired of it. And then, I'm going to give away this or that or whatever marketing thing they have. Okay, fine. Not my style. Yeah. I don't know about the wild game market laws in Louisiana, but it's hard for me to buy it when I can grab my shotgun, go behind my house and get a bunch. That's it. The food comes to you. Some people have Uber Eats. Some people have DoorDash. And we have iguana in the tree. So you see an iguana run through your yard, that's a free food delivery. Is Rick still going? You know it. You missed it. Well, you didn't really miss it, but we were even talking about you. But yes, Rick is still going. Although hopefully not too much longer. You are a role model to us all, Rick. SHF, I'm coming to find you, sir. Well, You can find me because if you come to whatever area I'm living in, look for the only house that's going to have all its lights on. Look for the person who's still probably driving because he has a lot of fuel ready. And just see, you'll see the only house that has no hurricane debris. It's all been mulched up very quickly. So yeah, you'll find me one way or the other. Now, the way the world is going, they're playing some dangerous games out there, but that's what happens when central bankers control your world. So, all right, let's see here. All right. There you go. Go in the woods and get supper. It's a shame that we don't have woods here anymore. All of our wooded areas are gone. Everything has been developed. They have developed every square inch of this place all the way up to the national park. So if you see an area that hasn't been developed, it's either a park or preserve. And they're still trying to cram more people in. They tear down existing houses and replace them with up to 10 times as many where one sat. So, and they wonder why the traffic is so bad. But anyway, let's see. All right. I need to make my lunch. I got a day. I got stuff to do outside. I got yard work. Oh, I see Mitch put up a video there about carb cycling. Looks like he's got something from the Muppet Show. Yep. That'll be interesting. Something else to check out. This kid, he's always got some video. Although I have to admit, I haven't been watching his videos as much because he doesn't really participate much with the rest of us. So, and then this stupid protest, bunch of nonsense. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Okay. All right. Huh. Grip strength test. I used to have one of those things. I have to find another one.
I am here with Ross, and we're going to be trying out his grip strength. So you just grip it any way you like, and you squeeze as hard as you can.
Grip it and rip it.
Grip it and rip it.
Well, here we go.
And just squeeze it. You look at the screen. 106. I'll put in the average for his age. How old are you?
61 years young.
Okay, 61 years young. And this is 106 pounds. For reference, that's good. I am here with.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Dynamometer, I think is what they call it. I have one of those old-fashioned ones. I don't know where it is. Could be anywhere in this house. But I think mine was like 120 or 100. I forget what it was. The other way to do it, of course, is just to try to lift a weight with your hand. But my grip strength is actually pretty good. But that's kind of interesting. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's see how many people we have left here so we can wrap this up. I think Booby Goats will be having hers in an hour or so. Let me see. Oh, this guy. Oh, my goodness. If you want to get a really good laugh, I love to watch this guy for comedy. Let's see.
As a
You always get the diabetes or CGM commercial. I think that's a CGM. This guy is a complete riot. I mean, half of his video is the BS, and then the other half is selling his program. See? Oh, this one's, it's less than half that's selling his program. He looks AI generated to me. There's just something wrong with the way that he looks. I don't know what it is. I think he's 51 years old. At least that's what he says he is. A real character. Lots of fun. Anyway. I don't know what color that shirt is. That's weird. This guy is a strange one. Okay. Oh, all right. So hers is already started. It looks like.
Leftover beef fat and maybe some, some of the ground beef and put it in the molds, like cupcake molds or whatever. And I had them in the fridge. The next day, Rocky wakes up early. She's a monkey and she climbs in that fridge and she was pulling them out and she comes up to me and goes, good. And she was eating my bear paws because they're bear shaped and my bears. She was feeding some to the dog. But I actually had one of those today instead of making a really fatty coffee. So.
Okay. Well, let's see. She's got already 9 people in there. Let's see if we can boost up her views. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and end my live stream. I'm going to let you go over to hers. And that'll be fine. So anyway, let me finish up mine. And then we can end this because I don't want to interfere with my friends' YouTube channels. So let's see. Is an iguana invasive species? Yes, it is. So you can harvest as much as you want. I bought a bunch of silver. Wow. I was getting it for 14 an ounce, so I know what you mean. Bacon Baby says Booby Goats is live now. Yes. I will have to go out and check on Erin. She's much prettier than Rick. I agree with that. There's too many people in Florida. Yep. I'm staying put. That's it. Florida's a disaster. He looks like a vegan Tom Cruise. There you go. They move fast, but they're not fast enough for me when I got my crossbow. All right. I'm going to go over to see Erin. Now my breakfast has been served. There you go. Raid, let's bombard her. See you there, peeps. All right. So let's go ahead. Let's shut this down. And we're going to head over there and see what kind of chaos we can raise. So I'm going to end the broadcast. Thank you again. Thank you for all the wishes. And I hope to catch you again next week. I'm looking forward to it. Bye. And I see Jerry Hall says, bye, Rick. And Rick says, bye. CB Carmack, take it easy. And that's it. So let's move over and let's keep this game going. Thank you so much.